We are back. Glee Season 4. A Season 1 could only describe as The show's ratings were falling, the interest was dwindling, and show creators Ryan Murphy, Ian Brennan, and Brad Falchuk had to pull out all of the stops to save their dying show. That led us to storylines in Season 4 of Glee focusing on things like a student being catfished, a school shooting episode, someone being bullied into having an eating disorder, and yes, even high schoolers posing for a nearly nude, sexy calendar fundraiser. All of that and more awaits you all in this video. Before I get ahead of myself though, let me just say, hi, I'm Josh. The editor is Blake. Say hi, Blake. And we have set out on the foolish journey of documenting every single action taken by every single character in Glee and figuring out once and for all just who is the worst person on this show. If you are wondering how we do that, well, we use a high-tech, science-based machine, also known as a Google Sheets account. We tally up every single thing done in the show, from domestic abuse to name-calling to standing up for LGBTQ rights. Each action is assigned a GLOINT total, that's Glee point, and helps to determine if a character is good, glud, or evil, GLEE-VIL. If you don't understand it now, don't worry, you will in the future. Or not, who cares? It's mainly just a mildly clever and somewhat unique way to gamify my thoughts on Glee. If you are new here, please hit like, press subscribe, and leave a comment like, oh my god, I normally wouldn't trust a cishet white guy to mansplain Glee and its cultural impact / social commentary, but this Hosh guy is different. If you've seen the previous videos, thank you. If you haven't, you should probably go watch those first. But what we did in the past was go episode by episode, updating you on every single plot point and every single gloint accrued by each of the characters. This time we're taking a different approach. We were trying to minimize the runtime. We still probably hit like, 3 hours and 42 minutes and 17 seconds, but it's better than 8. I think we would all agree. So don't be surprised when, instead of episode by episode, we are broken down into arcs, where major plot lines are sort of condensed into multi-episode spans that I will then update you as we go through. That being said, get ready to buckle in, Hoshers, because we are about to go on a gurney, one that you cannot come back from, no matter how hard you try. Prepare yourselves for Season 4 of Hosh on Glee. Play the montage, Blake. I know I just said that we're going to break this video into chunks instead of going episode by episode, but in true Glee fashion, the first episode of Season 4 is dense and actually could be passed as good television, maybe. So I'm going to cover just episode 1 on its own. Season 4 of Glee begins, and you might be thinking like I was, wow, with seniors graduating like Rachel, Finn, Kurt, Mercedes, Mike, Santana, etc. It will be nice to get to know some of the other characters more. I mean, it was cool getting to follow Rachel Berry's high school years, but her time has passed. It's time for new Glee Club members. Hence, the title of episode 1 being The New Rachel. Anyway, this season opens up on Rachel Berry taking her classes at NYADA, the New York Academy of Dramatic Arts. And yes, folks, Rachel is still one of the main characters of Season 4. I'm sorry to be the glare of glad glues. Her instructor is Cassandra July, who is portrayed by the Kate Hudson. And if there's one thing Ryan Murphy, Ian Brennan, and Brad Falchuk know how to do, it's how to write a blonde white woman to be a bitch. Within the first minute of screen time, Cassandra July imposes eating disorders on her students, gives the nickname Muffin Top to one in particular, and comes up with another nickname for Rachel Berry, which we'll show here.
What's your name? Rachel. Little Miss David Schwimmer?
Little Miss David Schwimmer.
If you are not aware, David Schwimmer plays Ross on Friends. So yes, the joke is one of, if not both of the following. Rachel is Jewish, and that is funny for some reason. Or 2, Rachel has a big nose a la David Schwimmer, and Jewish stereotypes, or just Rachel looks like a dude, not really quite sure. Now you might be thinking, man, Hosh, you are spending a lot of words on just a throwaway nickname in a show. Well, that's because Cassandra July ends up using this nickname 18 separate times across the 5 episodes that she's in this season. They thought that this joke was so great, they had to keep going back to that well. And just so you know, yes, she was docked 150 gloints every single time. This is the quality writing only Glee Season 4 could bring to the table. Cassandra July, or CJ for short, goes on to showcase how she's a no-nonsense, harsh instructor that has a hatred for Rachel Berry, all while being a blonde woman named Sue Sylvester. I mean, Cassandra July. You get my confusion though. Then we cut and we get the season's first of only 2 scenes with Jacob Ben Israel, aka JBI, and I can confidently say that is the second best creative decision season 4 of Glee makes. He does this shtick of recapping what happened over the summer in a way to let us viewers know what to expect moving forward. We learn a few things. Artie is still in a wheelchair, but popular because the Glub won nationals. Tina is now a diva and has an assistant, but don't worry, neither of those things actually become relevant. And also Sam is hot. Some things never change. Sorry, some things do change. Tina and Mike Chang broke up.
Make that change.
JBI asks the entire Glee Club the titular question, who will be the new Rachel? They all answer themselves, setting off our first series plot device, a battle for the top of the New Directions. Speaking of Rachel, they pull us back to New York and Miss Berry, and we see her do this.
Okay. Where you going? What you looking for? Oh, those boys don't wanna play no more with you.
Yes, they added another walking in on someone in a shower scene, the third in this series' history.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
I love the young people.
Now this time a minor was not involved, but still Rachel will lose 5,000 gloints. Not a great start for her season 4 gloint total. The hot naked man goes by the name of Brody. He's a junior at NIADA, has experience on Broadway, and he's here to answer all of your questions.
Oh, and in case you're wondering, which you were, I'm straight.
New potential love interest for Rachel has officially been revealed. She calls Kurt and lets him know about straight Brody. Kurt, back in Lima, then meets Sue's baby, and we are introduced to our first new character non-New York edition.
Porcelain is Kitty. Kitty is my new head bitch. She's like a young Quinn Fabray, except she's not pregnant, manic depressive, or in and out of a wheelchair.
Shouldn't you be in college or something? I thought gay people were all successful overachievers.
I am successful. Don't pay attention to what Kitty thinks, even if it's exactly what the rest of the world thinks.
Yes, in a shocking turn of events, Glee has cast a blonde white woman and made her a bitch. That's twice in the first 7 minutes of the season, and would you be surprised to learn that she is not the last? More on that much later. Sue does her regular string of insults at Kurt, but I don't really care about Sue and the Cheerios and a student who has already graduated. You know what club I do want to hear about?
Glee!
Mr. Schuster addresses the club, noting how the Glee Club is on top of the world after their nationals win, but I want to show that clip for a different reason. So here it is.
We are coming off of a national championship, but it's time to look forward. And thanks to Glee now being the coolest club in the school, this shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. Glee is popular. Who cares? Did you see that cutaway shot? That, my friends, is courtesy of Glee's new director of photography, Joaquin Cedillo, which I believe is the single greatest creative decision made on this season of Glee. He is on for the rest of the series run, and at first I was super excited. His presence is felt immediately in season 4, and throughout the first couple of episodes, it made Glee feel almost novel, in the way that the first 13 episodes of season 1 did. Unfortunately, as the season carries on, the dynamic shots and lighting fade away and become less frequent. So I'm gonna show the cool ones while they last. For now, we'll just give Joaquin +1 DP points. Sorry, Chad, I'm just using slang. That's director of photography points. Back to the Glids. Will tells everyone that Wade Unique Adams is joining McKinley High. This is met with racism from Brittany, aka Brit Glee, mistaking Unique for Mercedes, and hesitation from Blaine as he's worried that the competition for the new Rachel is getting stiffer, which of course prompts Will Schuster Teacher of the Year to say this.
Okay, we don't win with stars. We win as a team, one that supports new members. I don't want to hear any more of this new Rachel stuff, okay?
We already have recycled the Rachel wasn't who the glove was ever about stuff. She's not even there. Why are we still talking about Rachel Berry? The kids all decide to have a competition to be the new Rachel in the auditorium, with Artie being the judge, with Will not knowing. This sets up the first musical number of the season, Carly Rae Jepsen's Call Me Maybe. And as someone who is/was the target audience for this show, hell fucking yeah. Great song choice. Love it. Of course, the Glee performance is worse than the original, but nobody can really hold a candle to CRJ in my opinion. But one of the issues with a lot of the performances in season 4 is it feels like they're shooting a music video instead of like it being a song on Glee. There's very rarely songs that fit into the plot. They sort of just be like, we need to sing a song. And then they sing a song and it's shot like I'm watching it on Vivo's YouTube channel. We then go to the coffee shop. We learn of where Santana is from Glee.
So, how's Santana?
She's good. She's just really busy with cheerleading practice, and it's hard making out over Skype. You can't really scissor a webcam.
The rest of the scene doesn't matter. Get used to that happening. We're going to be skipping a lot of scenes in the interest of Glime. Speaking of, the next scene is Cassandra July drinking alcohol after one of her students lets her know he is playing a flying monkey in Wicked on Broadway. Some might say that that student was wickedly talented. I wouldn't. John Travolta would.
Please welcome the wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazeem.
We then cut to another new face to the club, Marley.
You guys are the Glee Club, right? Hi. I'm gonna try out. I'm a sophomore. My name is Marley.
Great. Well, lots of competition, so good luck to you.
And this is a joke for anybody over the age of 40. Holy exposition dump, Batman. I mean, that's lazier writing than... Parentheses, come up with something funny that's an example of lazy writing. I'll figure that out later. Also in this scene, we get the first of many, and I mean many, moments of transphobia. This time from Sam, aka Chord, aka my second true glove, as well as Artie and Blaine, aka Darren Chris Angel, aka my first true glove.
Unique offers of greetings and salutations.
Wait, you can't wear that makeup and stuff in here. You have to know how this stuff works. It's like Game of Thrones.
Yeah, the peace between us and the truly popular kids is weak. Winter is coming. It's not gonna take much for us to get smacked down to the bottom again.
Maybe you should just save Unique for performances and be Wade the rest of the time.
All right. I'll go take off my face.
Kitty then joins the table with some new background bullies as they call the lunch lady fat, complete with some Wilder Valderrama-esque jokes.
You guys seen the new lunch lady? She's so fat, they took a picture of her last Christmas, still printing.
Hey, she has to wear a watch on both wrists because she covers 2 time zones.
Oh yeah, well your mama's so dumb. She thought a labubu was a French person who needs a Band-Aid.
I'm the champ, I'm here.
Artie and Glee join in on the fat jokes, much to Marley's chagrin. Wait a minute, hang on. I bet Marley and that lunch lady are related somehow.
You ready to go?
Hey, I thought that you could wear this to your Glee audition. Well, even if they think it's secondhand, the tag will say high class secondhand. It's high school, it's all about being special. But the right kind of special. Not Goodwill clothes, daughter of the lunch lady special.
Oh god damn it, I knew I should have put that bet on Couch Glee, the #1 predictive market Glee-based app where you can earn money making predictions on Glee's plot points. It's not gambling. Legally, it's not gambling. And if it say you're gambling, you're wrong and stupid. And they specifically made it legally different. That way the people who own it can, allegedly, rig the game to steal money from the lay people. Head on over to couchglee.com/Hashan and use code I would never take an ad from a gambling company to get Glaposit Glatching on your first 100 glowers. Marley and her mom have a really sweet scene where Marley is told that she's a wonderful singer and she shouldn't be afraid to join the New Directions. Then she mentions she'll pick her up from school a few blocks away so that people don't know that they are mother and daughter. Yes, that's the plot. The plot is that Marley's mom is so fat that Marley has had to transfer to McKinley High because other students bullied Marley too much. It's a very cool and very believable plotline centering on a fat person, Ryan Murphy. Great job. Back in New York, Cassandra July explains to Rachel that she's not picking on Rachel, she's just motivating her. Rachel notes that she has alcohol on her breath, and CJ responds to that accusation by just claiming it's mouthwash, like an alcoholic, and then doing the only thing people on Glee do when in an awkward situation. In an attempt to prove her students that she can still dance circles around any of them, Cassandra July performs a mashup of Lady Gaga's Americano and Jennifer Lopez's Dance Again. Now, why Cassandra July is singing while she's trying to prove that she can dance circles? Who knows? Also, the choreo is done with students, proving that they can also dance the circle. Also, it's not really convincing anyone that the alcohol on your breath was Listerine. CJ, that's again slang for Cassandra July, then lets Rachel know she's the only person on her shit list.
You're not just on my list, Schwimmer. You are my list. Class dismissed.
But I thought that was a motivation list. You know, this alcoholic's not being very consistent. Back in real Glee, we get a compilation of Glee Club tryouts, like the scene from Pitch Perfect. You know the one. Glee's version has a guy named Stoner Brett, who is a stoner named Brett. Someone dancing to Skrillex, which the Glub finds weird, which is strange considering they have utilized students who only dance in the past, and it's 2012, literally peak dubstep. And also, I'm adding this to the script right now, when they go to regionals, one of their toughest competitions dances to dubstep. It's 2012. Of course you're gonna have dubstep. That's what was big at the time. And finally, we get a performer named Jake. He performs the phrase, never say never. He's killing it, and then midway through, Mr. Showstopper Shoe shows off how he got that name by letting Jake know mid-performance to stop the show.
Hey Jake, thank you.
I don't get the finish?
This causes Jake to just crash out, throwing a music stand down on the way out. That reaction reminds me a bit of Finn Hudson and his rage-induced antics. I'm gonna put a 10,000 $10,000 couch Glee bet that this new Jake fellow is secretly related to Finn. And now to all you hoshers, that might seem like a lot of money to risk gambling, but it's not gambling. It's predictive markets. Plus, why would they give him a whole musical number if he wasn't related to somebody on the show? This is like free money. And speaking of free money, Whoopi Goldberg is back and she is phoning in yet another performance as NYADA Dean of Vocal Performance and Song Interpretation, Carmen Thibodeau. She tells Rachel and Brody and other NYADA students that weren't important enough to get names about this thing for first-year students to sing and impress people, I guess. And if you do well, you'll get invited to sing again a second time, which feels weird because they're all performers, like they're already in the school. I don't know why we need to have this second competition. It might just be a lazy plot point for the Glee writers to write in. Who knows? This leads to one of the Glee classics of Rachel and Marley both singing States Away, the Barbra Streisand version of Billy Joel's New York State of Mind. One at NYADA and the other in Lima, where we should really care about. We cut back and forth between the performances. They're both really good. And since this is our first introduction to Marley, I'll say she is a very good singer. And with the cinematography that Joaquin's been putting in, the show is portraying that Marley is the proverbial new Rachel, which I guess Rachel Berry is now old Rachel. Glee callbacks are posted, and we get the usuals up there. You know, Marley and Wade are the only new additions, and then Jake is left off the list, probably for throwing stuff. Or should I say Jake Hudson is left off the list. He gets angry. He rips the list down and, ooh, that's such a Finn Hudson thing to do. All of the Glids are back in the practice room, waiting on Artie to reveal who he thinks the new Rachel is. Kurt is there too. I don't know why. Artie names Blaine as the new Rachel, much to Tina and Unique's chagrin, as Will walks in with the real new Rachel.
Let's give it up for our newest member, Marley Rose.
Molly, on behalf of all of the new directions, welcome.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here.
I really like your sweater. Where'd you get it?
Oh, thanks. J. Crew?
Really?
That one line, by the way, is probably 20% of Sugar's speaking lines this season. I genuinely cannot remember another time she says anything, so I thought we'd add it in just to give Sugar Mata her due. As for other season 3 cast members, Rory, gone, not in the show anymore. And Joe Fart, the guy with the boner for Quinn, may as well not exist. Outside, Blaine and Kurt are talking, and one of them always tells a lie, and the other always tells the truth.
Of course, I think you should be the lead soloist. But can I give you some advice? Even when Rachel was her most controlling, she still made sure everyone felt included.
Oh yeah! Rachel sends people to crack houses. Barry always did make sure people felt included. Very good point, Kurt. Blaine pushes Kurt to go to New York with Rachel and grow instead of being stuck at home and being miserable in Lima. Fake new Rachel Blaine then sings It's Time by Imagine Dragons. Imagine Dragon D's nuts on your face. Got him! During the performance, Blaine and the background dancers all do the cup song thing, like Pitch Perfect. You know the one. And this somehow does the impossible, turning an Imagine Dragons song into even more of a stomp, clap abomination. I'm never changing who I am. Back in the lunchroom, everyone is making fun of Marley's mom again, and then Marley reveals that Marley's mom is her mom. She then leaves angrily after chastising the other glutens. Marley picks up some good points here for standing up for her mom, even though she's aware it will bring bullying upon herself. Brody then meets Rachel in Washington Square Park. So yes, they are shooting at least some scenes in New York, which is kind of insane budget-wise, but I guess they just did a lot of pickups and then a lot of the inside stuff is just in LA, which makes sense. He just sort of hypes her up a bit after her performance, so he gets 150 glud points as well, but I'm a little suspicious of Brody as a character. Bert, Kurt's dad, makes his first appearance of the show, as we see him dropping Kurt off at the airport. He's pushing him to go to New York and live his life. However, Bert does lose 200 points here because as they're saying their goodbyes, he's pushing his teenage son to move to New York, which is one of the most expensive places to live in the United States, with no housing plan. And maybe you're thinking, oh no, surely Bert's talked with Rachel or something, but this is old Rachel's reaction when new Kurt shows up in New York later in the episode.
Yeah. Turn around.
Hate me if you want, but the glist says that's a gleeful thing for a parent to do. Sam meets Marley at her locker and he pocket watches her, calling her ass out for being poor.
Hey, Marley, just wanted to apologize for all of us and beg you not to quit. Look, I get you. Like, for instance, I know that sweater's from Walmart and your mom sewed the J. Crew label into it.
How do you know that?
Because my mom used to do the same thing for me. Look, the best thing about Glee Club is it's not about labels. If you can sing or if you can dance, you belong. And dude, you can sing.
So plus 100 gloins to Chord here, but none for the rest of the kids who come to apologize to Marley. Firstly, they should be apologizing to Marley's mom. Secondly, they're not really sorry. They're just sorry that they got caught. They invite Marley to join them for a song later, but she shares that she doesn't want to sit with the background bullies and Kitty at lunch, which then prompts this to happen.
That won't be a problem. We could handle Gimpy and the Tarantula Head and Richie Poor because you guys were national champs like us. But our invitation was not extended to pre-op Precious based on the novel Barf by Sapphire and Mike and Molly's daughter as part of our crew.
Well, I guess we're not in your crew anymore.
You know, I was kind of hoping you'd say that.
And with that, order is restored.
Killer line delivery aside, this gives Kitty minus 900 gloints for the verbal tirade. And yes, I am tracking the background bullies' points, but only just in case they become relevant, and glad I hope they do not. One last scene before the closing number has Jake going to see Mr. Shu about his Glee audition crash out.
Glee Club performs in front of hundreds of people. Some of them might boo you. You gonna throw a mic stand at them?
So I'm angry. I got a right to be. You don't know me. You don't know my life.
I know your brother, Jake.
Okay, I think we're about to cash out my earlier 10,000 Glaller prediction. Oh, I'm so excited. There's so many places I want to go with all that money, like Aruba, or Jamaica, Bermuda, or Bahama mayhaps. Hell, I'll even settle for Key Largo or Montego. Anyways, let's hear that couch Glee prediction get resolved.
Puckerman.
Half, brother. Our dad's like an NBA player. There could be 50 other Puckermans running around Ohio.
No one ever mentioned anything about having a brother.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know either. And now my life is ruined because that was all of the money I had. That's why you should like and subscribe. That way I get more money. That way I can blow it on more predictive markets on Couch Glee. We do have some really big plans for the future of the channel, and with your help, we'll be able to achieve them. And I know what you've been thinking. I've been got by you before, Mr. Hosh and Editor Blake. I know that you'll say you're gonna put out more content, and then you take a year and a half to upload one video. Well, guess what? I have Adderall now, baby. I was diagnosed ADHD, I think. I don't know. I used a really sketchy online website. I did all of this video in like a week. That's how cool Adderall is. So yes, Jake, Puckerman is told by Willie Schuster that he stopped his audition early because he already knew he was gonna invite him to the club. He invites Jake back thinking it'll help him get the chip off his shoulder and help him like it helped his brother, Noah. Jake declines, saying that he likes the chip on his shoulder. He then walks out but stumbles upon the glub singing Adele's Chasing Pavements. He pauses and thinks for a second, stopping to glance at Marley. But he still turns and walks away, stuck to his Puckerman roots. And that is the end of the first episode. So now we're gonna stop and go through all of the points through that episode. This is because not every point is shown on screen, for the interest of time, but I promise every single frame of Glee is scoured by yours truly to make sure nothing gets past me unless it does get past me, and for that, I apologize, but not really. Again, it's just a made-up system for me to get views. Glee always starts off a season with a bang, though. So we'll talk about the GLUD points first. Brody ends up 300 points in the positive, and Marley joins as a close second with 150. Sam, Joe, Sugar, Bert, Blaine, Artie, and Brickley all accrue between -50 and -300 GLEE-VIL points, while Kitty, CJ, and Sue top 1,000 gloints in the red. But none of them topped Old Rachel, as she walked in on 5,000 GLEE-VIL points in the shower, naked. This chunk of the video will cover episodes 2, 3, and 4 as we see the McKinley High Glee Club accept new members, and we see more ties between the Lima kids and the graduated class become severed. Episode 2 is called Brittany 2.0, which is of course the second tribute episode to one Miss Britney Spears, the first one being in season 2, episode 2. Britney Spears holds the honor, I guess, of being one of 2 artists that got 2 separate tribute episodes on Glee, the other being the Beatles, and neither of those have happened thus far in this series. So yeah, Britney Spears is better than the Beatles. Sorry, I don't make the rules. That's just facts. The episode starts with a Brit Glee voiceover, which is apparently the first and last time this happens in the show according to the Glicky, that's Glee Wiki. She wants to relive her previous senior year, because if you forgot, Brit Glee is what I used to call a super senior, which is a student that is in their 5th year of high school due to poor grades. Brit Glee transitions into performing Hold It Against Me by Britney Spears, which was good, but Sue disagrees.
Well, that was just garbage. Garbage wrapped in skin. Brittany, my office, now.
Sue then gives some tough love to Brit Glee, and she's angry that Brittany has terrible grades and is a bad role model for the rest of the Cheerios. Sue then kicks Brit Glee off the squad and then instills Kitty as the new head cheerleader. Though I don't know how much kicking off Sue actually needs to do here. According to Ohio High School Athletic Association Bylaw 4-4 on eligibility, a student has to pass at least 5 classes in the preceding grading period, which for this semester of athletic eligibility would be the previous school year's spring semester's classes, which we know Brittany didn't pass because she's still in high school. Why not just use that as the reason here? Everyone knows that you have to maintain good grades to stay in a sport, right? Britt calls Santana, who now goes to college at the University of Louisville, to let her know the bad news. But Santana's too busy to talk long, leaving Brickley to sulk alone. Will and Emma then call Britt into Emma's office to talk with her. They are concerned with Britt's recent depression after having been kicked off the cheerleading squad. Brittany isn't super receptive to their concerns and leaves before confronting her own mental health. Emma suggests Will needs to bring Brittany back. A second coming of Brittany, you might say. A Brittany 2.0.
Say that again?
Oh my God, are we doing Britney Week again?
Will directs the students to help empower Brit Glee by singing Brittany. See, now you understand why I say Brit Glee. Otherwise, this would be really confusing. Blaine and Artie take no time and immediately perform a mashup of Boys by Britney and Boyfriend by Justin Bieber. Boyfriend by Justin Bieber is of course the source of such lyrical genius as swag, swag, swag on you, chillin' by the fire while we eatin' fondue. Say hello to falsetto in 3, 2, swag. And yes, I do know the words to this entire song. I was a big J Biebs guy back in the day. To be honest, however, I'm not as familiar with Britney's Boys, as the only frame of reference I have to that song is from Austin Powers and Goldmember.
It's Britney Spears!
And yes, I do think it's funny to keep referencing Austin Powers in these Glee videos, and no, I will not stop. Rachel and Kurt find a new apartment in Bushwick. Just like that, it's so easy to find affordable housing in New York, folks. Move there now. Kurt mentions he's applying to Vogue.com, not sponsored, while awaiting his NIADA application in the future. Then they talk about Finn, as Rachel is missing him, and about CJ, aka Cassie July.
I can't stand her.
Cassie July is your dance teacher? As in the Cassie July, aka Crazy July, aka the biggest train wreck in Broadway history?
What?
You don't know her story?
Her backstory is that she yelled at an audience member for his phone going off during one of her stage performances, and it went viral on YouTube. Kurt tells Rachel to just be sexy to get CJ off her back. Unique and Marley talk about boys. No. Not the Britney song. Marley says she thinks Jake is cute, but Unique warns her about bad boys.
Let me be clear. He's a womanizer.
Say that again?
Yes, you guessed it. Unique and the other girls of the club then begin singing Womanizer. We see Jake flirting with a couple different girls as they perform the song, but nothing too insane, really. And then the number ends with Jake asking Marley to hang out, and she says yes. New Rachel has officially been #womanized. Tina, Joe, and Sam then perform the song 3 by Britney in the classroom, another single for the Glee Season 4 soundtrack. While this goes on, Brit Glee tries to shave her head, you know, like Britney Spears. JBI does the paparazzi thing of trying to interview her, so minus 150 points to him, which she retaliates with physical violence as the rest of the club realizes that putting Brit Glee in the spotlight isn't working. Oh, and also they really forced this reference.
Leave her alone! Leave Britney alone!
Jake scooters by in the hallway and Will offers him to join the club one more time, saying, "Come on, man, it'll help you." But he blows him off as he has a date with Marley on top of the bleachers, and he brought his acoustic guitar. Jake has some thoughts about Will Schuester and Britney Spears Week.
Glee Club is so lame. What does Shyster have you guys singing?
It's Britney Spears week.
Yeah, see, I prefer music that uses actual instruments.
Marley then tries to convince him that Britney actually rocks, and then they sing a mashup of You Drive Me Crazy by Britney and Crazy by Aerosmith. Actually, one of the better mashups I've heard on the show. It's very nice. And it's also a good thing he randomly brought his acoustic guitar. Because if there's one thing I bring when I'm going on a date on top of the bleachers at a football field, it's an acoustic guitar. They almost kiss, but then the scene ends. Old Rachel and Straight Brody show up to dance sexy in front of Cassie J. They perform Oops, I Did It Again sexily, which I guess to Glee just means with some smoke and low lighting. This feels like Lea Michele as an actress trying to signal to the world that she's no longer a 22-year-old playing a teenager on Glee. Now she's a 26-year-old playing a slightly older teenager on Glee. CJ says her sexiness wasn't convincing, which causes Rachel to call her a YouTube joke and then is thrown out of the class. Back with new Rachel, background bullies are making fun of Marley's mom. Jake defends her and then gets into a fight, which Will breaks up and then takes Jake to see Principal Figgins.
Those guys suck, and I'm the one being dragged to see Figgins?
I'm not taking you to see Figgins.
He's taking you to see me.
Jake Puckerman, I'd like to introduce you to your brother, Noah. I'll leave you two alone.
I mean, I know that Ryan Murphy thinks that his audience is dumb as rocks, but that dumb? We needed Will to say, quote, Jake Puckerman, full stop. I'd like to introduce you to your brother, Noah, full stop. Like he needs to spoon feed us that much? Turns out the Pucker bros share a mom, but have not met before. Old Puck tells new Puck to get his act together because the tough guy stuff ain't worth it. He pushes Jake to join the Glee Club, and then Old Puck drops some knowledge on new Puck.
I gotta get back to LA. I got a date with the chick who's third runner-up on The Bachelor. One thing, whether you join Glee Club or not, you're my brother.
Huh? Whether you join Glee Club or not, you're my brother. And if you start dating Marley or don't, you're my brother. In fact, there's nothing you can do to change that you, Jake Puckerman, are related to me, Noah Puckerman, because that is how moms work. And scene. And that is how stupid I imagine Ryan Murphy thinks the Glee audience is. Pep rally time. The kids are all convinced by Brit Glee to lip sync instead of actually singing. And it goes very poorly. Britt is phoning it in with a way too revealing outfit for a high schooler while eating Cheetos. The crowd boos heavily after they realize that the glub is lip syncing, which is kind of funny because why the fuck do they care? They're students in a high school. Will yells at the Glee Club in the practice room saying that this lip syncing debacle could get them disbarred from show choir competition, which is insanely unnecessary amount of stakes to put onto this moment. Like, no way this is realistic even in the slightest. Brickley resigns from the Glee Club and then leaves, with Sam looking sad. Aw, poor Sam. CJ and Rachel then meet up and make up, resulting in Rachel not actually getting kicked out of the dance class. But who cares about that though? I have to talk about this scene feeling less like a Glee shot and more like a foot fetishist's wet dream. I mean, am I crazy? I get that she's like warming up, like nothing weird about the stretches she's doing here, but why focus on her feet so much? Was Kate Hudson trying to boost her wiki feet rating? I mean, she's sitting at a 4.91 as of recording. I guess if you got it, then flaunt it, but -1 DP points for this. However, those DP points are coming right back as Sam meets Brickley in the auditorium.
I got your note to come meet you here. Thanks for drawing the map.
Yeah, I always keep it in my pocket in case someone steals my compass.
Yep, that's cool. I really like it. I'm a sucker for cool camera shit. It makes you feel like you're just right there with Sam and Brittany, just with two of the dumbest members of Glee sharing their 3 brain cells. Sam sniffs out Britt's plan to intentionally hit rock bottom, that way she can rebound like Britney Spears. So that was her plan, I guess. Sam helps her get out of the funk, netting him 150 gloins. They talk about her missing Santana, but now she's happy that she has gained a new friend in Sam. Brickley then demands to rejoin the Cheerios using her class president power. Sue says she can if she gets her grades up. She reveals Will and Emma have been helping with this already.
Barack Obama.
Yes.
Glenn Close.
Ah, good effort, Britt. Baby steps.
Another +1 DP points. In the hallways, new Rachel is talking with Jake, and they're flirting. Jake says he's joining Glee, which makes new Rachel happy, but then Kitty says Jake and her are already dating, which makes new Rachel sad. Unfortunately, Marley can't really catch a break. New Puck walks into the Glee Club as the newest member, and we get POV what walking into the Glee Club would feel like IRL.
Okay, let's give a big New Directions welcome to Jake Puckerman.
Hey, dude. Me and your bro are practically like best friends. Is it weird that I know him a lot better than you?
Welcome, bro. God made you, and God doesn't make mistakes.
No bits, no lies. I think this might be the best 26 seconds Glee has ever produced. +5 DP points. Could you imagine if every episode had this amount of care in planning? Marley closes out the episode singing Every Time by Britney Spears, as new Rachel sings about her longing after new Puck. We also see old Rachel going through the same tribulations over at New York City, trying to balance her new feelings for straight Brody and her love for her ex-fiance Finn. Yes, it's confusing and stupid. Brickley is also shown yearning over Santana's offline Skype status, not sponsored, as the distance is proving too much to handle. Episode 3 is next, and it's called Makeover. Now keep that title in mind for later. It's also the 69th episode of the series. Nice. Which I guess makes the first episode of season 4 episode 67. I'm sorry to all of the school workers and parents I just triggered. The episode opens with Blaine wanting to change things up and shine in his senior year. He performs Tears for Fears' Everybody Wants to Rule the World as we see him doing some extracurriculars, trying to distract himself from feeling too alone without Kurt. He then tells Brickley he'll be running for class president. Speaking of Kurt, we see him interviewing at Vogue, not sponsored, as he meets one Isabel Wright, editor in Fashion Idol. She is played by Sarah Jessica Parker of Sex and the City fame, amongst many other roles. Although I must admit I'm not super familiar with SJP's work outside of just one movie. And no, it's not Austin Powers this time.
Sucking the lives out of little children!
Winifred Sanderson?
Yes, SJP was of course Sister Sarah Sanderson. And you know, it's kind of ironic that they chose SJP for this role because Sarah Sanderson is awfully close in name to Glee's own Sandy Ryerson. And they both happen to have an interest in sucking children. If you weren't aware, Sarah Sanderson is of course a Sanderson sister from the movie... Wait, sorry. What was that? What was that movie called again?
Oh, come on. It's just a bunch of hocus pocus.
Oh yeah. Hocus pocus. Wait. Say that again.
Just a bunch of hocus pocus!
How was that string of bits I just did? Was it funny? SJP, if you had to describe my attempts at comedy in this video so far using some of the most 2012 slang possible, how would you do that?
It was an epic fail.
Anyway, Sarah Jessica Parker's Isabel Wright is from Ohio, like Kurt, and they bond over that as she offers him the position, mainly based on the fact that he pulls off the hippo brooch he wore to the interview. Just goes to show it's not who you know, folks, it's how you hippo brooch the subject. Back at high school, Will is talking to the Glids about their upcoming bid to be regionals champs, and even the new students are recognizing just how shit Will is at his job.
Speaking of competition, shouldn't we start, like, preparing for ours?
I have some ideas which I am working on very hard.
Very good and convincing lie, Will. Everybody bought it. You're doing great. We get some internal monologue from Will, worried that he has run out of ideas. Which really, this whole episode's arc is kind of like a meta commentary on Glee itself by the gliders. Will, the show, is running out of can't keep recycling ideas. The subplot is focused on a sort of parallel with the 2012 presidential election, with Brittany and Artie being the Romney-Ryan candidates, and they do a lot of comparisons between themselves and Bush Cheney. Brickley even takes this time to question if Blaine was even born in the United States, which for all of you younger viewers out there is a not so subtle reference to the birther movement, which revolved around the idea that Barack Obama was potentially not born in the United States. This started during his 2008 presidential run, but didn't get that much steam until 2011, where a certain speaker at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, decided to announce his plans to run for president and started pushing the Obama isn't a citizen narrative. That speaker? Donald John Trump. He went on ABC's The View to say, quote, "I want Barack Obama to show his birth certificate. There's something on that birth certificate that he doesn't like." Trump then went on to imply that Obama's birth certificate could say that he's, quote, "a Muslim." And all of this prompted Obama's team to release his official birth certificate for a second time, showing he was indeed born in Hawaii. Now, I mention all this because some people have yelled at me to keep my politics out of Glee when talking about the show. However, if you have, say, I don't know, 4 brain cells, one more than Brittany and Sam combined, you might see that Glee is a very political show. Most art is. Just because you don't understand art and its political messaging, or rather maybe you don't agree with my analysis or critique of said art, that doesn't mean you can just hurl insults to make you feel better. That doesn't make you smart. In fact, I'd say it makes you a big old dumb doo-doo head. Okay, enough of the politics for now. Blaine says this to Brittany and Artie.
Brittany, that's not fair. This isn't a popularity contest. It's about who's got the best ideas. It's about believing you can make a change, right?
Change. Where have I heard change before? It's almost like Glee is political. Sam then asked Brittany why she didn't ask him to be her running mate. She said that she's worried about their friendship surviving the toils of political warfare. So instead, she tells Blaine to consider Sam as his pick for VP.
I'm picking my own running mate.
My family's on food stamps, so that'll get you the sympathy vote. I'm not gay, so that'll help with the not gay vote. And, I don't want to brag, but my impressions are hilarious 100% of the time.
Blaine accepts Sam onto his team, and then the stage for a senior class presidential debate is set. I'm not sure why Brittany is allowed to run for president. She is a 5th-year senior, feels like she shouldn't be able to do it. Why do I care? Oh my god. Back at Vogue.com, not sponsored, Isabel is struggling with inspiration, kind of like Will and the show Glee. Kurt helps her though. What she needs is a fashion mindset makeover, like the title of the episode. Blam, that's Blaine and Sam, begin their debate prep. Blaine wants to give Sam a more professional look via, you guessed it, makeover, like the title of the episode. Brarty, that's Britt, Glee, and Artie. Come on, keep up with the names. Also want to make Britt Glee seem less dumb. How can you do that? Makeover. It's the title of the episode. And then the beginning lines to Hole's celebrity skin play.
In politics, you can never go wrong.
Oh, make me over.
It's a great song. I love this track all the way from my rock band days. The game, not the musical hobby. So Brittany and Sam sing Celebrity Skin, and it's perfectly passable as a Glee cover. There's some really cool cinematography in the shoot, but it still kind of follows the trend of it being like a music video instead of part of the show. Also, listen to the sound mixing on the camera flashes that they use in this shot. It's so loud. I'm not sure how that passed through to the final product. In New York, Rachel is being bullied at NIADA for her wardrobe. This gives Kurt an idea. He sneaks Rachel into Vogue, not sponsored, not legal, and they get caught.
Freeze!
I thought you were going to be at dinner with Steve Buscemi and Yoko Ono.
Well, they canceled again.
I'm not sure why Isabel is personally responding to break-ins. It really feels like a job for the 2 security guards standing out of focus behind her to do. Kurt shares that Rachel needs a makeover, like the title of the episode, and he is going to shoot a fashion music video for Vogue, not Spot, to inspire Isabel, and then...
Stop. You had me at makeover.
They all sing The Way You Look Tonight / You're Never Fully Dressed Without a Smile, a mashup of Fred Astaire and Annie. The video turns out great for Kurt in universe, as Isabel tells him his video idea is being used and that he'll be getting credit. Kurt is bragging about this to Blaine over the phone, but Blaine is unable to share his own life updates, which makes him upset. Now, I've skipped over the Will storyline, but just know that the next clip we're going to play you is not a drill.
I filled out the application, but I haven't sent it in yet.
This looks amazing.
If I were to get this, I would have to leave McKinley for several months. Paid for by the district, but I'd be away from the kids.
That's right, they're writing Will Schuester out of the show. Finally, my prayers have been answered. At least for a little bit. Long, boring plot point short, Will is moving to DC to push for more funding for the arts. You know, something tells me that this was part of why Bert wanted to become a politician a few seasons ago. But who cares about that? The wicked Will is dead. Sue ends up writing him a glowing letter of recommendation. That way he gets out of her hair, which gets her 150 points. Emma, his wife-to-be, is understandably upset, but ultimately supportive of his decision to apply for the position, which, spoiler, he does get. Up next, the presidential debate. First up, the vice presidents. Sam strips on stage. Artie is a nerd. Blaine is a faux Obama, and Brickley blows her chances entirely.
I think that everyone should love this school as much as I do. If you elect me as president, I promise to outlaw summer vacation, so we'll have school all year round. Straight Brody and old Rachel do some cringe flirting and talk about makeovers. And I'm only mentioning this at all because they perform Sheryl Crow's A Change Would Do You Good. So now the 5 fans of that specific song can't be upset that I didn't mention it. Rachel asks to cook Brody dinner. Back to Lima, Blaine wins class president and everyone is celebrating at Breadsticks. Blaine tries to call Kurt, but he hangs up on him because he's at a post-work wine drinking event. Minus 50 gloints to Kurt. Blaine then vents to Sam. He's upset because he came to McKinley for Kurt, and now Kurt isn't available to even talk. But Sam reassures him and then speaks with Brittany. Their interpersonal relationship continues to blossom. Back at old Rachel's, she's put on a sexy outfit and is ready to cook for Straight Brody. And get ready for some sick scene direction and DP work.
Continue to...
Oh my...
I'm sorry to keep harping on this, but could you imagine seasons 1 through 3 of Glee doing a shot with actual pyro being near an actor's hand, let alone having Lea Michele perform in it? It kind of almost feels like the fire wasn't supposed to happen and that was actually Lea Michele trying to put it out, but I can't find any information that would corroborate that, so I guess I just have to give my kudos to the team. Plus 2 DP points. Straight Brody shows up and the show hits us with this line.
Wow. You're smoking.
Oh, it's actually the duck.
No, it's you.
Come in.
Amazing. If Glee could do this regularly, I would still be their #1 ride or die fan. Brody and Rachel's date goes well. They talk and laugh and drink, and then the unthinkable happens.
It's Kurt. He keeps forgetting his keys.
And that is how they end the 3rd episode, with another Rachel storyline being reinserted back into the show why? It's a show about a Glee Club. She is not in the Glee Club. I do not get it. Episode 4 is titled The Breakup. Hopefully it serves as a breakup of Glee and their reliance on the original cast to fill out boring and overdone storylines, but I think we all know at this point not to hold our breath. We open up on this really interesting crawling shot through the lunchroom as we see Jake catching Marley using free lunch tickets. He relates to her, knowing what it's like to feel shame for being poor after his mom lost her real estate job due to the recession. Jake also opens up to Marley that he takes dance lessons. Finally, we're learning some things about the new faces on Glee. Let's see what happens next.
Oh, young love.
Do you remember when you first started dating Santana and I started dating Kurt? Back before everyone was so busy and so far away. Things were so much simpler.
Are they far away, Blaine? Because we can't stop hearing about them. Essentially, Brickley and Blaine are sad and miss the easy days of high school love. You know who isn't missing high school love? Rachel. Because Finn randomly showed up to her apartment completely unannounced. He stayed the night and didn't talk to Rachel at all, waiting until morning to drop this bomb. No pun intended.
I don't understand. I don't know what's going on. Why are you here and why aren't you in your uniform?
Because I'm not in the Army. Well, I was for 16 days, but it wasn't that bad. I really felt like I was someplace I could make a difference, and pretty used to getting yelled at, so I was doing okay. Then one day I was cleaning Rachel. They make you give your rifle a name. Right through my thigh.
The craziest part is that this isn't even the first time that Finn has dishonorably discharged while touching Rachel. Pun intended. Finn, for lying, loses some points here. Rachel comforts him after his sob story, and she pushes him to try to find a new dream for himself with her in New York. Which of course is what Rachel was trying to get Finn to do at the end of season 3, and we all know how that turned out. So to all 12 of you Finchel heads out there, you should know where this story goes. Santana and Brittany are folding clothes and chatting about college/high school. We also get a little glimpse into Brickley and Sam's conspiracy arc, which I think you'll all find as amusing as I did.
Are you okay? Yeah, sorry. I was up late last night reading Desecration, Antichrist Takes the Throne. It's the 9th book in the Left Behind series of the apocalyptic Christian novels about the end times and the rise of the Antichrist, whose name is Nikolai Carpathia or Barack Obama, depending on who you ask.
Santana warns Brittany about the conspiracies being harmful and damaging, but she doesn't listen, and instead invites Santana to attend the after-school club that Sam started. And the last relationship still standing from season 3, Kurt and Blaine talk on the phone, and they are both sad that they can't see each other more. Kurt hangs up because he's busy with work before hearing and reciprocating Blaine's I love you. This leads into Blaine and Finn performing Duncan Sheik's Barely Breathing, upset that the people they're dating are in New York chasing their big dreams in the Big Apple while they're left behind in Lima being sad. While all of this is happening, we see Blaine messaging someone named Eli C on Facebook saying, "What's up, sexy?" and "Wanna come over later?" Which you all might see as a holy shit moment, as it's Blaine attempting to cheat on Kurt. But I think an even bigger holy shit moment is that we finally see that Blaine is capable of sending messages that isn't just what the Cowardly Lion was lacking in The Wizard of Oz. Kurt and Rachel decide to take Finn to Callbacks, which is a bar.
That's the gay bar.
No, Blaine, not the gay bar. This is a bar for NIADA students to congregate at, which, now that I'm thinking about it, probably means it's a gay bar. Besides, Blaine, why do you care? It's not like you're in New York just outside of Rachel and Kurt's apartment waiting to knock until I end this sentence.
Surprise!
Blaine!
So it turns out Blaine missed Kurt, and he decided to come to New York 2 weeks earlier than expected. The quad are all at Callbacks.
That's the gay bar.
No! Blaine! Stop. At Callbacks, and Blaine, so help me God if you interrupt me, I will turn this car around.
Gay bar.
Blaine and Finn are acting weird. Blaine is not being talkative, and Finn wasn't feeling confident enough to sing karaoke. Straight Brody shows up, and for what it's worth, he's super nice, and he pushes Finn to sing. However, Finn self-sabotages and instead insists Brody sing Demi Lovato's Give Your Heart a Break as a duet with Rachel. I love me some Demi Lovato, especially this song, and Glee's arrangement is actually really nice. The cinematography here shows steady, clear shots of the NIADA superstars of Rachel and Brody looking out to the crowd, while performing. They're in their element, they're at the top of the world. For these two, this moment is what they love to do and who they love to do it with. As they sing, however, the steady shots turn shaky and they become isolated on Finn and Blaine, partially obscured by passers-by in the bar as they both realize that they're chasing the past, not the future. The song ends with Rachel and Kurt giddy and Finn speechless. Blaine quickly asks to perform a song and his request is granted. Blaine tearfully sings Katy Perry's Teenage Dream. It's a really nice nod to the first song that Blaine ever performed for Kurt, way back when they barely knew each other. It's a really nice, touching moment. Finn cuddles Rachel, though he and Blaine both come to terms with the idea that this teenage dream is just that, for their high school teen years. Blaine's realization comes through the performance as Kurt also finds out what he's trying to say. The quad takes separate walks through the park. Blaine admits to Kurt that he cheated.
It wasn't Sebastian, but it didn't mean anything. It was just a hookup, okay?
And who was it?
It doesn't matter who it was with, Kurt. What matters is that I was by myself. I needed you.
And Finn learns that Rachel and Brody have a budding romance.
Don't lie to me.
I couldn't get in touch with you, okay? You weren't answering my calls or my text messages. I didn't know where you were, or even if you were okay.
So you were with him?
I kissed him, but that's it, okay? And only just because you told me that you wanted me to be
I can't believe I even said that. I'm so stupid.
An otherwise very powerful and impactful moment is then squandered, in my opinion, as the four Gleeks begin to perform No Doubt's Don't Speak.
You don't think that I've been lonely? You don't think that I've had temptations, but I didn't act on it because I knew what it meant. It meant something horrible and awful.
I'm so sorry, Kurt. I really am.
You and me.
A great song on its own, but I'm not sure we needed our third song in less than 6 minutes of screen time. Don't Speak is, if you're not familiar, a song detailing the beginning of a breakup. One where Gwen Stefani laments that the person is telling her the reasons why they need to break up. Something that Rachel and Kurt emulate in this moment. They all go to sleep, perhaps for the last time as lovers, and maybe for the last time as friends. These storylines all converged in New York. Finn feels lost. Rachel feels reborn. Kurt feels driven, and Blaine longs for connection. And on one hand, it kind of always had to be this way. These loose ends needed to be tied up, lest we keep jumping back and forth between Lima and New York, as we the viewers try to keep track of the strings of relationship status and love triangles. But on the other hand, and with Glee, there's always the other hand. I regret to inform you that this is not anywhere close to the last we see of the New York escapades, nor the last of Blurt, nor the last of Finchel. Glee had an opportunity here to do something real, but for whatever reasons, Glee and Ryan Murphy just can't quit Leah Michele being a main character in this God-forsaken show. Still, I'm going to give 3 more DP points throughout this whole collection of scenes, and of course, minus 1,000 points for Blaine cheating on Kurt. Back in Lima, remember this is a show about a Glee club in Lima, Ohio? Kitty throws some insults at Marley as she and Jake invite her to join the Left Behind club that was mentioned earlier.
The Left Behind Club accepts everyone, even losers and lezzies, so your whole Glee Club's invited. Well, you're welcome to join us as long as you're not a Muslim.
If there's one thing Ryan Murphy loves writing more than a blonde woman being a bitch, it might be Islamophobia being the punchline of any religious themes introduced, even when the theme being introduced is a literal Christo-fascist death cult. Kitty details the idea of the rapture to the club at Breadsticks, or at least her idea of the rapture. Though Kitty's real intentions are revealed as she claims that a Japanese woman that doesn't speak English has fallen in the bathroom and cannot get up, causing Tina's assistant to rush to her aid. I know I said in the episode 1 recap that Tina having an assistant wasn't relevant, but I promise this is the only time it is. While Tina's assistant is in the bathroom, the rest of the Glee Club pretends to be raptured, which was all Kitty's idea. Minus 450 gloins to Kitty. Marley leaves, upset with Jake and the club, and Brickley relates to Tina's assistant's fears of being left behind to how she is feeling in regards to Santana and her relationship. Finn is back in Lima, and he goes to Mr. Shu's office. Then he meets with Blaine in the Glee Club room as the rest of the gang greets him. Will has offered a chance for Finn to hang out while trying to figure some things out with his own life. Just a whole-ass graduated adult hanging around the high school. Very chill, very cool. The topic of the school musical gets brought up, and Finn has an idea. Maybe they could all do Grease, because that is the first song he auditioned for Glee Club with. Everyone agrees, and the stage is set for Glease. At home, Will tells Emma that he was accepted to go to Washington, D.C. He invites Emma to come with him, but she declines, no matter how pushy he gets. And trust me, he gets pushy.
You know, I don't think what I'm asking is so crazy. I thought you'd be excited.
So you thought I'd just pop the champagne, follow you around like an obedient little puppy dog? Is that really all you think of me, Will?
No, of course not, Emma. Oh, come on, we still need to talk about this.
I just did. I just don't like what I have to say.
Santana and Brickley also break up in the glove room, and I'm sorry, that probably feels unceremonious and out of nowhere, but that's kind of how it happens in the show. Except in the show, it is accompanied by Santana singing Taylor Swift's Mine. And it was a great performance from Naya Rivera, but boy, was Heather Morris not showcasing her best acting work here. Like, she kind of looks sad, I guess, but she just sits there like this while Naya is pouring her dang soul out. Brickley sheds a couple of tears at the end as Santana lays out the harsh realities that the long distance relationship isn't working. They kiss and hug goodbye. In the hallways, Jake breaks up with Kitty because she is always mean to him. Marley is happy and asks to practice some Glease with him, but he declines and runs away. Finn is in the auditorium and Rachel is also there for some reason. Thought she was in New York. Just know that she's upset that Finn was lying about not being in the army and also about leaving her apartment without saying goodbye. Rachel cries about the fact that Finn is her first love, but is realizing that right now he's not going to be his last. She breaks up with Finn. Something that I thought happened, I don't know, 20 minutes of Glee runtime ago. Like, what are we talking about? They kiss goodbye, and then Finn begins to sing Coldplay's The Scientist. He's quickly joined by Blaine, then Santana, Kurt, Brittany, Emma, and Will. All four relationships having gone through the crossroads they found themselves at the beginning of the episode. All of them turned out for the worse. We see flashbacks to Finn glumming on Rachel in the auditorium, Kurt and Blaine running through the halls of Dalton, and Britannia and Wemma sharing their first kiss. Then, the auditorium lights go dark, and the episode, and the series arc, ends. The first 4 episodes of season 4 serve to mainly signal to the viewers, hey, things are changing. Get used to it. So I thought it would be a nice spot to update on some Gloint totals. In the positive, we have Sam, Brody, Marley, Jake, and surprisingly Will. They all have been pretty tame this season, if not serving as the, here's a good guy being a good person moment when bullies need standing up to. Though, Sam only sits at 100 Gloints and Will has the most at just 300. Towards the bottom of the board, we have Blaine, of course, mainly for cheating, at minus 1200. Sue is tied at minus 1200 for general Sue Sylvester things like name calling. New Sue, or Cassandra July, is nearly tied with new young Sue, or Kitty. CJ has minus 2200 Gloints, a lot of them coming from the Schwimmer nickname she's given Rachel, while Kitty has racked up 2,225 GLEE-VIL points thus far, cementing her as the top blonde woman who is a bitch at this point of the season. However, Kitty is not the most GLEE-VIL person so far. That is still held by Rachel Berry. How could we forget her walking in on someone in the shower? And yes, that is the only time Rachel has accrued Gloints, either positive or negative, in the first 4 episodes. Minus 5,000 Gloints total. This next arc will see a focus on new Glee Club members, even introducing another new student. And it leads the club into Sectionals. Episode 4 of Glee's 4th season aired on October 4th, 2012. Episode 5, however, didn't air until over a full month afterwards, on November 8th. I could not figure out why, though Wikipedia does note that the 5th episode was meant to begin filming on August 31st and was still being shot when the season premiered on September 13th. This might lead you to believe that the 5th episode would have some large, never-before-seen stuff in it, but you'd be a fool to think that. It's a regular-ass episode of Glee. I think Glee might just have been poorly run. Who's to blame? We'll never know. This arc, and especially this first episode, have a lot of transphobia as like a theme, so just a heads up for that. It doesn't really go away for the rest of the video either. The episode opens with Artie propositioning Finn to help him direct the school Gluesicle as a way to reach out and make sure Finn is doing okay post old Rachel breakup. Finn begrudgingly accepts the role. Prez and Vice Prez Blaine and Sam, aka my favorite power couple on the show, are talking about relationships and Glease. Blaine, of course, being broken up about how Kurt and him are, broken up. Huh. Is that why they call it that? This leads into Blaine performing Hopelessly Devoted to You from Grease. I mean, he couldn't have been that devoted on account of the cheating, You know, it's kind of weird how much the show wants us to feel bad for Blaine in this moment. This performance is also his audition for Glease, the Gluesicle, and to the surprise of no one, Blaine is accepted and told he is the Danny Zuko of Finn and Artie's dreams. You and me both, brothers. Blaine cries and declines the offer of Danny Zuko. He's upset about Kurt, and he's worried that he won't be able to be emotionally available for such a large role. What's really nice about this episode so far is that they keep mentioning Kurt and Rachel, but they aren't dwelling on it. Maybe the show took that month off to really transition us to a spot where Glee doesn't rely on the old castmates like Kurt and Rachel, and now others get a chance to shine. Psych. They brought back Mike and Mercedes for no fucking reason at all. Speaking of old story beats, Will and Emma are having relationship issues and are using Coach Beast as a couples counselor. Emma is upset that Will wants to put Emma's career on hold and go to Washington, D.C. with him, and Will is upset because he's a sassy little misogynist that doesn't like when women express their feelings. Here's an example.
My relationship with Cooter, it was more sour than Brian Urlacher's compression shorts. But that doesn't mean true blue sweeties like yourselves aren't gonna have a flag on the play. Take a timeout, call an audible. It's all about knowing when to pass and when to punt.
That's very insightful.
Will shittily apologizes and makes his final case to have Emma join him. So no, he doesn't understand why she's upset. Emma accepts and says that she will go with him to DC, but we see that she doesn't really want to go. Duh. Mike, Mercedes, and Artie and Finn are all struggling to find someone who wants to play Danny Zuko. They remind Finn what Mr. Shu had to do to find his leading man back in season 1, and thankfully Finn goes to look for his football player leading man stereotype out on the gridiron and not sex pestily in the showers. While on the field, Beast points out one Ryder, Lynn, a kind of dumb jock type with more guts than brains. A new Finn. Ryder is played by Blake Jenner. No, not those Jenners. He was the winner of the Glee Project Season 2, which I did make a Yappy Hour video about, which you can access by becoming a member or a patron, whichever floats your G-dang boat. From football field to bathroom, Marley and Unique are talking Glease, and Unique has her eyes set on one role.
I'm not auditioning.
What? Why not? You know you'd get a part.
I don't want a part. I want the part. Rizzo. No offense, Serenity, but Rizzo's the money role of that show. A hot bitch who thinks she's pregnant and turns out to have a heart of gold. It's basically my life story. But they won't give me the role. Everyone sees me in drag as a joke or a stunt when performing.
Sue comes out of the toilets and spews some very aggressive transphobia Unique's way.
But you, Urethra Franklin, you are a boy, and you are fooling no one. You are smuggling more kielbasa under those gowns than a homesick Polish lady trying to sneak through customs.
You can't say things like that.
Oh, I think you'll find I can say anything I want. Absolutely stunning, kind-faced, blue-eyed girl.
Okay, someone needs to check Sue's house, because with how much transphobia she's putting out, she might have more black mold than J.K. Rowling. Sue, now known as S.S. Rowling, goes on a rant about how liberals are using their communist gender discourse to ruin America and vows that she will not allow Unique to play Rizzo in Glease. In defiance, Marley and Unique sing Pink's Blow Me, parentheses, One Last Kiss, as their Glease audition song, and they impress the judges. Marley announces her goals of playing Sandy, and Unique tells the Old Glove students that she wants to play Rizzo. Finn meets with Ryder in study hall to coax him towards joining the Glee Club, but he's hesitant because Glee Club is nerd shit. Also, Finn is a random adult. Why is he here? Ryder is then seen struggling in class as he mulls over Finn's recruitment. Ryder then himbily walks into King Himbo himself on the auditorium stage. Ryder says he doesn't want to sing, but Finn turns on Jukebox Hero by Foreigner, and Ryder is unable to resist the sweet, sweet callings of a 6 out of 10 cover of a 5 out of 10 song from the 80s. Ryder meets Marley in the halls and puts on his movies as he announces he'll be playing Zuko in Glease, and Marley will be Sandy? Jake looks on jealously, and Kitty says some racist and eugenicist shit about Jake and Marley's mom as she tries to mark Ryder as her own. To Ryder's credit, he doesn't seem too interested.
By the way, Ryder, you should know about this one's gene pool. She's only got a month or two before she starts ballooning to her natural weight of 5,000 pounds and starts writing her memoir, 50 Shades of Gravy.
Wow, you're kind of a bitch. What did she ever do to you?
Jake and Kitty sign up to audition for Glease, and then and perform Neon Trees Everybody Talks, a 5 out of 10 cover of a 7 out of 10 song from the 2010s. The old Glove directing crew of Mercedes, Mike, Artie, and Finn decide Unique gets the role of Rizzo, something Sue immediately pulls Finn to Figgins' office for. There's a lot of transphobia here, along with Sue calling Finn fat, but it wouldn't be Glee if we didn't have an adult being attracted to minors.
Sue, I don't understand. Unique Adams is nothing more than an attractive, buxom young woman who's got it going on in all the right places. She's a brick house, Sue.
Principal Figgins, Sue's right about that. Unique is definitely a guy.
What?
You see, the messed up part of what Figgins said is that Unique is a woman, not that he thinks she's attractive. At least, that's what Glee wants you to think. Finn and Will push for Unique to be able to play Rizzo. Will cites historical precedents, like women playing male roles during Shakespearean times. Something that isn't as relevant as Finn's point of Unique identifying as a woman, therefore she should be able to play a woman.
Look, I don't see what the big deal is. If Unique identifies as a girl and dresses as a girl, she should be allowed to play one on stage.
Finn then calls SS Rowling a bigot, which she feels the need to defend herself on. She's had many queer Cheerios, or Queerios for short, helped Kurt when he was nearly bullied out of McKinley, and she was there for when Karofsky nearly took his own life. But that's a lot of standing up for the LGB, and not really the T, SS Rowling. This back and forth goes on, ultimately resulting in a slur heard around the Glee world.
I'm casting Unique, and that's all there is to it. And you know, I thought that you would have known more about being an underdog after you helped us win nationals and had a retarded baby, but you... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. That was the wrong word to use. I apologize.
Finn was the only person in that room that was properly listening to and standing up for a trans student. Will, Sue, and Figgins were all failing. And then the show taints Finn's correct position by having him fall back on what he does best, calling people slurs. Are we supposed to believe that Finn has had zero character growth? I would hope not. Otherwise, he should not be around teenagers. Are we supposed to feel bad for Sue, having heard her child with Down syndrome being called the R slur? Sue constantly and haphazardly throws around derogatory remarks and slurs about most people, especially this episode regarding Unique and her trans identity. And what about Figgins and Will? They were sexualizing a trans girl, minor by the way, and denying her trans identity just a few minutes ago. But now they're agape when Finn, the slur sayer Hudson, says a slur? It really feels like the Gliders didn't want us to side too much with Unique and both sides this argument, but we're unable to come up with an actual argument against Unique playing Rizzo other than, but Unique has a penis. So they had to taint Finn's moment of actual moral clarity with a moment of extreme ableism. I cannot stress enough that they had an extra month to write this episode, and this is how they decided to tackle the concept of gender identity on their show. A lot of negative gloints were given out in this scene, and rightfully, so please don't take my dislike of the gliding for co-signing anything said here outside of Finn's defense of Unique. In the auditorium, Mercedes and Mike lead Ryder, Kitty, and Jake and Marley in Born to Hand Jive from Grease to figure out who really is gonna be Danny and Sandy? I guess. I don't know. Glee's plot is confusing. Finn then meets with Unique in the library and informs her that she got the part of Rizzo. Unique opens up to Finn, thanking him for the acceptance that he's showing.
You okay?
I don't feel right in the men's locker room, but I can't go into the girls'. And I don't feel right in men's clothing, but I can't wear dresses every day. It sucks to never know your place. It's just nice for once to feel like I found one.
Yeah, it is.
It's a really, really touching moment. And you can see why maybe the baby Arsler thing didn't need to happen. Like, at all, actually. I'm pretty sure that this never gets brought up again except for one other time. The cast list goes up and there's this really cool cinematography where each member is shown with their role, resulting in this big Brady Bunch-esque mosaic. So, +1 DP points. Then we get the scene where Emma tells Will she doesn't want to go to DC, and real quick temperature check. Do any of you care? Because I find this to be so needlessly annoying and drawn out. Just make Will like the Dropkick Murphys and ship him up to Boston. Will accepts Emma isn't coming with him and all is well. Cool. so none of their scenes needed to happen. Very nice. And in the final scene of the episode, Will tells Finn that he's going to DC. And he says, hey, you're in charge now. Good luck, Finn. Just like that. Finn is the new Schuster. Hopefully, for good. Episode 6 is called Glease, and hey, that's my joke. Back off, gliders. Every song on this episode is from Grease. Surprise. A total of 6 performances. And if I'm honest, I have to say, I've never seen Grease, and you can't make me watch it. This episode revolves around body weight and body dysmorphia and eating disorders, something that the show has tried and failed to handle well in the past, and I bet you can guess how well they handle it this time around. Will then announces that he's going to DC and Finn will be replacing him. Sue finds out about Finn's new role and takes to Figgins' office with the both of them. They try to iron out all of the plot holes of a newly graduated 19-year-old without a teaching degree, being the head of a glee club at a high school, and then Sue storms out in a destructive fit of rage when she doesn't get her way. Maybe the show is changing. Maybe Sue won't always be able to terrorize the glee club. Maybe Will is being written off and we can start a new chapter on Glee where we focus on new characters. What's that? The next scene is about to play? I sure hope it's not Rachel in New York.
It's good now that Finn and I are officially broken up. I feel like I can just focus on really why I came to New York, which is my work.
Use the floor, ladies.
Speaking of work, guess who got her first off-Broadway play audition?
Well, that one episode away from Rachel was nice. Rachel has an audition for an off-Broadway role, and Cassandra July tells her that she isn't ready. Then she offers Brody a TA position. She's up to something. If I cared about Rachel's plot, I would put more effort into a foreshadowing joke here. The girls of the Glub are trying on costumes for Glease, and Marley's is tighter than it was the day prior. Kitty then appears to be mean, because that's all she really does.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just say fat? I was distracted by Marley's unfortunate and very noticeable weight gain. I'm confused. Are you playing the lead in Grease or Hairspray?
I swear, I'm not eating any differently. How is this happening?
So Kitty is altering Marley's clothes so that she develops body image issues. Truly one of the most gleeful things a student has done to another. And it's certainly a more interesting plotline than hot guy with the personality of cardboard being courted by an alcoholic failed Broadway star who is jealous of Rachel Berry. Sorry, I just skipped right past the foreshadowing and went right into spoiler zone territory. That's the New York plot this episode. Kitty continues to call Marley fat and invites all of the girls to a sleepover. Marley insists that Kitty has to invite Unique, which Kitty agrees to while slinging a couple more transphobic insults Unique's way. A lot of points lost by Kitty here. Following this, Marley asks her mom when she started to get fat, worried that she may too suffer from the curse of fatness. I mean, genuinely just listen to this dialogue that they have Marley's mom say.
You have control over your life and your body. And you are thin and beautiful. But you won't stay that way unless you fight for it. So, starting now, we are on a strict new diet. Together.
Oh, you're thin and beautiful, but you won't stay that way, is an insane takeaway for Glee's watchers. I give Marley's mom 150 gloints here because she is being supportive of her daughter, but if that line doesn't tell you how fat-phobic Ryan Murphy and the Gliders are, I don't know what will. Fatness does not equal ugly, and beauty does not come from skinniness. That line of thinking is exactly how unhealthy body standards become normalized. Finn tries to apologize to Sue for calling her baby the Arsler. Sue refuses Finn's apology and retaliates by calling him fat, a prostitute, hateful, fat a second time, fat a third time, and then Sue reveals that she has moved her Cheerios practice to the auditorium, preventing the Glee Club from using it. So Nepo baby Finn has the Glies practice Glease in his stepdad's garage. They perform Greased Lightning, and Ryder, who canonically has no acting, singing, or dancing experience, fits right in. No time or need for his development as a performer because Glee, at this point, sucks. There's a common writing trope known as a Mary Sue character. Typically, this is a young woman who is unrealistically good at things, and often it's used pejoratively, and in my opinion is also very often just a way for film bros to pseudo-intellectualize their hatred of women and female characters. And this isn't even to say that a character being a Mary Sue is inherently bad, nor are they always without flaw. But when juxtaposed against other characters within the same universe, it can be jarring. The male version of this archetype is either not really pointed out because, you know, patriarchy. But, you know, also viewers just typically don't notice when a guy is able to do stuff that's realistically outside of his skill set. James Bond, Indiana Jones, any character Tom Cruise plays. However, the term Gary Stu is used for male characters in these roles, and as I like to assign nicknames to the Glee characters as this series progresses, Ryder Lynn will now be known as Ryder Stu. Kurt and Rachel's scene is next. Kurt is being filled in on the Lima drama from Tina.
Oh, Grease update from Tina. Ooh, apparently the girl playing Sandy's gained so much weight she can't fit into her clothes.
No, that's unfortunate. But doesn't really have anything to do with us.
I would argue the same, Rachel. Why are you on my television screen? CJ interrupts and tells Kurt and Rachel to go see Glease and Lima. She even gives them free plane tickets through her frequent flyer miles. CJ is up to something that I already spoiled for you. At Kitty's sleepover, the only snacks available are sweets and other unhealthy things. Marley looks concerned, so Kitty takes her to the bathroom to talk to her.
These are called fingers. Just stick them in your pie hole and bingo. You're magically supermodel thin forever.
I don't want to make myself vomit. That's gross.
You know what's more gross? Having your gelatinous, corpulent 6-ton stomach explode lead and pudding and sour cream and chili cheese fries just because you didn't love yourself enough to binge and purge.
Do you do it?
I would if I was born with a fat gene. And let's be real, you weren't just born with the fat gene, you were born with the circus fat gene. No offense. Just think about it.
Kitty's ED incitement plot is truly both GLEE-VIL and more interesting than the painfully straight New York resident and her gay best friend flying back to Lima only to find out that cardboard hot guy and jealous alcoholic lady hooked up while she was out of town, and god damn it, I spoiled the plot again. Marley looks at the toilet as Kitty returns to the other girls and pretends to be Marley, making fun of her, leading of course to a performance of Look at Me, I'm Sandra D. Back at school, Unique's parents are in Figgins' office with Sue, Unique, and Finn. Sue has let them know that Unique was cast in Glease as Rizzo, knowing they would not approve. Unique's parents call her Wade and forbid her from both being in the musical and dressing like a girl at school. This is presented as a safety precaution, for Unique's safety, that is. But it's very clear that Unique's parents don't approve of her gender, and Figgins is enforcing the parents' wishes. Finn is now tasked with finding a new Rizzo. Tina? Perhaps. I mean, she hasn't had much time to shine this season, and I'm sure she could.
Of course I can play Rizzo.
Are you sure? We open tomorrow and we just gave you the script.
I was born to play this role. I've known it by heart since I was 1, Artie.
I thought that the little jokes, hand-waving away continuity or plot holes this season were funny here or there, but they rely on this joke so much to cover up just dog shit writing. It's genuinely frustrating at this point. To make it all worse, Tina enters the glove practice room hoping to play Rizzo just moments later. But alas, the role was already taken by Santana. Oh well, too bad I guess. Fuck you, Tina. You don't get anything. Rachel and Kurt show up at McKinley and it's the night of the first Glease performance. Marley cannot fit in her dress, so Kitty takes her to the bathroom to help, holding up 2 fingers. And I know what you're thinking. That sounds interesting. How are they going to handle such an intense scene involving bulimia? Well, we don't know for now because instead of that, we get Blaine and Finn running into Kurt and Rachel. And the kicker, nothing happens in this dialogue other than the awkward thanks for coming and oh yeah, wouldn't miss it stuff that you would expect. Then the performance of Glee starts with Beauty School Dropout. Kurt and Rachel plot quota reached. We cut to Ryder finding Marley purging in the bathroom. And Ryder handles this the only way a cishet white jock Ryder Stu can.
Marley, stop! Why are you doing that?
What do you think? My mom's the town joke, and I'm gonna end up just like her.
Seeing Melissa Benoist give such a raw performance and then Blake Jenner just frame mogging in the back is so unintentionally funny. Like he's just standing there like, Marley, stop. Marley, no. You're so pretty. Stop it. To Ryder's credit, he does go on to say this.
And Google Johnny Papas. He's my second cousin. He was a wrestler at Bowling Green and the coach was always making him drop weight. So Johnny did all the crazy diets and puked every day. And when that stopped working, he used laxatives. Then last March, in the middle of a match,
He died.
he crapped himself in front of the whole school.
Sharing a personal story and getting Marley to laugh here was very, very nice. 200 gloints to our Ryder stew. Then he goes back to frame mugging.
I would never use laxatives.
Well, I don't want to kiss a girl who's got puke on her breath. Either on stage or later. Now, come on. We're on in 5.
No, don't make yourself puke. You're so sexy. No. Marley begins to sing a reprise of Look at Me, I'm Sandra Dee as we see her start to fall for Ryder backstage. Brittany and Santana are then talking about how they aren't together anymore, and that's sad. She uses this to fuel her performance of There Are Worse Things I Could Do, but it's not just Santana singing. CJ is back in New York and with Sentient Cardboard Boy. They start to hook up. Something that none of you could have seen coming if I didn't spoil it twice. Unique also joins in mid-performance and sings as she walks down the auditorium aisles, as this was supposed to be her part. Mike is backstage with Tina during the show, and...
You know, this last week I've been thinking, maybe we shouldn't have broken up. Maybe it was premature.
Maybe.
No, bad Ryan Murphy, bad. We don't need another past couple getting back together. Stop it. From old couple to potentially new one, Ryder calls Marley hot in her dress. Then Kitty swoops in to chop her back down.
I'll tell you who's gonna destroy us, y'all. Fletcher Mantini. He's in the audience.
Who's that?
He's a theater critic for the McKinley Muckraker. He hates everything. And his brutal deconstruction of your performances is gonna be posted online before you're even forklifted out of your costume. See ya on the ice.
I'm starting to think this Kitty person isn't very nice. Ryder comforts Marley again and builds her up the only way a guy on Glee knows how.
Take a deep breath. You look amazing. You sound amazing. This is going to be amazing.
Yes, in case you forgot, that is Marley's boyfriend getting cucked in 4K sans Glee cuck window. We cut to the cast performing You're the One That I Want, which is actually the 3rd time that this song has been performed on Glee if you wanted objective proof that this show is out of ideas. During the song, Rachel sees herself and Finn on stage as they had performed this song together twice before, complete with flashbacks to season 1. Afterwards, old Rachel calls Cardboard Box Man, but he doesn't answer. CJ does. She reveals that they had fucked with his penis and her vagina. But what was CJ up to?
Why don't we consider this one of those little nasty life lessons? Auditioning for an off-Broadway play, throwing yourself at an upperclassman, and telling me that I need to get back in the game? I need to get back in the game? I think you were overreaching and needed a little bit of a reminder. I am the game, Schwimmer. And you are what you've always been. A privileged, self-indulgent, diamond...
I'm starting to think that this Cassandra July lady isn't very nice. Rachel cries and then tries to leave McKinley. But Finn stops her, and he asks what's wrong, but nothing important happens. They leave, still not in a relationship, and still not over each other. Same old, same old. But then Blaine runs into Kurt in the hallways, and they leave. Still not in a relationship, and still not over each other. Very cool, Ryan Murphy. Very important scene. Artie reads the reviews of Glease to the Glub and Will. They're overwhelmingly positive, and he officially passes the torch over to Finn, as he is now set to leave for the District of Columbia. This episode ends with Finn and Will hugging, wishing each other luck in their endeavors, with Finn's sights set on Sectionals. Remember the League of Doom Glee did in season 2? The supervillain group Sue made with pedophile Sandy, Terry Schuster, and that other guy? Do you also remember how that episode was cited on the Glicky as part of the main reason why Glee hired a writing team in season 3 due to that episode specifically being received so poorly? Well, that didn't stop Glee from going back to the superhero mold.
The Secret Society of Superheroes Club is now in session. It is the purpose of this club to fight injustice, to right all of that which is wrong, and to preserve truth, justice, and peace in the halls of McKinley High.
We are given such riveting characters as Tina's Asian Persuasion, who can manipulate anyone she wants, Blaine's Nightbird, and Joe's Tarantula Hair.
My superpower is lashing you with my dreads.
They make a sort of meta joke here about how Artie definitely isn't Professor X of X-Men fame, as he's named Dr. Y, and then we are ready to start this shit show. The Glustus Gleeg is called to the choir room and finds someone has stolen their Nationals trophy. In its place is a laptop with the following video.
Greetings, New Directions. You have been living as national champions on borrowed time, and that ends now. We have your trophy. Soon we'll have your title as well. The great reckoning is at hand. Sectionals. Your move.
Man, they're really lucky that the Warblers decided to steal the trophy the first and only week the Glub started doing superhero cosplay. Jake meets Marley in the halls and asks her to hang out Friday night. And before we let a woman speak her mind on this show, Ryder Stu swoops in to save the day.
What do you say?
Marley's got plans on Friday, dude.
Damn, what's your superpower, Ryder? Putting your nose in other people's business? Ryder and Jake exchange some words about how Jake isn't treating Marley right, which eventually leads to some shoves, and then both of them lose points. Asian Persuasion is there to break up the fight, and then Finn calls everyone to his first Glee Club meeting as the leader. He introduces Ryder and Kitty as the new members of the Glee Club. And if you've seen the Hashan Glee series in the past, you'll recognize this brilliant line of plot device that Finn regurgitates as to why he invited Kitty to join the Glee Club, despite objections from Asian Persuasion.
Wait, don't we all get to vote on her or something?
Well, Tina, Kitty was fantastic in Grease.
In spite of my god-awful part?
Besides, we're under the gun. We have to go to sectionals next week, and we need 12 members to compete.
Oh, well, then just call Santana back from Kentucky again, because apparently she's better than anyone who's actually enrolled here.
The Glee writers have been so wishy-washy with this Glee Club rule that if they mention it one more time as a plot device, I might think Ryan Murphy, Ian Brennan, and Brad Falchuk are all actually 3 of this Pokemon stacked in a trench coat. Hey, where all my wishy-washy heads at? It works doubly because it's schooling form, and Glee takes place in a school. That's a 10 out of 10 joke, folks. Write down your favorite Pokemon in the comments below. Mine is Rapidash. I know that sucks, but I like a flaming horse. Finn tries to come up with the last-minute sectional set list, as his late great predecessor taught him, but the Glids reject his idea of singing all songs by Foreigner while dressed in costumes from different cultures. Blaine leaves to confront the Warblers. At Dalton, Blaine runs into Sebastian. Sebastian is no longer captain of the Warblers, but Sebastian is still captain of the guys who permanently look like they just farted on an airplane, but they're going to deny they did and blame it on an old person the aisle over club. The new captain is named Hunter, and say what you want about the Gliders, they sure do know how to pick names for evil guys with trust funds. Hunter says Blaine can have the trophy back if he rejoins the Warblers. They have him don his old blazer and force him to sing an impromptu faux cappella version of Kelly Clarkson's My Dark Side. So the first performance of the Dynamic Duets episode is not a duet, mainly just Blaine singing with some Warbler backing vocals. Nice. Blaine refuses to be blackmailed and hands the jacket back. For now. Back in the Glub, Finn has dressed up as the almighty Treble Clef and focuses the Glub on teaming up with each other, like the Avengers, to win sectionals. So he pairs some enemies with each other for their assignment. The first pairing is Jake and Ryder. They perform Superman by The Click.
The Click.
Or sorry, is it The Clique?
Click.
I don't know. Either way, it's the REM version. It's a song about boys fighting over a girl, or in this specific case, Marley. It's also not very good. It ends in a fight between Jake and Ryder, and then Finn yells about them not getting their shit together for sectionals. And sectionals is so important, guys. That's why Will left the state, and Finn still hasn't come up with the set list yet. Finn says that the two Glies have to sit in a room and tell each other their deepest, darkest secrets in order to form a bond, and yes, that's actually what they do. Blaine then takes Finn aside and tells him about the Warblers, and how he's planning on going back to Dalton.
No, you belong here with us, okay? Wait, does this have to do with Kurt?
Everything in this room reminds me of him. We were a dynamic duo in here. Kurt was my anchor, Finn, and now that he's gone, I feel like I'm floating.
Yeah, I guess I would feel worse for Blaine here if, I don't know, he didn't cheat on Kurt. Blaine then leaves the choir room. Marley and Kitty are talking in the hallway. Marley doesn't want to wear a skin-tight outfit for their superhero duet, and Kitty asks her if she's been purging.
Are you still driving the bus to Puketown?
What?
You know. Are you still giving yourself self-inflicted barf wounds to the uvula?
I've done it every day this week.
You know, you and I are a lot alike. I think that's why I was so mean to you when we first met. I've had body image issues too, but my good friends, the Finger Sisters, Pointy and Birdie, helped me keep the trim figure I retain to this day. Sweetie, you have to trust me on this. We'll try on our costumes, and I swear if you look fat even a little bit, I'll be honest and we'll cancel the performance, okay?
A lot of points lost here for Kitty. Obviously. In the locker room, Jake and Ryder are ready to share their feelings. Jake hands Ryder a note with his insecurities written on it. Ryder tells him to be a man and just say it out loud. Don't pass notes. So Jake talks about never having felt like he's fit in because he's half white, half black, and half Jewish. Ryder walks away, not wanting his secret to be revealed. But then Jake calls him out for not reciprocating.
I made you tell me what your note said because I couldn't read it.
And there is the flaw given to our writer, Stu. He is dyslexic, and that is why he struggles in school despite always studying, and why he asked Jake to just read out the note and not just write it. This is actually the third canonical Glee character with dyslexia, and I will give you 5 seconds to see if you can guess the other two. Here's a hint. One debuted in season 1, and the other in season 2. Time's up. Congratulations. If you said Howard Bamboo and Sam Evans, you win and you know too much about this show. Ryder's character arc revolves around this disability for a bit this season, and then it's dropped, like Sam's reveal of him having dyslexia. But yes, that is why Ryder is such an asshole. Dyslexia. I guess. I think that's what the show is trying to tell us. Later on in the episode, Jake is shown telling Finn about Ryder's dyslexia. Finn gets Ryder a special ed teacher to help him with the diagnosis. He goes through a lot of tests, and we see a montage of him struggling before finally getting his dyslexia diagnosis, and it hits him hard.
My whole life, it's been, Ryder just needs to apply himself. Ryder's smart, he just needs to work harder, focus, get it together, man up. But inside, man, I knew they were all wrong. It didn't matter how hard I focused or how hard I worked. I was stupid. And if anyone ever found that out, if they knew the real me, I was sure it would have killed my parents.
Finn does his best to comfort him, saying he no longer needs to have a secret identity, and Ryder thanks him, but he tells him he should be thanking Jake. Kitty and Marley are in the bathroom pre-performance, and this is news to me. You can still get pregnant from pre-performance. Marley feels self-conscious in her wallflower alter ego outfit. Kitty, in her femme fatale cat onesie, supports her and tells her that she has a, quote, bitchin' bod, and that she'll help get some clothes she'll feel confident in. But you are a damn fool if you think Kitty is getting any GLUD points for that. They perform Holding Out for a Hero from Shrek 2, and it seems Finn's plan has worked as they kill the performance, and Kitty is maybe turning a new leaf with how she's treating Marley? Possibly? Not really sure. Pair that with the next scene where Jake and Ryder team up against the background bullies who were calling Marley's mom fat, and you may finally see a glimmer of the show focusing on these new characters. And that's amazing. I like Marley. I hope they flesh her out a bit more. Right now, she's kind of just a punching bag. Ryder, he's kind of just Sam and Finn rolled into one character. It's not a terrible character. And Kitty is Santana, but meaner. So yeah, let's just spend more time with these newbies. Get to know them. Oh, and Jake! How could I forget Jake Puckerman? Brother to Noah Puckerman? Wait, why do I have in the glip to cut to a clip from the show?
Which superhero are you supposed to be?
Kidding me? I'm the Pucker Man.
Can we take a photo, please?
That would be $10. For 20, I'll clean your pool, and if you give me 100, I'll give you the greatest night of your life.
Vas-y, je prends une photo. Vas-y, attention. 1, 2, 3. Et voilà.
Merci, hein.
Merci beaucoup, suckers.
Au revoir.
Bye.
All right.
Jake calls Puck and asks for his advice on the Ryder-Marley situation, which, is kind of just a rehash of the Finn-Puck-Quinn storyline from season 1. So he tells him to get her pregnant while she's drunk. It worked out for him. Sam runs into Blaine, emptying his locker as he leaves for Dalton. He talks about how sad he is for cheating on Kurt, but Sam is there to pick him up and recruit him back to the new directions. They perform David Bowie's Heroes as we see scenes of the Glub painting over graffiti. Why? Seems random to include here. Blaine was successfully convinced to stay at Lima, given Chord helps him with one last heist. And Blam and Slain, it's my favorite Glee ship. I don't even care about the Blam and Slain haters. I think they're perfect for each other. Ryder has to tell Marley that he can't hang out on Friday because of his dyslexia. And then Kitty swings on by to tell her to work out to slim down because clearly Ryder was just blowing her off because she's fat. Marley instead takes her empowered self over to Jake's locker and asks him out. Friday night. The episode ends with Finn being thanked by the Glove students for bringing them together in time for sectionals, which is in fact next week, and they still do not have a set list. We close with the New Directions performing Some Nights by Fun, a certified 2012 banger, and this is where we really start to see the ending musical number this season is just like a music video. They just cut to music videos at the end of every episode. It's very strange, and it literally is just like, hey, here's a popular song, let's sing it. Very rarely does it matter for the plot. So that was a full episode post Will Schuester leaving Lima. No Rachel plots, no Kurt appearances, just the new Glids and their backstories as we got to know Jake, Ryder, Marley, and Kitty a little bit more, especially Ryder. Sure, there was a random Noah Puckerman scene, but I think it's finally safe to say Glee Season 4 is focusing on the current Lima students and not the alumni.
I'm sitting in.
Fuck you, Quinn. Fuck you for showing up. Fuck you. Episode 8 is titled Thanksgiving, and in true post-high school student fashion, Mercedes, Puck, Quinn, Santana, and Mike have all traveled back to Lima to see their families and sing Simon and Garfunkel's Homeward Bound mashed up with Philip Phillips' Home. What a mouthful. This scene maybe would have hit a bit harder if the show hadn't, already made most of these characters teleporting back to Ohio every chance they've had in the first 7 episodes this season. We've already seen all of these characters multiple times except for Quinn. It loses the allure at a point. Don't you agree? The title card flashes and we hear a Marley inner monologue about her reminiscing on her first singing performance as a kid and how Sectionals is pushing her to be great and achieve her dream of making people happy when she sings. The pressure is on for Marley. Finn brings all of the alumni in front of the current Glee Club and pairs them up for a weekly mentor session, kind of like the Glee Project. Then he lays out the set list for sectionals, but I want to keep that bit a secret for now. To build the suspense for all of you hoshers who maybe haven't seen Glee, because I can promise you, if you have, you did not forget what song they chose to close sectionals with in season 4. Finn promises his plan for sectionals will lead to a win. All they need is a strong lead dancer.
So, who's gonna be?
Hello. White chocolate.
Oh, no.
Jake meets Ryder at his locker and lets him know that he hung out with Marley on Friday night, but he wants their friendship to still be cool, which Ryder wholeheartedly agrees to. Except later, when the Glub is learning how to dance with Mike, Ryder outperforms Jake and gets the nod to lead the dance number for sectionals. Marley asks Jake why he wasn't trying, and he says that since Ryder is being so cool about Marley and him dating, he feels like he owes it to him. He's giving him a pity dance solo at sectionals, the lamest shit ever invented. The last 8 minutes of runtime of this episode was that plot, and then an impromptu Quinn, Santana, and Brittany performance of the Supremes' Come See About Me, which I'm only mentioning so that the unholy trinity stands. Don't put an Etsy witch curse on me like that small-faced loser wife who definitely didn't love him having asshole named Charlie Kirk. Did you have a bet that I would mention Charlie Kirk in this video? If so, you win! Skipping forward a bit more, Santana discovers that Kitty was giving Marley laxatives and confronts Quinn, who has been fully manipulated by Kitty into thinking that Kitty is actually innocent and cool. So Quinn calls Santana jealous, and then this happens.
Oh, what are you guys doing?
Nothing.
A lot of insults were thrown leading up to that slap, but nothing super important. We find out Quinn is sleeping with the professor at her school. Whatever. We're going on to the next scene. Jake finds Ryder backstage and he's struggling with learning the dance for the big number at sectionals. So Jake offers to help.
It's about just letting yourself go.
Jake promises to help Ryder for the performance, which he appreciates. It's a nice scene with the newbies. Sectionals is here and Marley's inner monologue is back. She's hungry on account of starving herself and purging at the direction of Kitty. But she pushes through and the Glub meets in the choir room before their performance. Joe Fart gives a prayer because remember, he's the god one. And then we cut to the Warblers. They perform Flo Rida's Whistle, which I mean, just unfortunate for Glee that another major teen audience focused media stole their thunder. I'm talking, of course, of the visionary work of Mariella5511 on YouTube, who first posted this Josh Hutcherson fan edit set to Flo Rida's Whistle, which preceded the legendary Metro Girls Station video that we all know and love of Josh Hutcherson pictures moving slowly and short clips of the Hunger Games actors set to Joel Mary's cover of Whistle by Flo Rida. The Warblers warble warbleringly. Why did I write it like that? The Warblers warble warbleringly to Flo Rida and then move on over to a song featuring Obama's secret lover, Harry Styles, as they perform One Direction's Live While We're Young. And sorry to all of our viewers who aren't familiar with millennial Tumblr era memes and references, I'm trying to hammer all of them in here. I'm feeling nostalgic for the times. After the Warblers warble off the stage, we cut to New York City where Brody, Rachel, and Kurt are hosting a Bushwick Thanksgiving, because why the fuck would we care about sectionals in a show about Glee where the Glee Club is competing in sectionals? They are waiting on SJP's Isabel Wright to come over and join them, but when Kurt opens the door, he finds that she is running late, but she has invited a whole party of New York orphans to Rachel's abode. I have cut out 4 previous New York scenes from my discussion of this episode, and you're all welcome because they all only serve one purpose, and that is to cultivate this scene.
Let's have a kiki. I wanna have a kiki.
Lock the doors.
Tight. Let's have a kiki.
Mother.
They all have a kiki and perform a mashup of Let's Have a Kiki by the Scissor Sisters and Turkey Lurkey Time from Promises Promises. And now maybe I'm too straight to understand fully what's going on here, but I'm not the only one. As we can see from this poll on the Glee subreddit asking for people's opinion on this performance, all options from it's awesome to I hate it are evenly split. And I can't tell why people love it or hate it. I get it. It's camp.
It's turkey lurkey time. Tom Turkey ran away, but he just came home.
It's silly, it's fun, it's not meant to bring the house down, but it also feels very forced into the New York plot and forced into the middle of Finn and the newbies' first sectionals. It's very oddly placed, which is exacerbated as right when the number ends, we immediately cut back to Lima. Will has made it back from DC to watch the performance, which feels weird that he would be in the audience and not backstage with his students, but whatever. Before the New Directions take the stage, Kurt calls Blaine and lets him know he hasn't forgiven him. But he does miss him and he needs to talk. He invites Blaine to New York for Christmas and wishes him luck, leg-breaking style. They share I love yous, and then we are ready for the big reveal. What number did Finn pick for their big sectionals showstopper? The number that is Tina's first and only solo at a competition in all 6 seasons of this show. Oppa motherfucking Gangnam Style. But what the fuck do they have Tina doing here? This was supposed to be the big dance number that had Ryder, Stu, Chord, and Jake all worried. And this is what Tina is doing? Not to mention they changed the lyrics of Gangnam Style to, quote, kill those fucking Yankees who have been torturing Iraqi captives, kill those fucking Yankees who order them to torture, kill their daughters, mothers, daughters-in-law, and fathers, kill them all slowly and painfully? I'm just kidding. Those are actually the lyrics to a different performance by Psy, titled Dear American, which was created on the heels of the US's illegal and immoral invasion of Iraq. But more directly, it follows an incident in 2002 where an American military vehicle struck and killed 2 13-year-old Korean girls in what is known as the Yangju Highway Incident, where the soldiers who murdered those 2 girls were later acquitted of negligent homicide. And I don't know about you, but I think Psy's anger is pretty understandable. Thank God it's been 24 years since 2002, and the United States definitely isn't immorally and illegally killing innocent young girls while launching an attack on countries in the Middle East. And no, I haven't looked at the news in 2026. Why do you ask? Back to Glee, the glids are all oppa-ing they Gangnams in style. But unfortunately, the performance is too much for Marley, who's feeling very unwell. We get a kind of Marley POV as the audio becomes muddied and distorted as Marley collapses on stage during the performance, ending the episode. This also ends the section I called Glease, Ryder, and Sectionals. Because they did Glease, they introduced Ryder, and now Sectionals is over. I know. really great naming convention I have. So before we get to the resolution of Marley fainting, let's tally up all of the gloints accrued from episode 5 through episode 8. Let's start with the worst of the worst. Cassandra July racked up 5,950 GLEE-VIL points for a lot of David Schwimmer name calling. She also slept with a student just to spite another student. You know, GLEE-VIL shit. Kitty and Sue are not far behind with minus 3,850 and minus 4,075 respectively for their repeated transphobia and name calling. Of course, Kitty gets a good amount of gloints for giving Marley an ED, though you must remember on my scale, adults' actions are weighted more than kids, and that she will still be accruing points for that as long as Marley is suffering, so don't think that's all that Kitty got. Outside of those three, you also have Santana, Finn, Jake, Will, and Quinn picking up between minus 450 and minus 100 gloints. Nothing crazy. While Figgins had minus 1,500 for sexualizing Unique, a literal child, by the way. Cannot get over that, how many times they do that to children in this TV show. And then we have our golden zone. The three characters who were overall good in this arc. Sam, we love Sam, sitting at 100 positive gloints, Marley's mom at 150, and Ryder tops the Glugglies at 275 gloints, given how helpful he is with Marley and her eating disorder. Any other character not named ended this arc with 0 net points. And remember, these are just from episodes 5 through 8. So it doesn't include the first 4 episodes, and we still have 14 more slopisodes left to fill out this season. What now? Well, like I just said, we got some slopisodes incoming. This isn't a spoiler because it's the first thing that happens in episode 9, but the Glub is disqualified from sectionals because of Marley passing out. So their competition season is over. No regionals, no nationals, nothing. So you might be wondering where the show is going to go if the Glub isn't working towards a competition. Well, that's why this arc is titled What Now? Because the gliders have to answer that question. And unfortunately, that question is answered with some slop episodes that eventually lead to a plot twist that makes all of these episodes for nothing. But I don't want to spoil too much. Let's get into episode 9. We open in the choir room while Will and the Glub are looking after Marley after she had fainted. Well, the Glub is looking out for her. Will has more important things on his mind.
Santana, Puck, you stay here with Marley. The rest of you guys get back up there. Leaving the stage mid-competition for any reason is risking immediate disqualification.
SS Rowling makes her appearance telling the Glub that the Warblers have won. For the first time since the show started, the Glub has lost at sectionals. The title card plays and then Whoopi Goldberg invites Rachel to perform at the NYADA Winter Showcase. It's just some prestigious bullshit made up just to make Kurt's character feel insignificant and undeserving of getting into NYADA. More on that later. Back in the choir room, Sue and the Cheerios destroy everything, remodeling it into an extra space for her cheer squad's escapades. They meet in Figgins' office where he outlines that since the Glub is no longer competing, they do not have access to the practice room due to budget constraints. Finn reminds the students that the winter concert is coming up and that they can treat that as their swan song, which is the name of the episode. He refocuses the Glub into getting prepared for next year, but Chord raises an important question.
What about those of us who won't have it next year?
So, we ask you, what now, Glee? How are you going to keep the show about a Glub in a show called Glee that has 2.5 more seasons? Well, they start by pairing the two dumb blonde seniors together in a romance arc. Chord leaves a trail of Cheerios for Brittany, which is a nice little pun, gliders, to a private room where Sam and Brittany sing Frank and Nancy Sinatra's Something Stupid, but the Robbie Williams and Nicole Kidman version. And I know I talk a lot about how boring and bad and stupid this show has gotten, but the Chord Brit Glee ship is honestly one of my favorite things they do this season. So get excited for the antics that these two dumbos get up to. Brittany and Sam nearly share a kiss, but Brittany stops him because she is afraid that all of the online lesbians will come after him on behalf of Santana and Brickley's past relationship, which is just a dig at Glee's audience at the time that didn't like the Sam and Brittany pairing. Nothing says that you've won an argument like a bunch of adults in the entertainment industry writing an attack on a mostly underage fan base in your Fox sitcom. Very cool, gliders. You guys won. You showed those children who was wrong. In New York, Cassandra July is jealous of Rachel getting the Whoopi Goldberg invite, so she challenges her to a sing and dance off in front of the other students. Their dual weapon of choice is the opening number of Chicago all that jazz. And nothing important happens, so we cut to Kurt going into Whoopi Goldberg's office. They talk about him reapplying to NYADA, and she tells him that he's just too surface level of a performer and sends him on his way. Back in Lima, the students are struggling to answer the what now question themselves now that the glub has all but dissolved. Artie joins the marching band. Tina and Blaine have been courted by SS Rowling into joining the Cheerios, Jake and Ryder joined the basketball team, Unique joined a floor hockey team, and Joe Fart joined a team just to make an insensitive joke downplaying international struggles as just a religious thing.
Who knew the school had so many clubs?
Well, I joined the Interfaith Paintball League, where Christians, Jews, and Muslims can shoot at each other safely.
It's a very tasteful joke. I'm kidding, it lacked just as much class then as it does now, if not more so. The Glids tell Finn they've moved on, and he doesn't take it very well. He says that he'll be there at 9:54 on Friday night, the only time Sue allowed him to get, in hopes that they'll join him in the auditorium. The only person left standing when Finn makes his ultimatum, however, is Marley. Brickley reflects on the episode themes of last chances and decides it's worth it to give Chord a fair chance. She asks him on a date to Breadsticks, and then they kiss. Aw, that's nice. The NYADA Winter Showcase is here, and God, do I wish I didn't have to talk about it. To sum everything up, Cardboard Brody hypes up old Rachel before her stage time, they kiss, and then she goes on to sing Being Good Isn't Good Enough from Hallelujah Baby and Oh Holy Night by Adolph Adam. Ugh, rough name for old Adolph Adam there. She was good, blah blah blah, not the Kesha song. And then Whoopi Goldberg surprise taps Kurt to perform in hopes that he can show enough soul on the spot. He sings Company's Being Alive, and it was good, and everyone claps, and Whoopi accepts Kurt into NYADA. Finn calls Rachel afterwards. We find out that she won the Winter Showcase, and she spouts her 19-year-old infinite wisdom about how the Glee Club isn't just about winning, it's about making friends and losers. Or something like that. I don't know. It's just only what the entire fucking show has been about for 4.5 seasons at this point. Doesn't take Rachel gets everything she ever wants Barry to spell it out to Finn and the audience. Kind of insane, Ryan Murphy. You felt like you had to include that information. We then get a Breakfast Club inspired internal monologue of Finn inviting the Glids to the school's public square. You know, the one where this happened.
And then there's this one guy tapping his foot. Very cool and not weird way to stare at someone, Finn.
Whoa! What happened to my hair? Marley and Finn were the only two to show up, and so they start singing Don't Dream It's Over by Crowded House all by themselves, but eventually, of course, they're joined by the other New Directioners as the episode closes. Fun fact, I just used 302 words to sum up what happened from minute 1939 in that episode until wrap at 43:19. That is 24 minutes and 21 seconds of runtime from the Jews, Muslims, and Christians shooting each other joke all the way until the Glub is back singing together with a bunch of NYADA slop in the middle. For now, it seems the answer to the question, what now, is simply fuck it. Let's make fun of our fans for hating our writing choices and focus all energy on Rachel and Kurt in New York. Great stuff. Episode 10 is the annual Christmas episode. So now the answer to what now is covered this time by the episode title, Glee Actually, a play on the film Love Actually. If you haven't seen it, just know it's the movie that's referenced a million times around holidays, like this sketch from SNL. Or if you haven't seen SNL, maybe you can reference this other sketch from SNL. Now, I personally have never seen Love Actually for two reasons. One, because ever since I saw Hugh Grant as an Oompa Loompa in 2023's Wonka, he scares me. And also, my girlfriend watched it last year without me, and I just don't care enough to watch it by myself, nor do I want to make her watch it again with me. All you need to know if you haven't seen it like me, though, is that the movie focuses on multiple seemingly unrelated storylines that eventually all come together at the end of the movie. So that is what this episode of Glee is going for. Do they succeed? We'll have to find out. Spoiler, no, it's a shitty episode. We open on Artie, who is visibly injured. Ben asks what happened, and he tells him that the accessibility ramp didn't have salt on it, and Artie's chair slipped on the ice. Ben takes him to the nurse's office, and he lays down while waiting on his mom to get there. He falls asleep and wakes up later when his mom gets there. In his dream, he never was in a wheelchair. So he sees an alternate Gleeality where Terry is married to an alcoholic Will Schuster, Rachel is a permanent loser, and Tina still fake stutters, a la, It's a Wonderful life, with Artie being like the Scrooge character. Then Artie performs Feliz Navidad. He wakes up and nothing happened in canon, so it's not really important to dwell on it for the sake of this video. In New York, Bert surprises Rachel and Kurt by bringing them a Christmas tree. It's 100 gloints to Bert. Good old Bert. Unfortunately, not even Bert could make me care about the New York plotlines. Bert and Kurt walk to get hot chocolate. It's kind of like an Eminem rhyme. Bert and Kurt walk to get hot chocolate, and they talk, where Bert reveals the main reason he wanted to visit Kurt.
Look, I'm just gonna come out and say it because there's no good way to say it. I have prostate cancer.
Great, now I'm the bad guy for saying I don't care about the New York plotlines. What's good for Bert is that the prostate cancer was caught early and that his doctors are confident that he'll beat it. Back at Rachel's apartment, the father and son exchange some gifts, which means Bert received some Niata merch, while Kurt received a slip of paper with an address on it. And what does Kurt find when he heads to that address?
Package for Kurt Hummel.
What?
Surprise! Your dad called me out of the blue and wanted to fly me out here just so I can see that look on your face, and it's pretty priceless.
Yes, Bert surprise flew out Blaine for Christmas. It's another 50 gloins to Bert. Good job, Bert. Although Kurt did invite Blaine to Christmas, so it's not really that big of a surprise. Remember when he invited him to Christmas in the Thanksgiving episode? Blurt, Blaine and Kurt sing a Christmas duet of White Christmas, the Michael Bublé version, as they roller skate having a merry little Christmas while making their Yuletides gay. They embrace each other in a friendly hug, and the scene ends. Next up, Jake and Puck are strolling the halls of McKinley. I'm sure you're asking the same question Jake is right now, so I'll let the show talk for itself.
What are you doing here?
Just scoping out some chicks, doing a little research for my screenplay.
Yes, that is graduated legal adult Puck scoping out some high school chicks. Minus 500 gloints. Jake and Puck then drive to Los Angeles and perform Hanukkah Oh Hanukkah, but the BNL's arrangement.
Okay, they're BNL now. We need a shorthand for the bare naked ladies. That's how fundamental they are.
Fundamental. Yeah. They get matching Star of David tattoos, and then Puck talks about how lonely he is in LA. Jake makes a plan to have Puck's mom meet his mom at Breadsticks for Christmas. It's a very nice gesture from Jake, so 100 gloins for him. They squash their differences and toast to the holidays to the new family the four of them have. Next is the Brit Glee story, which starts with her giving out thousands of dollars worth of gifts, including a Rolex, a fully paid for vacation, and a 2013 Camry. Originally, I give her 500 gloins for this, but we quickly learn the reason why she's doing it.
Hey, Brittany, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, not if you're gonna tell me that the Mayan apocalypse isn't real, because the documentary I watched was on the History Channel involving real actors portraying real events.
No, listen. I believe it too.
Fact. This is one of my favorite little parts of season 4, if not my favorite overall. Cord and Brickley detail how the Mayan apocalypse is real and is definitely happening, and if you were sentient in the year 2012, which I hope most of the Hoshers were, this bit will hit especially hard for you. If you weren't aware, pretty much there was this Mayan calendar that ended on December 21st, 2012, which all of science was like, yeah, that's not what that says. It's just one calendar that does that. It's not a prediction. But then all of the news was like, holy shit, the world is ending. Tell everyone the world is ending. At least that's how I remember it as a 17-year-old at the time. Sam and Brickley have fallen for the faux end times prophecy, and they decide to tell everyone how they really feel about them before they all die. Brittany loses the 500 gloins for the gifts by insulting everyone to their face, and the Glids are not buying the end times bullshit. To show his love to Brickley, Chord performs Bobby Helms' Jingle Bell Rock in the library, so he just has no respect for social norms. We're just gonna be loud in the library now? Okay, Chord. Well, apparently we don't respect social norms, because once he's done singing, this happens.
Yes!
And here's another rock. Brittany. Before the world ends, will you marry me? Are you sure you're qualified to marry us?
You betcha, kiddo. I went on a Mayan church website and I got ordained.
Yes, Coach Beast officiates a wedding between the two flanderized blondes, a rare, massive L from Coach, minus 1,000 gloins to her. We then flash forward to December 22nd, 2012, one day after the world-ending date.
Brittany. It's December 22nd. We survived the Mayan apocalypse. You know what this means? The world didn't end.
We're also married.
Between Finn and Rachel, Kurt and Blaine, Will and Emma, and Sam and Brittany, only that last couple has been officially wed on this show. God damn, what has happened on this television program? Oh, and I guess Sue technically got married to herself, right? Speaking of, Sue's story is up next. It's a classic Sue and Becky storyline where Becky is ungrateful for presents and Sue is mean to Marley's mom for being fat. Then Sue overhears Marley and her mom talking about how they are super poor and they can't afford a Christmas tree, let alone presents. So for a present, Marley's mom asks Marley's mom's daughter to sing to her. She sings The First Noel by Davies Gilbert, and Marley's mom's daughter's mom shows her appreciation. Sue then buys Marley and Marley's mom a Christmas tree and sneaks it into their house along with $800. That's $800 in 2013 money. 150 gloins to Sue for the very, very nice and caring gesture. Now, all of the storylines start to align, beginning at Breadsticks. Puck is going back to LA, and it turns out Beast didn't legally marry Britt, Glee, and Sam, so she does get those points back. And then in New York, Blaine, Kurt, and Bert talk about Blaine's future. He wants to apply to NIADA, which Kurt approves of. Marley's mom finds SS Rowling in her office and says that she just can't take the money that she left. Sue refuses Marley's mom's refusal and then calls her fat for good measure. Despite all of this, Marley's mom still invites Sue to the auditorium to see Marley's mom's child perform Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas with the rest of the glub, ending the episode. I guess they can just get auditorium time now. That plot is completely irrelevant. 2 episodes in to the What Now arc, following the Glee Club being eliminated from competition in the show called Glee that focuses on a Glee Club that still has 2.5 more seasons, and we've gotten New York slop and a completely unimportant to the plot Christmas episode. What does the next chapter in this saga have for us?
I'm telling you, it's been keeping me up at night. Something weird's going on with the Warblers. They're doing all those weird flips and superhuman jumps at sectionals.
Exactly, that's why they won.
And where was Round-Faced Warbler? You said he was there when you went back to Dawn, but come sectionals, poof, he's gone.
So what are you saying?
I think they cheated at sectionals.
Sam, you can't make accusations like that without any kind of evidence.
Well, then I'll find some evidence. Do you have any lip balm I can use?
What?
Conspiracy theories make my lips get all chapped. Come on, dude, it's not weird. We're like brothers.
Okay, so last episode wasn't completely unimportant, as we have introduced conspiracy theorist Chord. And if you're not on board with this plot device, then may I suggest you wake up, sheeple, because this is the funniest thing they do all Gleason. Tina calls the boys into a student council meeting where Tina announces the McKinley High's first ever Sadie's Hawkins dance, where girls ask guys to the dance. No other genders are allowed. No other sexualities are allowed. You have to be straight and a girl and a guy. Something that famously gay student Blaine has some slight objections to, being, you know, he would theoretically want to go to the dance with a guy because he is gay. Beast talks to Finn in the teacher's lounge, which is strange that Finn is allowed there. And she suggests Finn have the kids do a Sadie's Hawkins inspired Glee week. So Finn tells the Glids it's Ladies' Choice Week, where girls get to sing to whoever they want to take to the dance. So if the lady didn't want to go to the dance, too bad, you have to now and you better be straight about it. A guy wants to go to the dance with another guy, that's too bad, stop being gay. You gotta wait for a girl to ask you. Don't make Finn bust out one more slur for even asking that question. Tina is first up for the performance and she sings I Don't Know How to Love Him from Jesus Christ Superstar. However, there is just one question on everyone's mind.
What do you think she's asking?
Out of the Gloop guys, we have a few Tina Cohen choices for her love interest. Sam, hot, funny, currently dating Brittany, not likely. Joe Fart, I don't think Ryan Murphy has thought about this character a single time this season, so probably not. Jake and Ryder, new guys. Both good looking, charming, a possible way to bring the new cast into the fray more with a season 1 vet like Tina? We should all know by now, not gonna happen. Blaine, gay, next choice. Artie, the only guy remaining. Tina and Artie had dated before, so they are pulling a on again, off again trope where they might get back together, but I'll allow it.
So, Blaine, will you go to the dance with me?
Oh, wow, Tina, I don't know what to say. No. Thank you, but no, thank you.
I can't believe they did Tina this dirty. Never giving her a good plotline the entire show's run, make her do whatever the hell that one dance move was in the Gangnam Style clip, and now they have her falling for a guy who is not only emotionally unavailable, but also not interested in dating women. I would say that is the most offensive thing done this episode, but the next scene is this.
I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny when a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face.
Folk millennial Baby Got Back should be illegal, and that performance may feel like it came out of nowhere. And to be fair, I have cut out all of the Niata plot so far in this episode. But that guy is called Adam, and he is the runner of Niata's show choir group, the Adam's Apples, which Kurt is thinking about joining because Rachel is banging Brody all the time, and Kurt is lonely. I promise you, even with all of that context, getting to this scene was still jarring. And the wildest part is that Glee/Fox just straight up stole this cover from someone, which is doubly fucked up because now you have to make me defend that cover of fucking Baby Got Back in a millennial folk stomp clap ass style.
Has your girlfriend got the butt?
Jonathan Coulton performed this arrangement, created this arrangement, and then posted it on YouTube, and then Glee stole it. And then when he tried to contact them, all that Glee and Fox said was, too bad, it's a cover. You don't have the rights to it. Get fucked. Which is like, I guess legally correct. I don't really know, but they didn't even credit him or apologize. They just told him to fuck off. And you might be thinking like, oh, surely they were just inspired by his dogshit folk cover. There's no way they stole it just one for one. But no, not only did they rip the original melody that John had rewritten for his version, but on the full Glee studio album version, they kept in this line from the song where Jonathan Coulter swapped out the original lyrics of Mix-a-Lot's in Trouble with a self-referential Johnny Sees in Trouble.
Johnny sees in trouble.
Which is completely insane and removes all reasonable doubt that Glee just ripped his shit. And I don't know how you feel about that, but to me, that just makes me feel like Ryan Murphy is even more. Anyway, I'm done defending that dog shit song. Jonathan Coulter, come on the fucking channel. You're bad at writing Baby Got Back covers, but I will defend you to the day you die. We're back in Lima now. Marley is nervous to ask Jake to Sadie's, and Brickley offers her help in gaining some confidence. They perform Tell Him by the Burt Burns. The Exciters version though. They can never do the original version on Glee, which naturally ends with Marley asking Jake to Sadie's. And he says yes. Then Britt asks Chord, and then he says yes. Nice. Everyone's happy. Kitty then confronts Jake in the hallways and uses promises of access to her body if he takes Kitty to the dance instead of Marley. Not nice, nobody's happy, minus 100 gloints. Tina finds Blaine in the hallways to both apologize, but then also ask for an apology, which that second part is weird. Why is she's asking Blaine to apologize for making her feel weird? But Blaine does say he's sorry, but he didn't say no because he's gay or because of Kurt, but because of a secret third reason.
I have a crush on somebody, and I don't want to go to a dance where everyone's going to be romantic there but me.
Who? Who is it?
It's a guy, and he's straight, and he doesn't know that I like him.
I swear to God, I won't tell him.
I'm not some predatory gay, so nothing's going to happen.
Who is it? Tell me, Blaine. You can trust me.
It's Sam.
Oh, I wish they would actually get Blam or Slain together, but the Gliders are goddamn cowards, I tell you. They would never do something as bold. Tina empathizes with Blaine for having a crush on someone who can't love them back. So she proposes they go to Sadie's together as friends, and Blaine accepts. What the fuck? They could have just done that from the beginning. Jake asks guidance from Puck on who to choose between Marley and Kitty, and Puck, to his credit, says, don't waste a good thing with Marley over Kitty and her manipulative games. She's just trying to get back at Marley. Puck then shows up to McKinley to threaten Kitty to make her leave Jake alone, and then this happens.
What are you doing Saturday night?
You want to go with me?
It's depressing that you hang around school, but you're just hot enough to pull it off. I assume vintage Puckerman is just as tasty.
It's better, but you can't handle me. You're used to dealing with amateurs. I'm professional.
The Gliders were really jonesing for some legal adults being put into sexual situations with canonical 15-year-olds. So they wrote that in. Minus 1,400 gloints to Puck for all of this. I'm sure Puck won't actually break anything too crazy in terms of morals, however.
Aren't you underage?
I have a fake ID.
Good enough for me.
Never mind. He's definitely in line to lose a lot of points in the future. We then cut to the dance where the Gloys open up with TLC's No Scrubs, and it's actually pretty darn good, if you ask a guy like me. Though, that might be influenced by the fact that one of the other songs we heard this episode was this.
Tell her to shake it, shake it, shake that healthy butt.
Like maybe No Scrubs wasn't that good, but compared to that, listening to someone take a shit would sound good. I'm sorry, Jonathan Coulter. Come on the show. You're dog shit at making covers, but please come on the show. I will defend you, man. We see Jake and Marley having a good time, and she sets her boundaries. She says they can be great together, but Jake has to respect that she wants to take things slow. It's a really nice moment showing Marley's confidence, and also a chance for Jake to grow as a person from this, womanizer role that they painted him in from the beginning of his arc. Kurt asks out Adam from Adam's Apples. Sugar asks Artie to dance, and then Blaine and Tina are talking about how much fun they are having as friends. They're friends. They are friends. That is what they are.
I love your new attitude these days. It's so empowered.
I love your everything. You're perfect.
Oh, Tina Cohen Chang, where have you been all my life?
Right here.
I need your huge breakthrough in the case. Let's go.
Wait, Blaine and I were just about to
About to what?
keep dancing.
I'm sorry, Tina. This is bigger than all of us. I gotta go.
Did you not hear me?
Where are you?
Let's go!
Great cinematography here, +2 DP points. But yes, conspiracy brain Sam has pulled Blaine away before he has his second canonical kiss with a girl from the Glee Club. The girls then all perform Bruno Mars's Locked Out of Heaven, and it's also pretty good, especially when you compare it to this.
You get sprung, you wanna pull up tough. You noticed that butt was stuffed.
I'm sorry to keep subjecting you to that, but I had to listen to it, so do you. Love you, Jonathan C. Anyways, after that, Kitty and Puck are dancing, and then they leave to go to her car to have sex. So, minus 20,000 points to Puck for being a 19-year-old and having sex with a 15-year-old. That is statutory rape. And Glee didn't even try to do it like they did it in Transformers.
Because this is illegal. She's a minor.
We're protected by the Romeo and Juliet laws. We've got a pre-existing juvenile foundational relationship.
That a real law?
Yep.
Romeo and Juliet, huh?
It's just incredible that in 2013 for this Glee episode, and then in 2014 for that Transformers movie, that multiple pieces of media went out of their way to excuse/glorify adult relationships with minors. But hey, at least it's 2026 now, and I'm sure we've learned our lesson as a society, and we definitely don't have a president and entire government who are known associates of Jeffrey Epstein running everything. Right? No, I haven't checked the news in 5 years. Why, do you ask? In the Glocker room, Blaine and Sam are laying out their big Warbler conspiracy to Finn.
Look at the pictures, Finn. It's not just Hunter. Half the Warblers have gained 10 pounds of muscle since they joined the team.
I already looked into this. This is a weight training regimen that they stole from Vocal Adrenaline.
You can't just go from being a twig to Jean-Claude Van Damme in a few months. Tell him, Sam.
Look, the average male gains up to 2 pounds of muscle per month. Fact.
And that's without cheating. We looked it up online.
They claim that the Warblers are juicing, which is against Glee Club competition rules. Finn doesn't buy it initially, but then he asks for more concrete proof. And then concrete proof appears as a Warbler who is there to squeal and affirm Slain and Blam's suspicions. He wants to remain anonymous, but agrees to testify against his former Glee Club, Retaliation Be Glammed. We end the episode with Ryder, Artie, Joe, and Unique performing I Only Have Eyes for You by the Flamingos as Jake reaffirms his commitment to Marley and her boundaries. Tina and Blaine rejoice because of his saving of the Glee Club, and then we see Rachel and Brody share a slow dance in New York after he showed up 45 minutes late to their in-home dinner date.
I will never be late again. I'll get an apartment out here.
Why don't you just move in?
Can we please just leave us out of the damn New York plot? This shit sucks. It sucks. It's boring. It's bland. Nobody cares. So the what now question was answered this episode by kind of just pretending nothing happened. 5 musical numbers, no mention of the students' new extracurriculars they all joined, and they were all still meeting for glove practice, even though Sue did the whole thing where she's renting out all the things, and Figgins was like, oh, you don't have a place to practice? It doesn't matter anymore. But next episode, the what now finally gets resolved as the fruits of Sam and Blaine's conspiracy labor have been harvested. We open up this episode on a breaking news segment that shows that the Warblers were indeed found to be using PEDs and have been retroactively disqualified from sectionals. This pushes the New Directions into once again competing for regionals. And I know that it doesn't really fucking matter anymore with this show's plot, but the New Directions got disqualified because Marley fainted. It's not like they got second place. And if you remember, there are 3 teams that competed. Every single competition has 3 teams, right? Depending on the season, it's the Warblers or Vocal Adrenaline, and then normally it's a shitty pun, and then it's the New Directions, right? And so at sectionals, they had the Warblers, the New Directions, and then they had the Rosedale Mennonites, as I'm reading off of the Glicky. So if the Glee Club was disqualified for having Marley faint, and then the Warblers were disqualified for doing PEDs, what happened to the Rosedale Mennonites? I'll come out and say it. Justice for the Rosedale Mennonites.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes.
But we don't live in a world where the Rosedale Mennonites get their justice. So now the New Directions are back competing for regionals. So this whole arc, post New Directions losing at sectionals, one that dared have the show ask, what now, has led to the answer of nothing. None of what has happened mattered. Even one single bit. Kitty didn't get punished for pushing Marley into having an ED. The Glub gets to compete for regionals as if nothing happened. And Puck still is not going to be arrested for being yet another adult sexually abusing a child on this show. Can't say the same for Mark Sailing. Rest in piss. Well, at least those storylines are out of the way for the rest of this season, I guess. Let's just finish up this episode and arc without sexualizing any more minors and we can get back on track. Episode 12 is called Naked. What could that mean?
There's no time to celebrate. We just lost 3 weeks of prep time for regionals, and we still have to raise $400 to pay for the bus to get to the competition in Indianapolis.
I could sell more of my semen.
This is silly. I know exactly how we're gonna get the money. The Men of McKinley calendar. Let's face it, this is the cutest crop of Glee boys we've ever had.
That's great. And it's January, so it's the perfect time to sell them.
There are 6 guys, so each one can take 2 months. I think Blaine should definitely be December. You can do a Santa thing, but sexy. Sexy Claus.
Okay, there's no way Finn goes through with this, right? I mean, we had a whole storyline before about being uncomfortable on stage in underwear with the Glocky Horror Picture Show. Surely Finn sees how messed up it is to have children pose half naked in sexual poses, like he could understand that.
This could actually work. Tina, you're in charge. You can set up the photo shoots, everybody else, pick your months, and work on your concepts.
Awesome. Minus 500 times 2 to Finn. This episode brings back Brickley's Fondue from 2 from season 2, and it becomes a recurring bit for the rest of season 4, but these scenes mainly are just exist to like make shitty jokes, so I don't talk about them very often. This scene here is just to make jokes about Marley having an ED and her weight, so it is minus 600 to Brickley, but I wouldn't have even brought it up if I didn't know that the Fondue for 2 heads in the comments wouldn't be yelling at me. Like, none of these are ever canonically important. It's just a filler way to start saying some Sue style jokes. In Figgins' office, we find out that Brittany has scored a near perfect score on her SAT of 2,340 points, and Sam has scored a 340. Brittany tries to reassure Chord that, he doesn't need to go to college, but he's clearly distraught. Britt is happy as she turns out to be one of the smartest people in America, because sure, why not at this point of the show? The next day, Sam shows up to school in only booty swim shorts. So unfortunately, it's minus 200 to Sambo here. He's insecure about his tests, and so he's focusing on his body being his future. He leads the Gloys in a set of broga, that's yoga for bros, as he prepares them for the calendar shoot. They do a workout montage as they perform a mashup of Jay Giles' band Centerfold,
Angel is the centerfold,
and Nelly's Hot in Here.
It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes.
In a way that I can only describe as technically a song. Finn, completely oblivious to Artie's uncomfortability about posing nearly nude as a child, has other things on his mind.
You guys, that was amazing. We're gonna make so much money, yeah!
SS Rowling meets Finn in the teacher's lounge where teachers are lounging, and somehow they have a character who is known for sexualizing her students be the voice of reason for this glepisode, telling Finn that what he is doing with the calendar is wrong. But old Finn has a trick up his sleeve.
I seem to recall a rumor about a certain cheerleading coach at this school who once took horse estrogen and posed for Penthouse back in the day. So maybe I can just track that down, make a few copies, and sell those to raise money for regionals.
It's minus 250 gloins to Finn for, I don't know, blackmailing another educator because you are so horny to make some cash by selling CSAM that anyone who dares to tell you it's wrong shall be struck down. Marley is in the auditorium and seems to be the only person actively working on their upcoming regionals. She's going through songs for the Glub to possibly perform. She asks Jake to meet her, and they perform Christina Perry's 1,000 Years. It's a very nice performance, but the scene really lacked any reason to exist outside of jamming yet another popular song onto the season 4 Glee CD. That is, it lacked any reasoning until the end of it.
What? There's something you want to tell me, I can tell.
I love this song. I love this song, but it's not right for regionals.
Marley was going to say, I love you, but she had to stop because the gliders realized they were almost giving the new characters an interesting storyline. So Marley goes back to looking for more songs, leaving Jake confused. Finn then meets with Artie in secret to enlist him to search for SS Rowling's Penthouse issue, which means yes, an adult educator is tasking a child high schooler to look at oodles and oodles of pornographic material. That way he can blackmail said past sex worker so that he can sell pictures of children nearly naked and posing sexily. Don't you love Glee, the show about a glee club? Since Artie has nowhere else to turn, he asks Finn for help in regards to his insecurities about posing for the calendar.
I'm not sure I want to pose for the calendar. My body is sort of broken.
Okay, well, we'll get you in some sweats and a kick-ass muscle shirt.
Look, I really want to help out, but I just think a photo of me is going to end up being a photo of my chair.
Then forget the chair. You can lay on a bed or something and pose with like a bunch of sexy pillows.
Finn, you're not hearing me. I don't want to pose for the calendar. And that whole pillow scenario you just described sounds deeply emasculating. It's not just girls who have body issues. Sometimes guys aren't cool with showing off their bodies either.
Then don't. I don't want to make you do anything you don't feel comfortable doing. Thanks for telling me.
Ah, good guy Finn. A guy who only takes 3 direct pleas to move away from the position of, oh, come on, Artie, just pose naked as a child for my calendar. We need the money.
That was really brave of you saying no just then.
Speaking of, Ryder and Jake are in the locker room having a flex off while Tina and Kitty burst in. So minus 1,000 to both of the glurls. However, the gloys don't seem too bothered and go back to broing out. Jake talks about how Marley nearly said I love you, and Ryder says that you should say it first, man. Jake heeds the advice. He sings Neo's Let Me Love You in front of the glub. Jake Puckerman is played by Jacob Artist, so moving forward I will just call him Jake Actor for simplicity. But Jake Actor is really underutilized in this show. He's really talented, and it sucks that they stuck him as a Puckerman jock womanizer stereotype, because I truly think Jake Actor could have pulled off a more emotionally taxing role and sort of fill in that Chris Colfer slot that Kurt left. Well, that Kurt kind of left, since we still see Kurt more than Jake sometimes, but you know what I'm saying. When the song ends, Ryder asks if there was anything else Jake wanted to say to Marley, but he says no, chickening out of saying those 3 little words. Tina is running the shoot, and Sam has gone full insecure mode. Blaine pulls him aside to talk to him and calm him down.
This isn't who you are, Sam. You're not just some body-obsessed musclehead. You don't know what it's like. You can sing and dance and you kick butt in school and you're all charming and everything. I have to announce my presence with authority the second I walk into a room. People have to notice me or else they never will. People laugh at my impressions because how I look already has them on board.
Do you really believe that?
It's just a fact. If you want to make it in this world, you have to be special.
But you are special. Even without your body.
No, I'm not, man. It's all I have. I'm exhausted. Watching what I eat all the time, like 2-a-day workouts.
Let it go. Have a burger every now and then. Eat a bag of Cheetos. Skip your workout. Sleep in a little. Your body isn't gonna change. And even if you have 7% body fat, you're gonna see that all of us are still gonna love you. And we're gonna laugh at your impressions.
This is a really nice scene where he reassures Sam that he is great for many things, not just his body. A message that celebrates not only Sam's hard work and dedication to his body, but also his confidence in sharing it and also sharing the rest of himself to the world. We then cut to Finn flopping down a Penthouse issue with SS Sylvester's spread eagle as a centerfold to shame her for ever doing sex work as a woman.
I'm not ashamed of the centerfold. In fact, I feel like taking a gander at that glorious taco right now. You idiot. You had me skewered. Why on earth would you let me open that?
Because now I have your confession on tape.
I'm not ashamed of the centerfold. In fact, I feel like taking
Checkmate.
a gander at that glorious taco right now.
Ah, well, right when you thought Finn maybe realized the error of his ways, he goes right back to the blackmailing. A real nice back-to-back of scenes that really obfuscates what the show is trying to tell us as an audience. Is sex work bad? Should children be posing nearly naked? Glee doesn't know. All it does know is that women should be shamed for wanting to show off their bodies. And that is also encapsulated fully in Rachel's storyline this episode. You see, she has been having a hard time making a decision on appearing in a student film. The role calls for her to be topless for a scene. Kurt opposes the idea entirely, saying that she'll regret it later. But Rachel looks inside herself. She takes the time to really look inside herself and decides that she wants to do the scene because it'll make her feel more in control of her body. This is all done while she sings Torn by Natalie Imbruglia. And it's also just some excellent camera work in this, so +1 DP points. Brody supports Rachel wanting to do the film, and Kurt pulls out the big guns and has Quinn and Santana show up to again tell Rachel not to do the role. Rachel, prior to this, was confident and she was sure in doing it, but now she's doubting herself. All that leads to the day of the topless scene, which we'll show here.
Mr. Shue! I'd like to see it bounce.
Rachel, drop the robe.
Cut. I'm sorry. Can we just cut?
Only I'm allowed to say cut.
I need all the crew to take off their clothes. It'll help. It'll just distract and take the attention off of me.
Seriously?
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Everybody take your shirts off.
So then the crew of guys all take their shirts off, and it's led by Jacob Wysocki, the guy from Pitch Perfect.
Welcome to the river!
And the crew, it's all fat guys, right? And they put on, like the sexy music. So the joke is literally that, hey, look at all these fat guys being shirtless. Remember how this episode's about body positivity? Well, look at all these fat guys being shirtless. Isn't that funny? Very nice, Glee. Your fat joke creativity is endless. It's definitely not the same joke over and over. So after that, they reset the scene, and Rachel still feels uncomfortable with being topless in the film.
I respect you, and I respect your movie, but I'm not ready.
Then you should have told me that when I asked you.
I was telling you the truth when I said yes, and I'm telling you the truth now. I think it's okay for actresses to be naked, and maybe someday I'll be ready, but I just realized that I'm not ready to be naked now.
And I don't know, this just feels weird because the episode really didn't tell us what Rachel is saying. I didn't show it earlier, so you'll have to take my word, but again, Rachel was okay with being topless for this film. And then when Santana, Kurt, and Quinn all convinced her otherwise, she started to get those doubts, but they all convinced her by just being like, yeah, you'll pretty much be considered a slut if you're topless. Like, there was no real reasoning other than like, people are gonna call you a slut, and we're gonna think you're a slut, by the way. And Rachel even says here that she doesn't judge actresses for being topless or nude in film. So really the only thing that changed for Rachel was that Quinn, Santana, and Kurt have convinced her that if she does the film, she will be a slut. It completely misses the mark on the message they're trying to have, which is, I don't know, maybe the 50th time I've said that about a Glee episode. Rachel, Santana, and Quinn all then perform Love Song by Sarah Bareilles for some fucking reason. Like, genuinely, the song starts with the shirtless fat guys from the movie set playing piano, and then hard cuts to the trio singing on an empty stage. What stage? No clue. Why were those two by Rachel? Just cuz. How does the song relate to the story of what's going on? It doesn't. Not even a single bit. At McKinley, Blaine has Emma help Sam find schools that don't require good test scores to get into, and then help with scholarships. Then Blaine has a bunch of current and past Glub students to say why they love Sam in a video message, completely lifting his spirits, and goddammit, I wish Slaine were real. Oh, and also, Artie ends up posing for the calendar, by the way, but now they all have like a little bit of clothes on, and Artie is also fully clothed. Meaning again, Artie's entire storyline just didn't matter this episode. He went from saying, I don't want to be the only one in clothes, to being the only one in clothes. It makes no sense. And I don't know how much worse this episode could possibly get.
Hey, you don't have to wait in line. I actually already made one out for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's how Jake says I love you to Marley. They both deserve so much more than what this show is giving them. This episode and our What Now arc ends with the New Directions performing This Is the New Year by A Great Big World out of absolutely nowhere.
Be not afraid of who you really are.
What an arc. Genuinely, I think I can count on one hand the amount of plot lines that mattered in these last 4 GLEepisodes. Kurt is in NIADA now. New Directions are back in competition. That's it. Nothing else is relevant. But while there was little to no plot, we know there was a lot of GLEE-VIL going on and maybe a little bit of GLUD, so let's look at the gloints accrued from episodes 9 through 12. It should not be surprising that Puck tops this section with minus 22,650 gloints for his constant allusions to and acting upon sleeping with minors. Finn, Sue, Tina, and Kitty are all next with around minus 1,300 gloints each. Tina loses big on walking into the boys' locker room, while Finn loses big because he sucks ass as an educator. A few other characters gain some negative gloints, but none more surprising than Sam, who had minus 350 gloints this arc. But that's what you get for walking into a school naked and calling Joe ugly.
I'll do it too.
No offense, Joe, but I don't really think you want to be in a shot next to me. A washboard's gonna make you look like a bloated white Bob Marley.
Sorry, I don't make the rules. And finally, Jake, Blaine, Beast, and Bert all end up with either 100 or 150 GLUD points. But do any of those names really surprise anyone at this point? I don't want what I'm about to say to be underplayed, so hey, look back from the other screen. Stop playing Pocopia or Slay the Spire 2, depending on what kind of social disorder you have, and listen to me for 1 second. This arc as one of the most insane plot points of the entire show so far. I know, that might seem crazy considering the show's past. But what happens in these 4 episodes comes from so far out of left field, I genuinely think Ryan Murphy was having a fever dream when he conjured it up in that fucked up little brain of his. Okay, now, before you go back to playing Tamagotchi Life, leave a comment. Tell me what game you're playing right now. We're trying to get comments to help with the algorithm. Come on! This arc focuses on Emma and Will's wedding. Their I do's and their I don'ts. I mean, what can stop this absolute power couple from taking over Lima with their love? Well, that's what you're here to find out. And trust me, if you haven't seen Glee, you will not be able to guess where this storyline goes. Episode 13 is titled Diva, and they aren't talking about the cup. In this season's iteration of, if a girl really wants something they deserve, then they are secretly a bitch who we should judge, we focus on Rachel and Kurt's friendship falling apart, and the Glee Club's needs to find their new diva for regionals. No, it's still not the cup. We're not talking about the Diva Cup. In a way, since Rachel was the OG diva, non-cup variety, and they are looking for a new diva to arise, one could say they're looking for the new Rachel, which is of course the title of season 4, episode 1, which means the Gliders are doing an intra-season rehashing of old plot lines. It's a real sign that this show is nearing its end. This episode also includes 7 musical performances, and yes, I said 7, because those really eat up the runtime, so just for fun, let's see how much time of the 43 minutes and 21 seconds is devoted to album sales and how much is devoted to plot. We open with a Kurt internal monologue about how Rachel has become overconfident and self-obsessed since winning the Winter Showcase.
You gonna get that? On some level, I always knew this would happen. That as Rachel's star rose, so too would her prima donna-like tendencies.
Yes, Kurt, she has become those things. She never has been those things in the past. To try to take her down a peg, Kurt sets up a diva off at Niata, where he is going to challenge her.
Midnight Madness, you and me, head to head.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, babe.
Oh, why not?
Because I already beat you once. Diva off, sophomore year. Remember?
Yes, we remember the recycled plot point. Kurt tells her that he intentionally threw that diva off, which angers Rachel and sets up their eventual vocal duel. Back in McKinley, Emma is stressing out about her wedding, which is 1 week away? I'm sorry? And Will is still in DC? I just got back from Bad Fiancé Town and everyone there knew Will Schuster. Finn is talking to Emma about her wedding woes in the teacher's lounge where the teachers lounge, and then he immediately turns the conversation towards himself, worried that when Will returns to Lima, he'll want to take the Glee Club back from him. And Emma consoles Finn, the saint that she is. This pairing of Finn and Emma is one that we haven't really seen much in a non-counselor student role, so I'm honestly interested in seeing their relationship grow, given Finn in a way is kind of like the new Will for the Glee Club. Emma reminds Finn of one of Mr. Schu's tried and true ways to get the Glee Club to be more competitive.
You know, I mean, weren't there weeks where Will had you guys competing against each other?
That's the perfect idea, Miss Pillsbury. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And you can be our special celebrity guest judge to help decide who wins.
Diva.
So now that we're back in the game, we've got to come strong. Diva Week is all about finding your inner powerhouse, Miss Pillsbury.
That's right. The online Urban Dictionary defines a diva as...
Cup. Unique and Tina are set up to be the HDICs, the head divas in charge. Sorry, chat. I was just using slang again. Though Marley throws her millennial-ass beret in the ring, although not really, they have her like saying like, I'm gonna be the diva, but then she never does it in this episode. Maybe they cut her song, not sure. Also, wanting to be an HDIC is Blaine. Uh-oh, gender role non-conformity. Guys can be divas too, but they have to be gay. And then we get a 1 minute and 58 second long performance of Beyonce's Diva. Huh, I didn't know Foxy Cleopatra made a song about menstrual cups.
You always knew how to make me smile.
Thank you, Foxy. I think you're pretty funny too. Unfortunately for Blaine, he is sick during Diva Week. Tina notices and brings him some cold remedies in a first aid kit, so 100 gloins to Tina. Blaine specifically mentions that he cannot take the cold medicine because it makes him fall asleep, and he can't afford that during Diva Week. To prove his ability to be a diva while sick, though, he performs Queen's Don't Stop Me Now for 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and everyone in the club claps. Their diva cups runneth over with support for Boy Diva. We then cut to commercial and come back to Santana and 4 other Louisville Cardinal cheerleaders at McKinley High for some reason. They perform Nutbush City Limits by Ike and Tina Turner. Hey, I also nut in Bush. Nut Bush? Yeah, we had 2 of them things as president. I make her nut in her bush by taking her to Clitty Limits.
top 5 people you should attack this year. Number 1, Josh.
Anyway, this performance is another 107 seconds of screen time. Brittany and Santana talk about Bram, Brittany and Sam, and Santana flexes that, well, she's dating a fellow Louisville cheerleader, which is a very cool thing for Santana to drive multiple hours to flex on high schoolers for. Finn and Emma are in her office and they're talking about how sad he is that Rachel is Facebook official with Brody. So we kind of fell back onto that student counselor role here. I'm not sure if we'll ever really get a progression between the relationship of these two. Though, something surprising does happen here.
I haven't been interested in other women since Rachel and I broke up.
Well, maybe it's time to be. There's a great new math sub. I know she's a little, but...
She's like 26. What do I have to offer a grown woman like that? I'm just a man boy.
Sound the alarms. For the first time in Glee history, we have a character correctly pointing out a weird age gap. Now, there's something to be said that this line is talking about two theoretical consenting adults and work colleagues instead of, I don't know, how many times a grown-ass person has had sex with minors in this show. Emma talks about being lonely since Will has left, but says it's okay to be sad sometimes. It's just important to get back on the saddle and keep trying in life. Finn thanks her, and then the scene ends. Sam then finds Santana in the auditorium to confront her, where she just continually insults him for being stupid, boring, big-lipped, etc. So she loses 300 gloins here. Santana is upset that he is dating Brittany, and to mark her territory, they sing a duet of Make No Mistake, parentheses, She's Mine by Barbra Streisand and Kim Carnes, but it's the Kenny Rogers and Ronnie Milsap version. Another 1.93 minutes down the drain. Sam reminds Santana that Brittany has made her choice to be with him, and she should leave her alone. Santana refuses. Tina is upset that she doesn't encapsulate diva-ness fully, but Blaine vows to help her find the diva that's inside her and bring it out. Bad wording on my part. He invites her over to his place to practice and pick out some songs, and Tina takes this as an opportunity to really figure out if Blaine is actually gay.
Have you ever been with a girl?
Nope. Perfect gold star gay. Except for that one time where I kissed Rachel Berry.
That doesn't count.
Blaine shares some songs to inspire Tina in search for her diva, but he took some cough medicine. He's getting a bit sleepy.
I was thinking that we could use one of those dresses from Sectionals. I'm sorry, that cold medicine is really very strong.
Why don't you lie down?
Okay. That's a good idea.
Blaine, I'm falling in love with you. Blaine?
And that is what is known in the show's lore as the Vapor Rape. They refer to this scene many, many times in the show as Vapor Rape. I think it's a stupid name, but that's what it is. Minus 2,500 gloins to Tina for the VR. Midnight Madness is here. That's the diva off for curtain, Rachel. That's what they call it, the Midnight Madness. It's not a Mountain Dew flavor. They perform Bring 'Em Home from Les Mis for 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Let's just see who won.
All right. And the winner by the closest margin in Midnight Madness history is Mr. Kurt Hummel.
Cool. Leave a comment if you care about this. I expect there to be 0 comments about this. In Lima, Tina yells at Blaine for not appreciating everything she does for him. I don't know, kind of feels like maybe she's just guilty for VRing him. However, this powers her diva-ness as she breaks into performing Madonna's Hung Up for a cool 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That's right, kids, if you want to be a diva, just VR somebody. That's what Glee's telling you. Emma and Finn are ready to give out the first annual Diva Award. Emma's helping judge the divas, by the way. I didn't mention that before. Sue me. The reward is a dinner for 2 at Breadsticks.
Tina Challenge!
And just like the real music industry, people who do non-consensual physical acts get rewarded the most. Speaking of the Vapor Rape, Blaine congratulates Tina in the hallway and thanks her for helping him while he was sick, and he calls her a great friend. He asks her to be his date to Mr. Shu's wedding next week. They walk away in locked arms, so she's just not gonna tell him about the whole Vapor Rape thing. Nice. Well, let's get back to 2 people in a consensual and honest friendship. Yeah? Emma and Finn. Emma is having an OCD-induced panic attack over the wedding planning. Let's just see how that resolves.
Maybe Carl just wasn't the right guy.
This isn't right. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't get married again. I can't do it again if it's not right.
Miss Pills, please.
What about the color white? What if Will hates the color white all of a sudden? He's gonna hate my dress. And then the cake, he hasn't even, what about the cake? Not even enjoying the cake.
Okay, we make a great team. We can figure this out together. Emma, stop.
I'm just speechless. 79 episodes into this show, and I can't say that I'm mad. It's just unamusing at this point. What a stupid fucking plotline that the Glee writers have unleashed. But the episode is far from over. Brittany and Santana meet in the auditorium. Why is Santana still there? Who fucking knows? But she says that she wants Brittany to aim higher than someone like Sam. But Britt calls her bluff, saying that she knows she was faking having a girlfriend, and she also knows that Santana has dropped out of college. Brittany turns Santana's words back onto herself.
I think you need to be somewhere that's as big and as hot as you are. It's okay to follow your dreams.
No, Brittany, you have no idea what it's like out there in the real world. No one gives a damn about you.
Rachel found a new guy, and I hear Kirk did too. Why shouldn't you get the chance to be around people who are like you, who appreciate you? Be a part of a community. Why can't you have a real girlfriend, but not a best friend? Because that part's already taken.
Brittany leaves to go to Breadsticks with Sam, but Santana stays back to cry and sing Alicia Keys' Girl on Fire, saying goodbye to Brittany one last time, for 225 seconds. But while Santana started singing in Lima, Ohio, in an abandoned auditorium, she ended her song somewhere else.
Santana, what are you doing here?
Moving in.
Yay! More New York plotline. It's just what I wanted. So, let's tally everything up. And in the 43 minutes and 21 seconds runtime of this episode, pre-credit roll, I'm not including the credits, the episode was nearly 37% filled by songs, with 15 minutes and 56 seconds, which is kind of just mind-boggling to me. And I know it's kind of strange to complain about the songs in a show about a Glee club, but I want to lay out my broader point. Of the 7 songs, 4 of them weren't done solely by people in the Glee club itself. And none of the 7 songs featured Marley, Ryder, Jake, or Kitty, the newcomers. And may I ask just what plot was advanced in this episode? Because the songs sure as hell didn't advance anything. This entire episode could be scrubbed down to 2 scenes. Finn kissing Emma, and then Santana dropping out of college and moving to New York. So please, I don't want you to take it the wrong way when I say that episodes like these are for CD sales. Because in truth, that's more of a critique of what Glee used to be and what I want them to be. Not that there shouldn't be songs in a show called Glee about a Glee club. But now it's time for episode 14, titled I Do. An episode about love, trust, and the fallout of Finn's assault on Emma's lips. We start with Rachel teleporting back to Lima for Finn's first confession.
Finn, what's going on right now? You look like you slept in those clothes and you won't even look at me.
I kissed Miss Pillsbury.
Did she kiss you back?
No, she's totally freaked out by it.
I'll just do a translation for all of you that didn't catch it. Finn, I assaulted Miss Pillsbury. Rachel, did she press charges? Finn, no, she probably feared personal and professional repercussions because of our unjust patriarchal society. Rachel tells Finn not to tell Mr. Schuster, which is crazy. She just tells him to be an actor and play the role of supportive best man. So naturally, Fimbo lumbers into Emma's office to trap his victim alone while she is riddled with pre-wedding and post-assault anxiety.
I feel a lot more comfortable if this door stayed open.
The whole wall is glass and there's like 50 kids walking by.
I don't have time for this, Finn. Seriously, this seating chart is like a giant Sudoku. Will wants his mother as far away from the bar as possible, and all of you Glee kids have dated so incestuously that I can't even remember who can tolerate who anymore. So.
Look, I'm worried about not being able to do this. Being able to look Mr. Shue in the eyes.
Look, I'm really sorry that I don't have a pamphlet handy for you right now, but I'm pretty sure if I did, it would say something like, get over it, okay?
And Emma is just so real for this. The audacity of Finn to talk about how he feels bad and then ask her for guidance in this moment is just out of this world. Emma tells Finn to stay away from her, to keep his mouth shut because she feels he is forcing her to lie to her fiance and to just suck it up. And who shows up at this moment?
How's my nervous little bride doing?
Good, I just really could use some help with this scene.
Right after Glee practice, I promise. Okay, come on in.
Only Will Schuester could enter a scene with Fimbo and Emma post-forced kiss and lose gloins. This is minus 75 to Will for intentionally ignoring Emma's pleas for help so that he can go see the Glee Club. Will gives the club a weekly assignment of wedding and propositions Finn to sing at the wedding instead of giving a best man speech, which Finn accepts. I'm sure that's gonna go well. He also then gets free labor from the club students as they all agree to be the wedding singers, which is something I'm sure he consulted with Emma about and didn't just go behind her back while making that decision. Oh, sorry. My alarm just went off. And you know what that means? It's time for an adult on Glee to sexualize a child. This time, it's Emma talking about her niece that will be Artie's date to her wedding.
So her name is Betty. She's gonna be sitting next to you. She's my niece. She's blonde. She's an amazing singer. And she has, very large,
Feet?
boobies.
Oh my.
Not sure why Artie needs a date to this wedding, but sure, why not ham-fist in a character and then overly sexualize a teenager? The wedding also serves as a Valentine's episode because Will and Emma's wedding is on Valentine's Day. So we see Jake and Marley talking about exchanging gifts. However, Ryder finds out that Jake doesn't have any good gift ideas for Marley and he offers to help, but more on that later. It is now later. Jake interrupts Marley and Ryder's history class, and the New Direction boys help Jake perform You're All I Need to Get By Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell, which quickly turns into a duet with Marley. Pretty fortunate, she just happens to know the lyrics and was warmed up and ready to perform in front of a whole class of students trying to hammer home the finer details surrounding the Battle of Stalingrad. 200 gloins to Ryder for helping out Jake. We then hard cut to the wedding, and we get to see who Artie's date is. You know, the one with the huge tits.
Hi, Betty?
Yes? Oh God. What, did I beat you to the last handicap spot? Sorry.
I'm Artie. Miss Pillsbury said I should look out for you.
Hell no. 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 Wheel away. Wheel the hell away.
You know, my Ryan Murphy loves to write white blonde women as bitches theory is holding up pretty true. Betty is played by Ali Stroker, who is now a Tony Award-winning actress and the first person in a wheelchair to be nominated and win a Tony. Before that, however, she was a contestant on the Glee Project Season 2. She of course didn't win, as that honor went to Blake Jenner, who plays Ryder in the show, but that didn't mean showrunner Ian Brennan didn't have a vision for Allie's talents. Here's my thoughts on that from our YouTube members / Patreon exclusive video on the second season of the Glee Project. And speaking of sticking up for Allie, let's see what Ian Brennan, show creator Ian Brennan, thought of Allie.
So what did you think? She's great. I kept picturing her as a promiscuous bitch too. I think she'd be good as a bitch character.
I mean, he really hit the hard B on bitch. And listen, I'm saying it with a soft B, so it's not offensive, bitches. Such a stupid joke. So Betty and Artie didn't exactly hit it off despite their shared interest of being in a wheelchair.
Miss Pillsbury didn't tell you I was in a wheelchair, did she?
Obviously not, because I don't date losers in chairs.
But you're in a wheelchair.
Yeah, I'm also blonde, captain of the cheerleaders at my high school, and I've got this going on.
I mean, just a master class in writing here. Pre-wedding, Sue shows up to talk to Emma.
Oh my God. What are you wearing?
What, this whole thing? Why, it's an exact replica of your wedding dress.
Why would you do that?
To get back at Will Schuester for handing a teaching position to a flabby 19-year-old.
I mean, this is a little bit on Will and Emma, right? Like, why are we inviting Sue? You know that she would do something like this. Still, it's minus 125 points to Sue. Emma starts to have a full-on panic attack, and we get a performance of Getting Married Today from Company, featuring Emma, Will, and Mercedes. The song focuses on Will's excitement to be wed and Emma's reservations, and also admitting to herself that she knows she cannot go through with this. This ends with a shot of Emma calling a cab and leaving in her wedding dress, crying. When time comes for Emma to walk down the aisle, Sue emerges instead and breaks the news to Will quietly. It's honestly pretty nice of Sue to do, sans, you know, the wedding dress and entrance thing. So net 0, I'd say, here for her. Cut to post-wedding, and Finn is not so gently trying to figure out if maybe Emma told Will about Finn assaulting her, but Will says that it's probably just because he left her alone to do all the wedding planning while he was fucked off in DC. And I mean, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, if you ask me. Santana suggests that they still all go through with the reception because, you know, it's already paid for, may as well party. And Will's like, yeah, I guess, yeah, sure. And then he leaves to go look for Emma. We get a performance of Depeche Mode's Just Can't Get Enough by Blaine and Kurt, and some smatterings of plot here and there, but nothing really important that we won't just get to later. The reception closes with Rachel and Finn singing We've Got Tonight by Bob Seger, the Kenny Rogers and Sheena Easton version. Couples new and old head back to their hotel rooms throughout the song. Jake and Marley, Betty and Artie, Finn and Rachel, Kurt and Blaine, and even Santana and Quinn, and all of them have implied sex. We see all of them talk post-coitally, which I think is the worst way I could have said that. Quinn thanks Santana, but iterates that, I'm sticking to guys. No thank you, Santana. I'm gonna stay straight. Blaine and Kurt playfully talk about their future together, and then we see Marley and Jake. Turns out they did not have sex, as Marley doesn't feel like she's ready, and Jake fully respects her wishes. But hang on, that was too much talking about the new characters. Let's get back to Rachel, because Rachel heads back to New York before talking with Finn, and kind of doesn't tell Brody that she hooked up with Finn, which, I don't know, he kind of like, I think he gets the gist and he's like, okay, because, you know, they're like not really dating yet, like they're not exclusive. And then Rachel asks if he saw anyone, which he says he didn't, but then we see this.
Who did you see? Who did you do? I'm sure there are a lot of lonely girls in New York City on Valentine's Day.
I stayed at home and watched weightlifting videos.
Thank you for being honest with me.
So something is going up with Brody here, so minus 100 gloints, and maybe more once we find out exactly what he was doing. Back in Lima, Marley thanks Ryder for all of the gifts that Jake had been giving her for Valentine's week.
I wanted to say thank you.
For what?
Come on. Jake is awesome and everything, but he's not capable of that. Any of it. I know it was you whispering in his ear like Cyrano.
Like who?
Anyway, it was sweet and romantic. And whenever you do that for someone for real, she's going to be the luckiest girl on the planet.
It was for real. I'm sorry.
I should probably go.
Yeah.
Page out of Finn's playbook. Minus 500 to Ryder, and also minus 100 to Jake for not telling Marley that the gifts he was giving her all week, which included flowers, like a really expensive piece of jewelry, those weren't actually from him or his ideas. But Marley doesn't seem bothered by this fact, and she says like, oh no, I knew the whole time, and it's like kind of a weird dynamic they got going on here. The episode then ends with the Glub performing Ellie Goulding's Anything Could Happen, as Will is still on the hunt for Emma, Artie is courting Betty, and Tina is searching for someone to love that isn't gay. And then also this. That's right, Rachel got cummed in by 2 boys and she doesn't know whose cum made her have a baby maybe. The next episode starts and we don't get immediate clarity on the cum cliffhanger. Instead, we open on Emma and Will performing You're All the World to Me by Fred Astaire from the movie Royal Wedding, a film from 1951. This episode is titled Girls parentheses and Boys close parentheses on film and focuses on 8 musical performances that are from movies. The title is a reference to Duran Duran's song Girls on Film. That song not performed in this episode, just to make things even more confusing. It turns out Will and Emma's song and dance was all in Will's head, as he is still yet to find out where she is. It's well done because they do that trick where the camera stays in one spot but then the room rotates around, and it turns out great. So +1 DP points. And I know it's not all the director of photography here. It's a catch-all term. Come on. I'm just saying good job, Glee. In the Glub room, Will is back in charge and Finn is sitting in a cuck chair as he assigns the Glids to sing a song from a movie. Afterwards, Finn talks to Will about Emma, and Will, surprisingly calm.
Right now it's about taking a step back and giving her some space. In the meantime, I'm catching up on a lot of old movies. It really calms me down.
So, sitting around in front of the TV is somehow supposed to make her want to come back?
Of course not. I know she's hurt, but I'm hurt too. You are a good man, and I really appreciate your concern, but it's time to leave it alone.
It's a very mature reaction from Will. But Finn is not satisfied with Will's response, so he asks Sue and Artie for information and tactics to stalk and find his assault victim. Back in Fun Plot Zone, the Glids all decided to do a Guys vs. Glorals mashup week on top of the movie week, and they kicked things off with Shout from Animal House, a movie from 1978. You catching a theme? The average age of the movies selected for this episode, filmed in 2012 mind you, is 33 years old, the newest being from 2001, the oldest from 1951. I need to remind you that the target audience from the show is, it's people my age. So in 2012, you're looking at like 16 to 30-year-olds, which means the average age of these movies is older than your target audience. And I'm not saying these movies aren't like iconic, but we couldn't get anything more recent, like, I don't know, Lose Yourself from 8 Mile, Accidentally in Love from Shrek 2, Decode from Twilight. Like, all could have fit this episode really well. They have the themes. I'm just shooting out ideas here, gliders, for when you need inspiration for the Glee boot. Me and Jonathan Coulter are ready to write for you. We're buddies. He can't write covers for shit and I can barely pass a joke, but neither can you guys, so kind of a match made in heaven. In New York, Rachel, Kurt, Santana, Brody, and Adam are all snowed in. Yes, that's how many fucking characters we have in New York now. Except Brody is out working, so I guess he's not really snowed in. Also, if you don't remember who Adam is, it's this guy.
Deep in the jeans she's wearing, I'm hooked and I can't stop staring.
Santana is getting on everyone's nerves, and it's hinted that she figured out that Rachel got cummed in, suggesting that they watch movies like Rosemary's Baby and She's Having a Baby. Kurt is completely oblivious to all of this tension, and instead he suggests watching Moulin Rouge. And then we see Kurt and Blaine perform Come What May from Moulin Rouge. It's just a couple of lovesick gays longing for each other on different sides of the Appalachians. Afterwards, Santana explains to Adam, Kurt, and Rachel that she's suspicious of Brody. She snooped around the apartment and found $1,200 cash and a pager. So minus 75 points for that, but I also think we all know how she found out about the cum inside of Rachel. Santana thinks that Brody is a drug dealer, and the others are a little bit on board, but they're still hesitant. I mean, they trust Brody, right? Brody's a good guy. He's a piece of cardboard. So Rachel calls him to be like, hey, Brody, you're not a drug dealer, right? And he's like, oh, I wish I could talk, but I'm stuck at my friend's house in Manhattan, which is a little suspicious, and Kurt buys into Santana's theory a little bit more. Later, Santana and Rachel are alone, and they talk about the cum. Santana comforts Rachel as she cries because she doesn't know what to do. It could be Finn, or it could be Brody. Who knows where the cum comes from? We cut to a mashup of Old Time Rock and Roll by Bob Seger, which is from Risky Business, and Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone from Top Gun. And then the scene ends. No plot, no worries. Don't worry about it. The Glorals are then in the bathroom getting ready for their performance, and Kitty apologizes for everything she's done to Marley. Feeling friendly, Marley then asks if she can admit something to Kitty.
If I tell you something, do you swear not to tell anyone?
Swear.
Last week, Ryder kissed me.
OMG. Was he any good, or did his humongous donkey tooth bite into your lips?
He was good, but
Katie tells her not to fret it and just to continue playing both boys. Then we see the Glorals mash up Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend from Marilyn Monroe's / Gentlemen Prefer Blondes and Material Girl from Madonna / Moulin Rouge. Then the scene ends. Nearly 6 minutes of screen time, and we got like 2 sentences of plot. At least it makes my job easier. Finn's stalking campaign proved fruitful after he tricked Emma's parents into revealing that she's staying at her sister's house. Don't know how Will didn't think to ask Emma's sister. Or her parents. He tells Will to go win her back. So he does just that and sings In Your Eyes by Peter Gabriel from the movie Say Anything outside her window as the New Directioners give backup. He does the whole holding a boombox over his head thing, like from the movie. And finally, the number ends.
Will, are you crazy?
Crazy for you.
Will professes his love and asks the Glids to leave. Emma and Will then talk about what went wrong, though she leaves out the Finn of it all. She says it feels like they don't know each other anymore after he ditched her for DC. They make a movie date for Friday to try to reconnect, and they hold hands as the scene closes. Back at the high school, Jake comes clean about the Valentine's Day gifts being from Ryder, but he tries to make it up by offering her a pottery wheel, which obviously leads them into singing Unchained Melody from Ghost, like the scene from Ghost and the pottery wheel. But while Jake is singing to her, Marley sees visions of Ryder and herself instead. Kissing, that kind of thing. It's a sort of ghost image. Eventually, she just sees Ryder singing. She pulls away from Jake as he tries to kiss her, and she comes clean that she both knew about the gifts and that Ryder kissed her. She says that she let him. So I guess it's not an assault kiss, so that's nice. Nice for a change. Will talks to Finn and thanks him for all of his help and being such a great best man. He then takes this moment to come clean.
She say anything about me?
No. Why would she?
Because I kissed her. And I tried to tell you, but I couldn't because I knew that it would ruin everything. And it's all my fault. So just go ahead and just punch me. Or whatever, because I deserve it. I'm so sorry.
So Finn still feels guilty, as he should, and Will takes the high road out of the situation. I don't know, man, though. I wouldn't have minded a punch or two, right? Like, I feel like that's valid to punch a guy. Still would have got minus points, but valid. We hard cut from that emotional moment to an out-of-nowhere performance of Kenny Loggins' Footloose from Footloose, the movie. The Glids do their weekly mandated music video performance to bulk out the CD as the episode ends. And for the final episode of The Wedding Glark, we have episode 16, Feud. It opens up as we see that Will is no longer taking the high road with Finn. He's been treating him as a personal lackey, hurling snide remarks his way, and ultimately Finn breaks and storms out of the glove room.
I can't take it anymore. Okay, it's bad enough you're treating me like you're lackey, but I'm not gonna sit here while you fake compliment Ryder just to hurt me.
You're feuding, and it needs to stop.
Seriously, it's like Hatfields and McCoys in here.
So epic musical feuds is our theme, and for the first time in Glee Club history, we are giving you our fearless leaders an assignment.
The stage is set for Finn and Will to settle their differences, the only way this show knows how, through the power of song. Never mind asking Emma how she feels about Finn still being at the school, or a part of Will's life, or any consideration for Emma's feelings really after being assaulted by Finn. Just mano-y-mano in a high school glee club, the way that cowboys did. But before all of that, we get some resolution on the Rachel conundrum.
False alarm. Thank God. I'm so happy. I'm so glad this is all over with.
Cool. Awesome. So all of that was for nothing. I mean, it'd be one thing if you then delved into like a pregnancy scare plot, but they didn't at all. We love to see it. Santana suggests that Rachel should use this as an opportunity to reassess where her life is heading, starting with Brody. So she's kind of like slut-shaming her. Speaking off, we finally find out what Brody's been doing, accompanied by a song, of course. Brody and Rachel both sing How to Be a Heartbreaker by Marina and the Diamonds, the GOAT, the pop GOAT, really, to be honest. We have a montage of Brody approaching and wooing multiple women, and then we see this.
You know we only take cash, right?
So this is minus 5,000 gloints to Brody for lying to Rachel and hiding that he's an escort. Not because sex work is bad, but, it's not good to be untruthful about your sexual encounters while hooking up with someone else. It's unsafe, and clearly Rachel didn't consent to this. Although she also had sex with Finn and didn't really tell Brody, so no one's really innocent here. Brody probably less innocent. Santana steals Brody's pager to try to prove to Rachel that he's a bad guy because Rachel is not listening to Santana's warnings. It's minus 100 to Santana. She ends up confronting Brody at NIADA while he's teaching a class, and she threatens him, saying, "Leave Rachel alone, or else she'll tell her what he's been up to." To prove her point, Santana sings Paula Abdul's Cold Hearted. That'll show him. This confrontation leads Rachel and Kurt to give Santana an ultimatum. Stop going after Brody, or move out. She chooses the latter, still warning them of Brody, but not fully spilling exactly what she knows.
Oh, you know what? And another thing. I have what Access Hollywood calls street smarts. I'm right about Plastic Man.
In lesser but more relevant stakes, Sue reminds Blaine and the audience that he joined the Cheerios a few episodes back, remember?
I'm not rejoining the Cheerios.
Oh, you most certainly are. There's something very unfortunate will most likely be happening to you extremely soon.
Are you threatening me?
Yeah. Get moving, biatch.
Blaine finds out what that threat was when he was gifted hair gel by Becky. Only, it wasn't regular hair gel.
Coverboy hair gel. This is really expensive. Thanks, Becky.
It's cement. And someone took out 30 credit cards and a house loan in my name. My identity's been stolen. My parents' credit is ruined.
Only for 7 years.
Minus 25,000 gloints to sue, mainly for the hair gel. Really. You don't mess with a man's do. But also this. This is pretty bad too.
Come on.
Sue challenges Blaine to a singing duel-off. If Blaine wins, she'll allow Blaine to not be on the Cheerios. And now for the storyline of the Gleason. Ryder is talking to someone online, and it doesn't take a genius to quickly figure out that he is being catfished.
Bear versus shark.
Bear.
Onion rings versus French fries.
French fries are the world's best food. There's nothing you could put up against French fries that could win.
You are the perfect girl. I swear those are all the exact same answers I would have given.
Soulmates. I can't believe you've only known each other a week. I'm so glad I friended you.
And I'm so glad you can look beyond my spelling mistakes.
This spans multiple episodes for the rest of the season, so strap in for the Ryder catfishing arc. At the same time, Unique calls out Ryder for getting between Marley and Jake, and so the catfish tells Ryder that he should challenge Unique to a duel. But imagine all of that happening with Ryder and the catfish misgendering Unique a lot. Marley and Jake are working through their own troubles in a really, really weird way.
You were supposed to not let him think that it was even a possibility.
Fine. I'll own that. I haven't minded the fact that both of you are into me. And I certainly didn't discourage him, which wasn't fair to him or to you. But are you telling me that you've completely stopped flirting with other girls?
I would never do anything.
So if some Cheerio you're uncontrollably flirting with suddenly decides to kiss you, you're just gonna backflip out of the way before her lips touch yours? But what are we even talking about here? Are you seriously worried that I'm gonna leave you for Ryder?
I don't know. I mean, he kicked butt with all this Valentine's Day stuff, and he's like 2 inches taller than me.
I'm not. I won't. I love you, and that means something to me. It's not just words.
It's a very strange way for the Gliders to move past a kind of serious issue of cheating and then lying, with the excuse being like, oh, but come on, he's hot. Like, you would cheat on me with someone who's hot, right? I don't know, maybe that's just a Hosh thing. Regardless, they kiss and make up. Though Marley does demand that she is still able to be close with Ryder, which also feels a little weird in this moment. Song time! Ryder is on the drums because he is almost a one-for-one stand-in for Finn. He's singing The Bitches Back by Elton John, while dueling with Unique's Dress You Up by Madonna. They attempt to let bygones be bygones at the end, but Unique just has one simple request.
Shake on it and let bygones be bygones.
Unique
right?
would happily shake Ryder's head, but first, say I'm a girl.
Look, I'm just so confused. Okay, yesterday you were dressed as a boy, today you're a girl. What bathroom do you use? I mean, make up your mind.
It doesn't matter what you see. You don't get to decide for me.
You are a douchebag, dude. I mean, in this room, we can be whatever we want to be.
Okay, woke Jake is here, and you love to see it. Fuck you, Ryder. Minus another 150 to you, sir. And then, in a writing choice that aged poorly in many ways, Sue has decided that for her duel with Blaine, she will embody Nicki Minaj, which is accompanied by this pseudo-black scent attempting to mimic Nicki's voice.
I'm not putting up with your highness. It's off with your head.
You call me gangster?
What?
Every time you patronize me,
I will take it back.
Leave me alone.
I will knock you out.
I don't know, it feels like that impression falls into the realm of not good enough, so it's kind of racist, but what do I know? Oh, well, I guess I do know that trusting Donald John Trump to naturalize you as a citizen via a gold card by selling out your very queer audience is a really bad idea. But I'm not really sure if that's relevant to this whole Nicki Minaj thing. I haven't seen the news! Stop asking me if I've seen the news! The time has come for Will and Finn's feud to come to a head. Hey, Finn and Brody both came to a head inside Rachel. They mashup battle Bye 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 and I Want It That Way by NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys, respectively. Sam and Finn think they just need to hug out the rest of their differences, but Will is not ready for that, and you can't really blame him. Finn blames him, though, and takes it personally and pouts out of the room. I don't know, Finn, maybe Will thinks you might try to kiss him if he gets too physically close to you. I just wouldn't take it that personally. Back in Ryder's DMs, Catfish is gently trying to explain the idea of gender expression and identity to him.
Are we friends?
Totally.
Can you prove it? I mean, if someone were to say that we aren't friends because we haven't even met in person, how would that make you feel?
Pissed off.
Well, this Wade Unique guy believes he's a girl. He doesn't need any proof. It's his truth. And like what you said, what's true is true.
How are you so smart and so hot at the same time?
Send me another shirtless pic when you get the chance.
What? Why does Ryder just have that on his computer, by the way? He just has that on the ready on his MacBook? No time for answers to that, as we have gotten the Blaine x Sue feud off. Blaine starts with Mariah Carey's version of Brenda K. Starr's I Still Believe, but his performance is cut off by the most 4 out of 10 performance of Nicki Minaj's super bass I have ever heard, and yes, that includes this one.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Somebody please tell me who the F I is. I am Nicki Minaj and Mac some dudes up.
Wait, what's this? Hang on, what? Do you see this on screen chat? What the fuck?
Minding my own business. Oh,
What the fuck?
That was a suck.
When did that happen in Glee? What the hell? When did Blaine and Coach Sue kiss? Is that season 4?
That's super bass.
That's super bass. No, I pulled it up on TikTok. Are you kidding me? I don't have that clip saved.
Guess who does have that clip saved though?
Blake does.
Yeah, because I have to put it in the damn video.
Search their hard drives, folks.
Yeah.
Sue wins the feud duel, and thus Blaine must join the Cheerios again. Those are the rules. But Blaine and Sam have something else up their sleeve.
How'd it go? Exactly as planned. I'm gonna work from the inside and bring her down. By the time we graduate, Sue Sylvester's reign of terror will finally be over.
Excellent.
Heads up, this never gets resolved. We never find out what their plan was. It gets stuff happens later on. This never gets resolved. So this is entirely bullshit. Forget you ever saw it.
Sorry.
Ryder, inspired by his catfish, calls Unique, Marley, and Jake to a room. He apologizes to Marley for kissing her, to Jake for being a shit friend, and Unique for being transphobic.
Unique, look, I'm not gonna pretend like I understand everything that's going on with you. But you have a truth. And as your friend, I need to support that truth, so you're a girl, dude.
His pronouns are they, them. That's just what that reminds me of. It's just a poor way to handle that scene. Turns out, Unique has been getting bullied as she walks home from school. So Marley, Jake, and Kitty all volunteer to walk Unique home to protect her from bullies. All of the glids are coming together before regionals to have their best chance to survive as a glub and as friends. 50 gloins to each of them. And for the second to last scene of the Glark and Glepisode, we see Brody entering a hotel room to meet with a client. But when he turns the light on, he doesn't see Vicky.
Good evening, Vicky. Santana, how did you...
I told you. This is what I do.
You can't tell Rachel, please. I'm not proud of this.
Save it. I think there's someone more important that you should convince tonight. Okay, well, I am going to leave you two alone for a little girl talk. Have fun.
Luckily, Finn doesn't know any slurs from male sex workers, or else you know he'd be slanging them things around. Finn threatens Brody and then punches him, resulting in a tussle.
Stay away from my future wife!
The New Directions then perform Tegan and Sarah's Closer to close the feuds. We end on Ryder talking to his catfish, asking to meet in person. Personally, this isn't as enticing as the Who Comed in Rachel cliffhanger, but it is a cliffhanger nonetheless. The I Do Won't, which is how I'm pronouncing that, the I Do Won't arc.
Oh, you're so Portuguese.
Spanned episodes 13 through 16 of season 4 and revolved around Will and Emma's wedding and the fallout. We saw a lot of unwanted and non-consensual touching in this arc, like Tina racking up 2,400 gloints in the negative for her Vapo rape. Finn kissed Emma and punched Brody and racked up minus 5,450 points. Brody picked up negative 5,100 gloints of his own for being dishonest to Rachel. And Ryder got off, pretty scot-free after his kiss was deemed to be consensual, with Marley totaling only minus 800 gloints through these 4 episodes. But no one was worse than Sue for ruining Blaine's credit and publicly calling him a bottom via plain sign, totaling minus 26,525 gloints for the insult-slinging coach we all knowingly refer to as SS Rowling. In the positive, we have Marley with 50 points and Kurt with 100. We are now in the final glark of season 4, and it's all about the lead up to regionals. Yes, you heard that right. Season 4 does not go to nationals, as the regionals episode is actually the last episode of the season. The Gliders, in a move I suspect was done partially through the season airing, decided to split this school year into 2 separate seasons. Because if there was one thing I thought Glee needed, it's more filler episodes between Glee Club competitions. Let's stop stalling ourselves and get into the home stretch, starting with episode 17, Guilty Pleasures. We open with Blaine giving Sam some cold hard cash because Sam is poor and he's been stealing food from the cafeteria. I don't know, probably because last season Rachel and Finn kidnapped Sam away from his family just so they could have him back for Glee, and now he's a 17/18-year-old boy on his own. 100 gloins to Blaine though.
Can you promise to keep a secret?
Yeah, of course.
I have been stealing pasta. But it's not for dinner, it's art. So, what do you think?
Are those macaroni portraits?
They're my guilty pleasure. My art teacher thinks I'm some sort of genius.
Oops, scratch my Sam is poor rants. A little premature there, but I mean, I think we can all agree stealing food and then using it for art, that's not a guilty pleasure, right? That's like white privilege. You're choosing to steal food and then not getting caught and not worried about getting called out. Only a white guy could do that. Sam asks Blaine to share his guilty pleasure in a sort of tit-for-tat sort of way.
I don't have a guilty pleasure.
You're lying. Everybody's got that one thing that they like that they're so ashamed of that they refuse to admit it to anybody.
I love Wham.
What?
The band Wham. They're my favorite band of all time.
Oh yeah, that massively popular and well-known band. That's definitely not a guilty pleasure, right? Am I going crazy? Also, if you pick up on the undertones here, Blaine is back to having a crush on Sam, so the slain dream still lives on. We get the heartwarming news that Mr. Shu is out this week sick. And I guess Finn is still fucked off. So Klain assigns guilty pleasures as a weekly self-assignment. In reality, Corey Monteith was actually in rehab around this time, so his appearances in these final few episodes are spotty. So Klain and the New Directions kick things off with Wham's Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. Later on, Sam wants to confess something to Blaine in the locker room.
I've been waiting to let it out and release this inner sin that has tortured my insides.
Do you have feelings for me?
What? Dude, no, come on.
It's obviously, I'm kidding. I'm just
it's a
trying to
million
loosen
times
you up.
worse than that.
Sam actually admits that he likes Barry Manilow. How scandalous. And then Sam performs Copacabana by Barry Manilow. And it turns out everyone in the club loves Barry Manilow. Not really a guilty pleasure. And then we find out Kitty has a guilty pleasure of her own, and it's massively popular Spice Girls. Later, she sings Wannabe by the Spice Girls with the rest of the club, and everybody likes it. Then we find out Kurt's guilty pleasure is this.
What the hell is that?
Oh my god, the curtain means privacy!
Oh my god, Kurt. That thing is really creepy. What is that?
I thought it was stupid the first time I saw it too, but I kept thinking about the ad, are you lonely? Do you need companionship? Yes, I need all those things.
That is a boyfriend pillow. Also, Santana still lives with them, and no, it's not explained. And yes, Brody broke up with Rachel, and no, he didn't tell her why. And yes, it's because of Santana and Finn's threats, and no, I don't really care about this plot. Kurt also later gets Rachel and Santana their own pillows, which they love. If you care, I don't. Jake's guilty pleasure is Chris Brown. Yeah, Marley finds out, and all of the girls get mad that Jake would even consider singing it.
He beat up his girlfriend, Rihanna, and then he got a picture of a battered woman tattooed on his neck. The dude is a psychopath.
I know, and that is why I chose his song, okay? The assignment was guilty pleasures. I like his music, and I feel guilty about it.
You like his music?
Some of it, yeah. I mean, I don't think all of it's bad. It doesn't mean that I like him, and it doesn't mean that I think that he's a role model.
He doesn't end up singing the Chris Brown song. And I think that's a good thing. That guy, piece of shit. But need I remind you that they have done a song by Aerosmith this season, as well as in the past, whose lead singer was accused credibly of sexual assault by multiple women. They've also done songs by Elvis Presley, who started courting his eventual wife when she was 14, and he was 24. And in season 6, they go on to perform The Knack's My Sharona, which is a song about the 25-year-old lead singer Doug Fieger lusting over a 16 or 17-year-old Sharona, as she accounts here. Quote, I was about 16 or 17 at the time. He was 9 years older than me. And within a month or two later, he told me that I'm in love with you, you're my soulmate, you're my other half, we're going to be together one day. They perform that song, a song that literally has the lyrics, Quote, "I always get it up for the touch of the younger kind." All of this, of course, is not a defense of Chris Brown and his own sexual misconduct and assaults. But it seems interesting that Glee has no issue playing songs from artists involved with underage girls being preyed upon, sometimes that even being the topic of the song that Glee chose to cover. You know what? Now that I think about it, that actually makes total sense for Glee to do. Am I just being too woke? Maybe. But also, this is just why Glee can't hide behind the, no, it's not serious, it's camp thing this far into the series. The Gliders' attempts to do actual commentary on real issues far too often to be taken as seriously as they sometimes want to be. I'm just doing all this to prep you emotionally for the school shooting next episode. Back to Guilty Pleasures, Blaine also likes massively popular and massively successful artist Phil Collins. He performs Against All Odds, parentheses, Take a Look at Me Now by Phil Collins for the Glove, and everybody likes it. After Jake does his performance of My Prerogative by Bobby Brown instead of his Chris Brown song, he realizes the girls were right, but he also finds out that the girls were still angry with his song selection.
You do realize that Bobby Brown allegedly got Whitney Houston hooked on crack, right?
Let me get this straight. You know about Vicky the Robot Girl, but you didn't know about Bobby and Whitney?
And I hate to harp on this point, and maybe definitely I'm being too woke here, but I find it to be a little coincidental at best that the Gliders have now had one black male main character on this show, and he has now picked two other black male artists who are wrapped in controversy and wrongdoings, then only mentioned Bobby Brown's alleged crack abuse instead of the alleged physical abuse against Whitney Houston. And the only other two artists that have ever caught flack for being controversial in the show's past have been Britney Spears, a queen, honestly, and then Whitney Houston herself back in episode 17 of season 3, and also just a few minutes ago in this episode.
We do Whitney Houston songs, okay? Britney Spears songs, and none of them are any role models.
You shut your
And what
mouth.
about Rihanna? Do we really think that bad girl Riri is some kind of a role model? I mean, she's the one who got back together with him.
The Rihanna comment thrown in just for one more dig at black people, I guess. And I don't know, it just seems like Glee feels pretty excited to call out black artists for their wrongdoings, ranging from domestic assault to personal drug use, but they don't have that same smoke for white artists doing the same or potentially even worse things. Okay, woke rant over. But just for 1 second, because Santana told Rachel that Brody was a sex worker, and Rachel confronts Brody about it like this.
What's this?
I was hoping that I could have dinner with you tonight. I'm sorry, is it not enough? I wasn't sure what the going rate was these days for male hookers.
Don't judge me.
Oh, really? For selling your body?
Not everybody has doting daddies to pay their bills.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Rachel seems more upset over the fact that Brody is a sex worker than him lying to her about being a sex worker. Probably the wrong takeaway. He talks about Rachel lying about not sleeping with Finn at the wedding, and she admits that she was kind of just using the relationship with Brody to make Finn jealous. So they come to a bit of a mutual understanding and breakup, and then they both sing Creep by Radiohead, and it fucking sucks. I'm sorry. It's just a bad cover. Sam talks to Blaine in the auditorium and says what Blaine and I have been thinking all damn season long.
You don't have to be uncomfortable. Dude, it's okay. I get it. Your guilty pleasure is me. I mean, I've known all year, and frankly, I'm an attractive guy, and you are into dudes, and if you weren't into me, I'd probably be pretty offended.
You're not freaked out? Because I don't want to jeopardize our friendship. I mean, you've been there for me throughout this
just
whole
stop. No, don't worry about it.
thing.
Nothing's
It's
going
been
to change.
unfair.
Stop. Nothing is going to change.
Sam comforts Blaine and says that this will not affect their relationship as, they share a hug and everything's chill.
Dude, please tell me that is a pack of lifesavers in your pocket.
Oh, yeah, no, they're breath mints.
Oh, do you want one?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thanks. All right. Let's go do one more class. I have a song that everyone's gonna love, so wait up.
And if Glee stayed in this wheelhouse, that's where Glee should butter their bread. That's comedy. None of that half-assed political, cultural commentary. Again, a reminder that next week is a school shooting episode. The Guilty Pleasures end with Kurt, Rachel, Santana, and the New Directions singing Mamma Mia, massively popular show, massively popular song, from ABBA. It's just, what are we doing? So now we're into episode 18. It's titled Shooting Star. It is a pun because it not only is a school shooting episode, but Brittany sees in her telescope that an asteroid, a shooting star, is heading towards the planet and will destroy Lima, Ohio. So we're now getting the second time that the world's gonna end plot from Brittany here. Mr. Shu tries to make the best of this asteroid situation by telling everybody to just make the most of every moment because you never know what could be the last time you do something. He assigns songs based on the concept of last chance. Naturally, Ryder takes this to mean he must find out who his online girlfriend really is. He saw her walking through the halls while in class, so now he's hellbent on finding her face to face.
Hey. How you doing?
Me?
Yeah, you have been dying to talk to you.
Seriously?
Yeah. I saw you walk by my class this morning and I almost ran out of a test to come meet you.
I'm kind of freaking out right now.
That's cool, so am I. Sorry, I should really do this properly. I'm Ryder Lynn.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Would you mind coming with me?
Ryder brings her to the club room where the band is waiting to play, but she doesn't really seem to know what's going on. He serenades her with Elton John's Your Song, and she loves it, but is confused.
The last few weeks, we've told each other everything. All our secrets, our dreams. Come on, Katie, you don't have to be embarrassed.
But my name's not Katie, it's Marissa.
No, look. See, here are all our texts, and that's a picture you sent me of yourself.
Well, yeah, that's my picture, but I didn't send it to you. I never wrote any of those texts. Oh my God, someone's catfishing you. It happened to Manti Te'o. Someone stole a picture of me and used it to create a fake identity to get close to you.
Who the hell would do something like that?
This angers Ryder, and now he's hellbent on finding out who was catfishing him. It took him this long to figure out he's being catfished. He blames Marley at first, then Jake, but they both swear it wasn't them. Ryder texts Katie Catfish and demands that they meet so that she can apologize. She says they will, tomorrow at 3:30, outside the choir room. Brittany realizes that she didn't actually see an asteroid hurling towards Lima, but it was actually a ladybug at the end of her telescope, except her telescope was also a Pringles can. She admits this to the astronomy club that she was heading after finding out about this asteroid, and everyone disbands except for Becky. She's worried that once Brittany graduates, Becky will be all alone. And it's a scary world for Becky because the world doesn't treat people with Down syndrome fairly. She's scared. The next day, Will has invited Beast to help with a glove lesson.
I don't know, Will.
Come on, we're gonna sing some songs, maybe bust out a few dance moves. I may even rap.
Okay.
All right. Let's get started. Everyone just spread out and hide, spread out and hide. Find a place to hide, please, just go over there.
This episode aired April 11th, 2013, just 118 days after the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting took place, where 20 children ages 6 through 7, 6 adult staff members, and the shooter's mother were murdered in Newtown, Connecticut before the shooter took his own life. This haunted the nation, and it was really a start to modern gun control legislation. And to the surprise of no one living in 2026 or beyond, Glee's response to Sandy Hook of creating a school shooting episode has yet to solve anything. But let's not write it off completely because as a standalone episode, I actually think it wasn't too bad at doing what it set out to do. We see students rushing to classrooms, slamming the doors, turning off lights, and suddenly an eerie silence fills the halls. Will tells the Glids to text and tweet about the shooting, but not to tell anyone where they are because, quote, shooters have smartphones too, which feels like a bad idea. I mean, if all of the Glee kids tweeted about being in school, wouldn't the school shooter not think to check the glove room? Phones in the room start buzzing as we hear someone trying to get in. However, they end up running away before getting in. The doors were locked. Sam tries to leave the room to go find Brittany. She was out in the bathroom when the shots occurred. We then cut to see her crying, standing on a toilet inside of a stall. Marley tries to text her mom, but she doesn't answer. Kitty comforts Marley, and many of the Glids start to cry. Kitty runs across the room to grab her phone. Beast and Will are actively restraining Sam from trying to get out. We see Tina on the outside of the school, upset that she doesn't know the fate of her friends in the Glee Club room. It's a very tense and harrowing scene that, really attempts to capture the anxiety, the fear, the sadness that an event like this might have for those directly involved. Ryder then decides to record a video on his phone, thanking his dad.
love you, Dad. Thanks for, like, everything, and I know I don't always let you know, but you've taught me a lot.
Marley and Jake take turns talking, saying their potential final words and goodbyes. We cut to Brittany in the bathroom as someone opens the door. She remains quiet as she sees a man through the crack. It's Mr. Shu. He finds Brittany and 2 other Cheerios and lead them back to the safety of the glove room. It's a very heroic thing to do, if not ill-advised. Ryder then decides to call Katie, wanting to speak to her before it's too late. It's a very dumb and very dangerous thing to do. He dials, and a phone goes off inside the choir room. No one gets up to answer it. The lights then come on, a sign that the threat no longer exists. And the gl-eep all embrace each other, having survived a living nightmare. We see law enforcement going through lockers and metal detectors being installed at the school. The following day, Will, Beast, and Sue are in the break room. Sue fills in the audience on some information.
What if it wasn't even a gun? You ever think about that? Cops didn't find one. It could just as easily have been firecrackers or a car backfire.
I grew up on a farm and I know what a gunshot sounds like. Somebody fired a gun in this school. And quite frankly, I don't feel safe knowing there's some kid with a gun stuffed in his backpack walking around these halls.
Now, either the kid took the gun home, in which case they won't be able to bring it back because of the new metal detectors, or the kid stashed it somewhere here at school, in which case the police are gonna find it. I mean, they are searching every locker and interviewing every single student.
Every single student?
Yeah. And then when they find who did it, the kid's gonna be expelled.
Well, no student's gonna get expelled.
Why not?
Because it was my gun.
Sue then goes to tell Figgins that she had a gun because of recent events, not so subtly referencing Sandy Hook and other school shootings. She feels that having a gun makes her safer.
I was just doing my daily safety check, making sure Uma Thurman, that's what I call her, was locked up tight. And she accidentally went off. When she fired, I dropped her. And the second shot came when the gun hit the floor.
This doesn't make any sense, Sue. Bullets leave bullet marks, shell casings.
The casings are at the bottom of a lake, and I moved some posters and a tub of protein powder to cover up the holes.
Figgins informs Sue that she is being let go, effective immediately, due to her carelessness. But we're sort of left with this feeling of not knowing the full story. I mean, why would Sue not tell everyone what happened right away and save the school from such turmoil? Will has the same questions for Sue as he talks to her in her office. She's packing up to leave. We then get a flashback of what really happened when the gun was fired.
Bringing a gun to school, that's not you.
I was scared, Coach, about graduating, being out in the world with no one to protect me.
Honey, I told you, you will always have a place here.
No, I wanted to be prepared and protect myself. I need help.
I don't know what to tell you, Will, but I stand by my actions. Becky, give me the gun. Where did you get that?
It's my dad's. I wanted to be ready.
Oh, I know, sweetheart. Don't worry about it. I completely understand. Just give me the gun.
So that's it. This is how it ends. Hey, give me something so I can talk to Figgins. Let me help you.
I'm sorry, Coach. I'm sorry.
Shh, it's okay. It's okay. I'll take care of it. Keep an eye on Becky, will you?
So it turns out Sue was defending Becky. The gun also wasn't actually Sue's. So minus 1,000 to Becky and plus 1,000 to Sue. Sue keeps this truth from Will, instead telling him to just keep an eye on Becky. She thanks him and leaves. Ryder runs into Sue as she's leaving. He's waiting for the catfish. You see how the catfish plot doesn't really fucking matter in this episode? You see how they have an episode about a fucking school shooting just a couple months after Sandy Hook? And they're like, now we're back to Ryder and the catfish. Like, if you're gonna do a fucking school shooting episode, do a school shooting episode. Don't do a school shooting and also Ryder catfish episode. Ryder runs into Sue. He's waiting for the catfish to show up. No one else shows up, though. So the catfish stays a secret. The kids are in the auditorium, and they're all singing Say by John Mayer. At the end of that performance, we see the phone recordings, the ones that the students took, recording what they thought were their last words. Then the episode closes. Overall, I think like the school shooting part was fine. I think it could have been more powerful and impactful if there were any long-term effects or losses. Spoiler, Sue doesn't actually get kicked off the show. Just something that actually resulted in pain for the viewers instead of the sympathy for the shooter in this case. You know, Becky accidentally firing a weapon, and we feel sympathy because she's worried about post-high school as somebody with Down syndrome and how the world treats people like her. Like, it's very strange to have that be the message we take away. I have read online that originally Brittany was meant to die in this episode. Heather Morris was pregnant and they needed a way to write her out. And I think having such a beloved character die so tragically probably would have worked. Like, it would have made it feel more impactful and like as a way to resonate with recent tragedies. Like, real people die. It's not always just an accident. The Gliders do end up writing her out, just in a different, way more out of character way that involves her newfound genius. More on that in a future episode. For now, we'll just say goodbye to SS Rowling and hello to episode 19. While Finn was absent for last week's episode due to Corey Monteith struggling with addiction and going to rehab during filming, this episode titled Sweet Dreams focuses on what Finn was up to in universe. He's gone to college so that he can get a teaching degree. This episode actually marks the last time Finn appears in Glee. If you weren't aware, Corey Monteith died from an overdose on July 13th, 2013. We'll talk more about that when we do the next season of Glee, but I thought I'd mention it here as well. We open on Finn's monologue, excited to become a teacher. Then we get interrupted by the Harlem Shake as a party breaks out in the library. Then the same thing happens in the quad. Everywhere Finn goes, people are partying. He succumbs to the peer pressure as we see him reunite with an old friend.
Get up. Fuck! What are you doing here?
I live here now.
What? Which dorm? This one, like right here, top bunk. Dude, I'm just here for my bros, some brews, and the bountiful Betties. I love college. Yeah, college!
That's right. Puck is back again. Yay! Yay, everybody's happy. In Lima, people are acting strange ever since the gun incident. Tina is steampunk now, by the way. Also, Chord is like this.
Oh, hey there. You must be Molly.
Hi, Sam. That's not Sam. That's Sam's smarter twin brother, Evan.
Evan Evans. What a pleasure to meet you. Oh, phone's ringing. Oh, it's my brother. Oh, hey, Sam. I was actually just looking for you. Guys, have you seen my twin? Oh, getting a call. Hold on. Oh, hey, man, I was just looking for you.
Last week was a school shooting episode, by the way, in case you forgot the dichotomy of Glee.
The dichotomy is crazy.
Marley wants to write an original song for regionals, and the other Glids just aren't super on board with the idea. They plan to pick their own set list because the one Will picked is straight dog shit. Surprise, surprise. Maybe because Will isn't focusing on the Glee Club and is instead doing this.
Wake up the body, calisthenics, a little sweat, reminding myself what this instrument can do.
Ah, Mr. Shu! Hey, welcome to Geneva Hall, a.k.a. Shay Puckerman.
No, I didn't know you were enrolled here.
Well, I'm not technically enrolled, but, you know, I'm just auditing a few classes.
Do you even know what that means?
Gotta go.
At least the Gliders had the wherewithal to write the college they're attending is Lima University, so no teleportation technology is needed for this Will Finn meetup. Coach Beast has suggested Will try to patch things over with Finn, but now Finn is the one who isn't receptive. Will asks him to come back to help coach the Glee Club, but Finn declines as he finds his current slip and slide studies more important now. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Man, he said earlier that they were going to cover season 5. That probably won't come out until 2027 at the earliest. And to that I say, I hope not. I got Adderall now. But also, you were probably thinking, where's Shelby Cochran? You know, Rachel's mom? Well, she showed up to Niata to help Rachel with an audition song for Funny Girl on Broadway. Rachel is auditioning for Funny Girl on Broadway, by the way. They duet Emily Sandé's Next to Me, then they end the scene without much dialogue. That's the only appearance of the wickedly talented Adele Dazeem in the entire season. Don't know if we needed it. Then we cut to Finn and Noah performing Fight for Your Right, parentheses, the party by the Beastie Boys at a frat party. They then get invited to join the frat. No rushing, no hazing, no pledging, etc. And they both accept broily. So now they're frat bros. Back in the Lima Auditorium, Marley gives Blaine, Sam, and Unique some original music about the power of friendship. It's called You Have More Friends Than You Know. The foursome performs Marley's song, and it's certainly better than what Rachel was writing when she was in high school. Probably because the original song is actually a song. It was written by Jeff Marks and Mervyn Warren. The song was created for a touring stage production of the It Gets Better project at the University of Iowa in 2013, and it was meant to uplift LGBT youth, with all the proceeds from the song going to the Trevor Project. And Glee just ripped it and passed it as an original, which is kind of shitty. No mention that it, like, they're just like, that's Marley's song. Like, that's kind of fucked up. These 4 students, though, all love it. However, Will overhears how much the kids want to perform it at regionals, and he gets angry. He walks away without letting his presence be known. Rachel calls up Finn and asks for some help with her Funny Girl audition. She then is at her Funny Girl audition, and she starts to sing Don't Stop Believin' by Journey. Tina, Mercedes, and Kurt back her up. And then Finn comes on the drums. It's just like season 1. Remember season 1, guys? Remember how fun season 1 used to be? But as she's done singing, they all disappear, and we find out it was all just a sweet daydream of Rachel's. She actually was auditioning, but her friends were daydreams. It's sweet dreams, sweet daydreams. Later, we learned that this performance netted her a callback for the role of Fanny Bryce, because Rachel has never been denied a single goddamn thing on this show. Back at Lima U, Puck gets pissed at Finn for partying too hard. Yes, Puck is mad at Finn for drinking and partying. He convinces him to get back on track to become a teacher and defy the odds. They shake on their shared promise to be better people than what people expect of them.
We've always known we were special. This is our chance to prove it.
Yeah.
Get to work. I'll grab the iron and make us some grilled cheeses.
Roz is back in the show, by the way. Remember Roz? The swim coach? Well, now she's the new Cheerios head coach, and she has some words for Becky and Blaine.
I, Fruity Fonzie, and adult baby Robin.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
To never put a hex on Coach Roz Washington.
To never hex on Coach Roz Washington.
Causing her to bring a gun to school so she gets real clumsy and drops it, and it goes off twice in a row.
Causing her to bring a gun to school so she gets real clumsy and drops it so it goes off twice in a row.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You are free to go.
So this is now 2 seasons in a row. They tease that Roz might have a larger role moving forward. I'm gonna guess she doesn't. It's just a humble guess on my end. Finn meets with Will in the auditorium and says that he'll come back to coach the Glub as long as Will and Finn are now equals. Will accepts, and then we see him talking to the Glub the next day. He admits that he's been too harsh on the Glids, brings Finn back in as co-Glub coach, and then invites Marley to teach everyone one of her original songs. Only this time, it is an original song, and it's called Outcast, and it sounds like a Glee original song, meaning it's bad. I would say it's probably not as bad as Loser Like Me, which I do hate, by the way. Sorry for all you people who like that song, but it does suck and it is lifeless. But I'm sure there's a lot of people who do like this song that they do in this episode, and that's fine. I don't care, and you shouldn't care that I don't like it. I'm just a guy on YouTube. Season 4, episode 20, at Smoke It If You Got It. It's called Lights Out, and it revolves around the plot point that the school loses power and the lights are out. So right away, minus 1,000 gloins to Figgins for still having school without power. That's not very safe, Mr. Principal. Will gives the assignment of Unplugged Week, so get ready for some acoustic shit. Sam kicks things off with You've Lost That Lovin' Feelin' by the Righteous Brothers. Artie was texting throughout the entire performance, which Sam then uses that as a jumping off point to talk about how the kids these days are always on their dang phones all the time. Grok, is that true? Chat, are kids on their dang phones all the time now? Claude? Please, Claude, answer me. Is our kids addicted to phones? Or maybe the issue is that these platforms themselves don't moderate enough and the phones aren't the issue. Maybe it's actually that we don't have third spaces because of capitalism.
Forgive me for using the C word, but we've stumbled into this stage of capitalism.
Sue's back. Not at the high school, but she's back as a personal trainer. Blaine enrolls in the class to surprise Sue. He wants her back at the school.
Fact, if I hadn't mistaken you for a butch Israeli girl, I would have never let you in here. B, the fact that you survived my Boot Camp 101, also known as Sue 90X, trademark pending, I will allow you to speak. Just don't sing.
I'll admit, I rejoined the Cheerios with the sole plan of destroying you from the inside.
Admirable.
But now that you're gone, I can see that all the Cheerio girls are lost without you. And frankly, as student council president, I'm a little worried about the kind of advice Coach Roz is giving.
And that is why you've all signed up with Dr. Fong to get a couple of those fatty ribs removed for flexibility.
What?
So Blaine has sussed out that, the gun story isn't exactly what it seems, and he implores Sue to try to set things straight so she can save the Cheerios. So, R.I.P. to Roz's character. She ain't gonna last long. In New York, Vogue.com, not sponsored, editor Isabel Wright, aka SJ Glee, has informed Kurt that she needs him to work the New York City Ballet Gala and to bring friends. Rachel happily accepts, and Santana, having a bit of an identity crisis, she reluctantly joins after hearing she'll get a free dress from Vogue.com, not sponsored. Ryder is ready to perform his unplugged song, and he has chosen REM's Everybody Hurts. And here's a fun fact. Blake Jenner actually performed this on the Glee project first. Now, I guess that wasn't that fun of a fact. Sorry for getting your hopes up. Ryder shares with everyone that he told his catfish a secret, and he doesn't trust that that secret doesn't get out. So to get ahead of it, he tells the entire club his secret.
When I was 11, I was molested by my babysitter. She just walked in on me in the shower and she touched me a bit.
Wait, hold up. Did you just say she? Like, as in a girl? Like a teenage girl?
Yeah, she was like 17, 18.
Dude, you're 11 and some hot 18-year-old places your junk. I'd have killed for that.
Dude, why are you ashamed of this?
I don't know. I kind of messed me up a bit. Like I have trouble trusting girls because of it, I think.
Guys, this is not something to high-five about. Ryder, I'm sorry, but I'm obligated to report it.
Whatever, she already got locked up. She was caught doing it to some other kid.
Okay, I'm sorry, but why is that a crime? I mean, it's every teenage boy's fantasy. I mean, there's like 50 80s movies about it. I mean, My Tutor, private lessons, gym class.
We get it, Sam. Thanks.
Guys, this is so uncool.
His truth is his truth, not yours.
It's cool, okay? The guys are right. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm like the luckiest guy in here, so...
A lot of gloints lost to Artie and Sam here, but man, what a wet sandwich way of handling that as a teacher, Will. Like, what are we doing? Kitty asks Ryder to breadsticks, and she talks to him about his confession. She shares about her own essay, and that's why she switched schools to come to Lima. They bond over their shared experiences. A rare, nice moment from Kitty, so 250 gloints to her. Hard cut to a fully acoustic rendition of Queen's We Will Rock You. Like from that one Drake and Josh episode. You know the one.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise playing it.
Boy, does Glee really hate emotional pacing. From a discussion about essay to We Will Rock You. Because Kitty and Ryder are here, so it's just like, what? Bad. Artie had this idea to do fully unplugged and, do the song without any instruments. So they're stomping and clapping and hitting objects, like how you would hit an instrument. Like that one Drake and Josh episode. Then we hard cut to Becky talking to Sue as she is watching the Cheerios practice. Becky explains that Roz is a bad coach, and she begs Sue to come back, just like Blaine. But Sue stands on her ground that her life is better now. She doesn't have to deal with high school brats. She then performs Little Girls from Annie as she imagines rampaging back through the halls of McKinley. She tells Becky she doesn't miss being a coach, causing Becky to leave, upset. Becky decides to come clean to Figgins. She sacrifices her own status to bring Sue back to McKinley and save the Cheerios from Roz. No gloints because, she's the whole reason any of this happened in the first place. The New York City Ballet Gala is here, and we get another imagined performance. Santana, Rachel, Kurt, and Isabel perform at the ballet from a chorus line before going in to watch the gala. This re-inspires Santana to get back into performing, as she joins a NIADA extension class a few days later to explore her love again. And then the episode ends with one last unplugged performance as the New Direction sing Billy Joel's Longest Time in the auditorium. That's it. Unplugged episode. Over. This leads us into the penultimate season 4 episode. Wonderful. It's not wonderful that it's the second to last. Well, it is wonderful, but it's titled Wonderful. It's a Stevie Wonder tribute episode. It has 7 of his songs featured. I tried to Google Stevie Wonder tribute and I got a way different result than what I was expecting. I mean, people really love Stevie Wonder if you catch my drift. It's cum. It was a cum tribute joke. Mom, don't worry about what a cum tribute is. Rachel, someone who isn't a stranger to cum herself, on account of the pregnancy scare, remember the cum pregnancy scare, has told Will that she got the callback for Funny Girl. This inspires Will to have the Glids perform Stevie Wonder because Rachel got wonderful news. Yes, it's that damn contrived. That's where we are at this point of the show. Also, Brickley is touring MIT because she was offered early acceptance, and then Will reproposed to Emma and she accepted. Okay, we're all caught up. for now. We don't need to go on a rant about how they re-engaged off camera after dedicating a multi-episode arc as to why they aren't compatible in the long run. It's fine, I'm fine. Everything is fine. No one needs to worry. Kurt is helping his dad get ready for the doctor. Remember, Kurt's dad has prostate cancer. Kurt's not handling this doctor's appointment very well.
I have to be there for the appointment, mostly to translate for Dad. Why do perfectly intelligent parents become completely unreliable when they have to go to the doctor? I'm only packing light blue socks because light blue is the color of clear skies, and that's what I'm hoping for. Yes, I'm getting a little OCD leading up to this appointment.
Now, I'm not sure why they felt the need to write in Kurt having OCD when they have a character with OCD already in Emma, but hey, it's fine. I don't care. It's all okay.
Oh crap, it's 4:14. I touch my nose 3 times at 14 and 28 past the hour for good luck.
Kurt then goes back to Lima, and Mike and Mercedes are also there to help the Glub get ready for regionals. Kitty leads the new directions and signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. She then reveals to the Glub that Artie has been accepted to the Brooklyn Film Academy, which is something that he told her in confidence, so that's minus 100 gloints to Kitty. Artie is overall upset about his acceptance to the Brooklyn Film Academy.
I told you not to say anything.
Come on, Artie. I just gave you a big shout out in the choir room because you have a lot to be proud of.
I'm not going, so I have nothing to be proud of. Kitty, thank you for the effort, though.
Isn't a big film school like your dream or something? Tap the brakes, buddy.
My mom is freaking out. She's taken care of me my whole life, and it's scary for her to think of me in the big city all alone. New York isn't exactly wheel-friendly unless you're a bike messenger. And why are you being so nice? Why do you even care?
Duh, I'm trying to be wonderful. I like to switch it up, be unpredictable. Sometimes I'm sweet, sometimes I'm sour. Keeps it interesting.
Kitty, to her credit, does try to convince Artie that he should follow his dreams and his mom will manage, but he doesn't fully buy into Kitty's pep talk.
Hi, Artie.
Yeah, hey, Artie. Guess I beat you here, and I guess I beat you to telling your mom about your good news.
Honey, why would you hide something like that from me?
So much for your lies. Your mom's completely on board with you going to Brooklyn Film Academy, by the way. I thought you were a lot of things, but I didn't peg you for a wuss.
Holy shit, is that the alcoholic doctor from live action One Piece? As it turns out, Artie was the one who was afraid to go to New York. Do not go to New York, Artie. Artie, listen to me. Do not go. If you go, then there'll just be more New York plot, and I'll take up more screen time from everybody in Ohio. Don't do it. Taranga Leela's voice actor then tells Artie that he should just go, and he agrees. Unnecessary plot device settled. In record time, even. Mercedes, Mike, and Kurt talk to the kids in the auditorium, and they try to inspire some confidence in them. They perform Superstition to hype them up a bit, focusing on getting Marley to take control of the performance with some Mercedes-style vocal runs. Mike and Mercedes then tap Jake to take control and be the lead dancer of the gloop. It is now 21 episodes into this season. We are finally getting the new characters some time in the spotlight. Also, fuck Tina, you don't get the spotlight. Kurt and Co are getting Bert's doctor updates, and here's how that all goes.
We used implant radiation therapy.
And he completely changed his diet.
Well, whatever you were doing, it worked. Tumor's gone. What? Your PSA levels are back to normal, and you have the prostate of a 20-year-old, according to your Gleason scores.
Okay, wait, so you're saying he's cured?
We prefer in remission, but in layman's terms, yeah.
Hey, looks like I picked the right shirt, huh, buddy? Come on, man. Oh.
Bert and Kurt and Carol all hug, elated by the wonderful news. To celebrate, Kurt invites Bert to the glove room and then dedicates a performance of You Are the Sunshine of My Life to him. And I think they were just trying to tie up, a bunch of loose ends as possible at this point, which is nice to learn that Bert is okay for now. He later vows to Blaine that one of his top issues in office is legalizing gay marriage. Blaine is happy and asks Bert if he could have his blessing to propose to Kurt.
Blaine, it means a lot to me that you love Kurt, and you've been like family to me.
So you're saying that you're okay with me asking for his hand?
No, of course not. No, you're still kids. Did you learn anything from Finn and Rachel?
They are completely different. Completely different. I don't think that you understand how it feels to finally be able to legally get married.
And you don't really get what it is to be married. Straight, gay, whatever. It's not the same as living together. Blaine, listen. Let's sit down for a second.
And I don't know how, against all odds, the Gliders managed to perfectly capture a perfect representation of a good guy, Midwestern guy in Bert's character, but thank God they did. 1,500 gloints to Bert. In New York, you can be a new man, and Cassandra July learns that Rachel is getting her funny girl callback. She then decides to lay the pressure on Hick. She moves her final to the following day and then says she'll be in attendance at the callback with the Barbara Streisand, all while calling Rachel ugly. What could CJ's plan be here? Who knows? We're back to Mike and Lima. He wants to showcase Jake, and they perform I Wish. I'm not sure if I've properly communicated in this Glidio just how talented both Jake actor and Marley both are. It's just a damn shame that Glee is so addicted to Rachel, because the show just squanders so much talent and potential plot lines for the shitty New York antics. Speaking of squandered talent, turns out Mercedes' producer is fucking her over on the album that is slated to be released. He tried to push her to show more skin on the album art, but she refused.
You know, it's crazy, guys. I'm gonna be dealing with this the rest of my career. Everyone is gonna want me to look like Beyonce, and no one is gonna be satisfied with me, Mercedes Jones.
And they're crazy, and you don't want to be in business with people like that. You're not actually considering, are you?
I've been working on this album for a year. I need it to come out.
Mercedes later decides to release the album on her own, without compromising herself to abide by what the record label wants. She celebrates by performing Higher Ground in front of the Glub after passing out her self-distributed CD. I mean, I can't give too much props to the gliders here, because this Mercedes plot is still focused on her, being fat, but it's a little bit of kudos for constructing it in a way that allows Mercedes to actually have autonomy and feel wonderful in her body. It only took 87 episodes. CJ and Rachel then walk into the dance room for Rachel's surprise midterm. Only it turns out everyone there, including CJ, is there to help her get ready for her Broadway callback. They then all sing Uptight (Everything's All Right) in Cassandra July's last appearance and musical performance of the series. The Glee episode ends with Artie announcing his plans to attend the Brooklyn Film Academy and inviting everyone to a performance of For Once in My Life in the auditorium, which, of course, the rest of the Glids join in on in a music video-esque style. Wonderful. All or Nothing. That's the title of Season 4's final episode. Regionals is here. But first, let's check in on how they wrote out Heather Morris's Brickley, since that's the opening scene of the GLEP. Brittany scored a 0 on MIT's entrance exam, but they noticed something else interesting about her test.
We would like to ask you about these numbers that you scribbled on the back of your test.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't know any of the answers on the test, so I had all these numbers swirling around my head, so I just decided to write them all down so my brain would stop feeling so tickly.
When you start in the upper left-hand corner and read it from left to right, it's a prime number.
Okay.
Normally, you'd need a supercomputer to find a prime number that large.
Totes.
But when you start from the upper right and read it from right to left, you get Avogadro's constant.
Sweet.
But that's not even the most amazing part. When you start in the lower left-hand corner and read the number counterclockwise, you get Planck's constant, which is fundamental unit of measurement in quantum mechanics. We don't even know what it means.
We believe that what we are now calling the Brittany Code.
The Brittany Code.
Will go down in history as the most important scientific breakthrough of the 21st century.
I think this is what people who don't understand math or science writing math and science sounds like, because none of that matters. Is it cool if it was true? Sure, I guess. But Planck's constant, 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34th joule seconds, used in quantum physics to explain light emitted in black body radiation, is in no way related significantly to Avogadro's number, 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd, which is just used in chemistry to know how many particles there are in 1 mole of a substance. There's a molar Planck constant, which is of course used to know how much energy is in a mole of protons, but that's just a product of the two values. That's just A times B shit. And I love prime numbers as much as the next guy, trust me. But I find it very hard to believe that Avogadro's number backwards, and then having that somehow align with Planck's constant in a counterclockwise direction, would result in a prime number and have it be anything other than a coincidence. Especially when you consider, and stay with me here, both of those numbers start with the number 6. Meaning, Blake, zoom in on the bottom right of the sheet of paper they show for Brittany here, that the so-called prime number would have to end in 6. And any number that ends in 6 is divisible by 2, thus making it not prime. The MIT folk ascribe Brickley to be the smartest person since Einstein, which I think is a slap in the face to not only the math and science world due to Glee's lack of interest in even conceptualizing a somewhat plausible Brittany code to show off, and it should also be a slap to the Glee fans. Because what was the point of the flanderization of Brickley's character to just be a stereotypical dumb blonde cheerleader type, only to turn around and be like, actually, she's a genius. It didn't matter the whole time. She was actually really, really smart. Back to regionals. They're to be held in Indianapolis, Indiana.
I just found out because of safety concerns related to late season tornadoes, Indianapolis has declined to host the competition. So, as defending champions, we're having regionals here in our auditorium. Your home court advantage, y'all!
Ryan Murphy really just hates the Midwest, huh? First Chicago last season, now Indy. But how much budget went to shooting pickups in New York this season? Like, you could have afforded to shoot in Indianapolis. This Midwest erasure will not be tolerated on the Hashan channel. You know what? I'm not covering the rest of this episode. I'm just kidding, but I hope that taught you your lesson, Ryan Murphy. In Gleeality, I'm sure Glee just, didn't have the budget to film anywhere else, as, the show sucks now. Nobody's watching this shit. That's not me being like, this show sucks. It's look at the numbers. They don't get views anymore. Like, at this point, they were begging for views. Rachel's callback is being held, and she sings Celine Dion's To Love You More. They thank her for the performance. We don't know the result of her callback until season 5, so it's a pretty good cliffhanger if you really like shitty New York plots in Glee. Not as good as the Cum cliffhanger. If we ended on Cum cliffhanger for Rachel, whoo! That would be a good cliffhanger. Meanwhile, Blaine is still trying to convince people that him marrying Kurt is a good idea. Sam warns against it, given his own marriage woes with Britt Glee, but Blaine isn't really hearing it. Speaking of Britt Glee, she's back to the club and has turned into an HBIC.
Tina is... You're Tina.
I love you, but you're really out of line here. And would you stop texting? I'm trying to talk to you. It's really rude. Did you seriously just break up with me? By a text?
As fascinated as I am by your down-filled pillow soft lips that are 10 times too big for your face, I really miss my sweet, sweet lady kisses.
Her newly discovered genius has caused a sort of identity crisis in herself. She takes to Roz's office to quit the Cheerios and try to set her office on fire, so losing some more points there, Brittany. Ryder takes Brittany's new attitude as a chance to force the Glub to come clean about who the catfish is, or else he'll quit.
Someone in this room is playing games with me, and I want to know who.
So would you just say who it is? I don't think it's any of us.
Everybody pull out your phones right now.
Ryder, relax, man. I know this is upsetting.
Nobody's going to admit it for fear of being murdered.
I've told this person everything, and I want to know who it is.
I know you're upset.
I want to know who it. No, you don't know. You don't know. Okay, who is it?
It's not me.
All right, fine. If nobody doesn't say anything, pull out your phones, and I want to see all of your phones. All of your phones. Pull out your text. I'm so serious.
Whoever it is, just say
Who is it?
It's me. I'm Catfish.
Yeah, bet you didn't see that coming. Jake admits to have known it was Marley all along, saying, "Oh, calm down, man, it was just a joke." Ryder leaves the room upset. Minus 1,500 gloins to Jake and Marley. Blaine goes to a jewelry store with Tina to find an engagement ring. The salesperson is an old lesbian woman who is very supportive of Blaine's romantic gesture. Sam bursts in, wanting to help him get the best ring possible, even though he doesn't think he should propose.
If you're really gonna do this, I'm helping you pick out the ring. I have like the best taste.
Is this him?
No, oh no. I mean, he wants to do me, but we're just friends, Sam.
Jan.
Jan invites Blaine to dinner with her wife to talk to him about things. He accepts. The two couples eat up breadsticks and reminisce about their gay love. While Blaine thought the dinner was going to cement his decision to propose, Jan had a trick up her sleeve.
You guys are a sweet couple.
We're not a couple.
Would you have married me if I had asked you? I mean, if we were allowed to. I always said yeah, as soon as it's legal in Ohio. It will be. Yeah. Eventually. But in the meantime, there are still plenty of places where it's legal. And so, Elizabeth Margaret Stevens, will you legally marry me?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, is this happening?
Okay, I know I was just defending the Midwest just a few minutes ago. I don't think a gay proposal in 2013 small-town Ohio would be met with standing ovations. It probably wouldn't be met with standing ovations in 2026. Just last season, we had an entire plotline about how being outed as gay drove a high school student to attempt taking his own life. Like, the immersion was completely ruined here as a Midwest person myself. Back at McKinley, Ryder has confronted Marley, demanding to know why she would catfish him for so long.
Why what?
I need to know why. Okay, you say we're a team, but you've been lying to me and messing with my head, and I need some kind of explanation if I'm gonna go to regionals.
Because I know I'm not your vision of beauty.
Wait, it was...
Yes, I'm unique. A.K. Wade, A.K. Katie, A.K. Catfish.
Okay, so minus 1,500 to unique, and we'll give some points back to Jake and Marley. They still lose points here, for being in on it, but not too many because they weren't the ones doing it. Unique apologizes, but Ryder doesn't accept it. He tells Unique that he never wants to talk to her again, and then he leaves. Then regionals start. We get the Waffle Toots, a play on cake farts, performing Rainbow Connection as performed by Kermit the Frog. Strangely, the second time he's been an attributed artist on Glee. Backstage, Ryder tells Will that he's quitting the club after their regionals performance. Then, the Hoosier Daddies perform Clarity by Zed, followed by Wings by Little Mix. Between all of this, Sam has called Santana and told her that she needs to help Brittany, so she teleports back to Lima from New York to talk to her and has convinced her to rejoin the Glee Club. So before the New Directions take the stage, Brittany shares with everyone that she's been offered early admission to MIT, thus writing her out of the show. This is something they told us and the Glee Club last episode. However, to accept it, she has to leave immediately. So that's why she's been having a meltdown. She didn't know how to process the emotions.
My entire life, people have always told me that I was stupid. And after a while, I started to believe them. And it wasn't until I walked in this room and I joined this club that I really started believing in myself. And as soon as I did that, as soon as I started believing that maybe I was smart after all, I think the whole world did too.
And I know it's hard to remember, but Brittany's character didn't begin this stupid. That was a choice that the Gliders made, and she only got more dumb as the series progressed. And I think that's why I personally find it hard to feel anything in this moment, which sucks because Brittany was a great character for a long time. Brittany finishes her speech, and then the Glids all hug, and they get ready to take the stage. They perform the Scripps Hall of Fame featuring will.i.am. We are so close to getting the Black Eyed Peas on the show. Then they sing Iconopop's I Love It featuring Charlie XCX, and then they close the performance with the Glee original All or Nothing.
Say that again?
And now we announce the winner of regionals.
In second place, from Indianapolis, Indiana, the Hoosier Daddies, and first place goes to McKinley High, New Directions!
Yay, they did it! Even though they only got there because the Warblers juiced and then they just forgot about the other Glee Club that actually deserved it. The Glids are all celebrating in the choir room where we find out they'll be attending nationals in Los Angeles. Smart thinking on how to save money in your budget, Glee. Could have just had it in Los Angeles every single time. But that's not the only breaking news.
I figured out that I can't handle the pressure of a big wedding. So I told Will if we're gonna get married that I wanted an intimate ceremony in a special place, surrounded by the people that we love.
Are you guys seriously throwing a surprise wedding? Just like Brooke Burke and David Charvet?
Yes.
No music, no reception, no planning. Just me, the one true love of my life, and then we'll have a little dinner at Breadsticks.
No, that's not why they couldn't get married. It's because Will is ungrateful. He's not thoughtful. Finn assaulted Emma and then had to keep that a secret. Anyway, Will and Emma get married.
I can't believe this is happening.
I can't believe it's happening either. Inspiration for Marvel's Squirrel Girl. Boy, this would have been like really awkward if the New Directions lost regionals, right? Like imagine they all lost and then Will and Emma are like, hey, we're getting married too, by the way. Then the season ends. That's where they end the season with Blaine holding a ring box behind his back, looking at Kurt as the rest of the Glids cheer Wemma's holy matrimony. And that is the final arc of Gleason 4 regionals. An arc that saw Roz come back and take the top GLEE-VIL spot, racking up minus 3,600 gloints. Sue and Becky end near negative 1,800, mainly due to, the gun shenanigans. And Will and Bert end up with 2,700 and 1,500 gloints respectively for their heroic acts, at different stages. But that is just for the last arc. Let's stop talking about that and let's talk about the season as a whole, and then later the series leaderboard thus far. For season 4, we can go back to a handy-dandy tier list. In F tier, we have the worst of the worst, and it should surprise no one that we have Noah Puckerman at negative 22,725 gloints, and Sue at the bottom with minus 35,100. Puck sleeping with a minor certainly didn't help his case, and Sue, you know, just doing Sue things, as she does. In D tier, we have Tina, Roz, Brody, Rachel, Finn, Kitty, and Cassandra July. Tina racked up 3,700 GLEE-VIL points, a large chunk coming from the Vapo rape. On the other end is Cassandra July with minus 9,600 points. A lot of those come from constant harassment of students, calling Rachel Schwimmer, although having inappropriate relations with a student of hers, you know, certainly didn't help. Kitty shouldn't be a surprise here either, given her ED-inducing antics. And then the love triangle of Finn, Rachel, and Brody. Rachel walking in on Brody naked in episode 1 was the bulk of her gloints, while Finn picked up plenty for punching said naked guy. Among other things, you know, like doing a sexy calendar fundraiser for high schoolers, saying the R slur to a baby, etc. You get the gist of Finn. Brody hiding his sex work also wasn't good for his spreadsheet standings, and Roz came in late but came in swinging, hurling insults and pushing plastic surgery onto the Cheerios. Then we get the C tier. Figgins' ineptitude as a principal lands him at minus 2,900, the lowest in the tier. Then we have Brittany, Becky, Santana, Unique, and Blaine, who has minus 1,000 gloints. Blaine cheats on Kurt, Unique catfishes Ryder, and Becky brings a gun to school. These are all flawed characters, often acting out of impulse rather than malintent, but that doesn't protect them from the glist. The B tier are characters who just barely sit in the negative over the full season. Artie is the lowest in this tier with minus 700, and then it's Ryder, Sam, Jake, JBI, Sugar, Joe, Quinn, and Kurt, who tops the tier with only minus 50 gloints. Not much to say here, as these characters either didn't get much screen time like Joe, Sugar, and Quinn, or were pretty neutral leaning with maybe a few GLEE-VIL actions like Ryder's outbursts or Artie's transphobic statements and downplaying of Ryder's SA. Finally, on the positive side of things, we have the A tier. Marley's mom, Beast, and Marley, 150, 150, and 225 gloints, respectively. These characters all exist solely to be hate sponges for other characters on the show. Marley's mom is, of course, teased for being fat. Marley is teased mainly for, I guess, being too talented, and Beast for being too masculine. The reward for not being considered bad people, I guess. Then the creme de la creme, the tippy top, with the second highest gloint total, we have Bert. Good old Bert. He sits at 1,450 gloints through season 4, pushing through all the noise and defending queer rights till his last breath. And then finally, boys, girls, and NBs, we have the single most glud person in season 4, Will Schuster. I know, please, stop booing, please. It's the math, it's not my fault, it's math. And unfortunately for all of us Will haters out there, he did technically risk his life to save students during an active shooter event. Stupid? Yes. Good guy thing to do? Certainly. Even with his mistreatment of Emma, his mistreatment of Finn, his mistreatment of the Glub students, you get the idea. He ends with 2,125 gloints in season 4. And now we can total all of the gloints through all 47 characters I have tracked through the series thus far. So let's throw to the graphic. In relation to the greater span of the cosmos, we are but a speck of dust, our little blue marble floating perfectly distant from a star, not too far as to freeze, and not too close as to burn, but placed just so that life may flourish. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Humans have only existed for 300,000 years. Just 0.000066% of the Earth's age. GLEE debuted in 2009, 17 years ago. 0.0057% of the time humans have been on Earth, GLEE has existed. Which does mean the ratio of GLEE to humans is 86 times larger than humans to Earth. And all of that leads us to ask the question, who is the most GLEE-VIL person through seasons 1 through 4 of GLEE? Well, let's take a look at Lima, Ohio, the imagined home of the GLEE sitcom. Though Lima has something strange hovering in its skies. This is the hierarchy of GLEEDs, a visualization of where the 47 characters on seasons 1 through 4 of GLEE lie on a morality scale after 88 episodes, with no spoilers for the bottom tier. We start at the top, with the Glud people, and if we're talking Glud, you know Bert is going to be there. He heads our pyramid despite occasional point deductions, because he is what it means to be a moral person in Glee's universe. Just below, we have Mike, Sam, and Coach Beast, followed by Kurt, Marley, Marley's mom, and Joe. Some have limited screen time, whether that be through many episodes and seasons like Mike, or relative newcomers like Joe, Marley, and Marley's mom. Others have had plenty of time on screen, yet have still remained positive like Kurt, Sam, and Coach Beast. These 8 characters are the only ones on the show so far that are truly not GLEE-VIL. But if Glud and GLEE-VIL exist, then surely there must be a delineation. The Sunshine Line, named for Sunshine Corazon. Everything below this line, and there is a lot below it, lies in the depths of GLEE-VILness. We start with the misguided actors of the series. We see new and old Glee students alike, Jake, Sugar, Ryder, even long-gone adults in Holly and Ken. A surprising inclusion of this level for some might be Artie, and next to him is Blaine. Though they are both flawed characters, they often do make up for their missteps. Unfortunately for them, just not often enough. Rory, Unique, and Lauren also join the misguided actors, as well as Jesse and Carl. Sure, these Gleeple aren't Berts, but they are not far from joining the Glud guys up top. The next gloop is just a bit further from the light. We dive deeper to find ourselves staring at the somewhat GLEE-VIL characters, Kendra being the first. A small role, but filled with hatred. We then have Mercedes and Emma, who definitely get the short end of the stick when it comes to writing choices, but that does not save them from the hierarchy of Gleeds. Tina and Sebastian are next, sharing their love of abusing Blaine, either through slushies or vapor-raping. Roz, Becky, and Brody follow the 2 Blaine abusers. A Sue clone, a Mini Sue, and a piece of cardboard. GLEE-VIL. Speaking of Mini Sue and Sue clone, we combine the 2 to see Kitty. She's next to Mini Sue Quinn, and then Sue clone Cassandra July. Enough about Sue clones though. We move deeper to the next level. Characters who probably shouldn't be allowed within 500 feet of a school. We start with the 4 on the left. Rachel has the least gloints in this grouping, picking up over half of her total gloints just in Season 4 alone. She's joined by her mom and teen lover Shelby, along with Finn, the slur sayer. JBI is also here. Next, we reveal 2 horrible adults in the Glee universe, Terry and Figgins, along with sapphic exes Brittany and Santana. Santana and Terry fall into the intentionally GLEE-VIL category, while Figgins and Brittany are more in the ignorantly GLEE-VIL camp. At the end of the day, they're all GLEE-VIL. To finish out this level, we see Karofsky, Cooter, Sandy, and Will Schuster. Will ends just a bit lower than his ex-wife, though him saving Brickley during the school shooting this season brought them closer than they otherwise would have been. The other 3 are just some of the worst people we've had on the show when it comes to bullying, sexual predatorness, and physical abuse, despite their limited screen time. And then, finally, we have the worst of the worst, the deepest level, reserved for actual predators. We remove the veil to find the best of the worst, Puck, totaling nearly minus 50,000 gloints. Puck is definitely GLEE-VIL. He only seems to get worse as the series goes on. Assaulting Kitty this season is just the most recent in a laundry list of GLEE-VIL actions. Though Puck is a victim too, we see one of his first on-screen abusers next, in April, teaching the Glids how to steal, drinking around them, and yes, hooking up, in heavy air quotes, with Puck while he was a sophomore in high school. April has the honor of being the worst character on the show relative to the screen time shown. However, not even April can hold a candle to our top gloint earner so far. Through 4 seasons, you know her, you love her, it's Sue Sylvester. Minus 208,345 gloints, averaging over 50,000 gloints negative per season, or 1 puck's worth. She constantly harasses, assaults, and blackmails. She's unafraid to be bigoted when she deems necessary, and she's cruel just for the fun of it. SS Rowling is the epitome of Gleevilness on the show, and I don't think a world exists where that changes any time in the future. This is the hierarchy of Gleeds through 88 episodes of the show. 33 episodes remain in the series. Has all of this just been for naught, confirming what is already widely believed? Or do those final 2 seasons hold the real answer to the question, who is the most Gleevil person on the show? And that is all for Hashan Season 4 of Glee. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like, hit subscribe. I promise the next video will not take nearly as long to come out, and if it does, then you can just unsubscribe then, no biggie. It's free, you don't lose anything. If you'd like to support Editor Blake and me in the meantime, consider joining our Patreon or becoming a YouTube member, where you can get access to some extra videos we've made, some blooper reels, my coverage of the Glee Project Seasons 1 and 2. I've also got a Pitch Perfect video up there, but mainly it's just to help support, no promises on the content. But until next time, folks, I was Hosh, that was Editor Blake. Say bye, Editor Blake, and we will see you soon. Ba ba da ba.